following is a presentation of Flow Sports.
Good afternoon, FloRacing. Happy race day.
Just how lucky we are to be able to tune in to Flow and watch pretty much any race we want.
This is what you say Village 24. We are free.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to I-55 Federated Auto Parts Raceway Park in Pevely, Missouri. Night number 2 of a 3-day weekend with the Mars Late Model Championship powered by FK Rod Ends. You're watching live on FloRacing on the app and on the website, and we welcome everybody tuned in on Amazon Prime tonight as well. Big night here. We are primed and ready to go here at Pevely. It is a beautiful evening with a great field of cars. 32 Mars Late Model Championship powered by FK Rod Ends entries checked in tonight, and 32 Mars Modified Championship powered by Summit Racing Equipment entries checked in this evening. You see a look up on Vendors Row, see Chuck Wagon Food Service, also see the Hustler Speed Shop. I know Ryan Unzicker has his tent up there as well. Trackside Raceway, the official merchandise provider for Mars Tour. You can see Old Glory blowing in the breeze here as late model hot laps getting ready to roll out onto the speedway. They will be the first cars to roll out onto the speedway tonight. And here comes the first car out of Shreveport, Louisiana. That is car number 15. That is Clay Stuckey. Clay Stuckey in the Lucas Oil Graphic Arts Express entry. Tony Wolf behind him, car number 16. Driver out of Highland, Illinois. Good looking car for Tony Wolf. Behind him, the current track record holder and a guy who is no stranger to success here at Pevely. That is the National Dirt Late Model Hall of Famer. That is Mr. Smooth, Billy Moyer, a 4-time winner with the Mars Tour here at I-55. Behind him, that is the 10 of Darren Klein. Darren Klein aboard car number 10. Again, somebody who is no stranger here to I-55 and having success at this racetrack. Cody McGuire, 32M. Also out on the speedway. You can check out live timing and scoring on My Race Pass. They will have all the information on there. For those wanting to know that track record, it's 12081, set June 23rd, 2007. Again, 12081, an average of 99.230 miles an hour here around the 3rd mile high banks of I-55. Also see the 8L Jeffrey Ledford out on the speedway. We'll get the green and yellow, going to kind of blow this racing surface off. Also see the 84 of Miles Moose out of Lincoln, Illinois. And that Barry Wright icon by Moose. Country Financial Miles Moose. Fuel Factory car number 84. Also out there, the 26P of Glenn Powell out of Nixon, Missouri. Again, right now, hot laps, and obviously times may be a little bit slower than what we're used to seeing, as kind of blowing some of that early slime off of the racing surface. Times in the 14-second bracket. A little bit slower than what we're used to seeing here, but again, trying to get some of that slimy dirt off the top, just a little bit extra moisture down here. The heat has picked up a little bit here in the St. Louis area, but still been a beautiful day here overall. A lot cooler than what it's supposed to be. Looking at the weather forecast here about Monday or Tuesday next week. Definitely happy to be here at Pevely tonight on what's going to be a gorgeous Saturday night. Let these drivers roll this surface in a little bit more, and we'll turn them back loose and kind of keep an eye on times here in the second round of hot laps and see how things shake out. Kind of once they kind of blow that off, pack it back in, and then we'll turn them loose again. And this is the second of a three-day swing for the Mars Tour. Last night, the Tour was down the road about an hour and a half south of here at the Benton Speedway, which would see Tanner English pick up his 18th career Mars Late Model Championship Series win. It was his first of 2026, and Michael Ledford in the Modifieds would pick up the victory, his third of the season and seventh of his career with the Mars Modified Tour. Sounds like we're getting ready to turn the group loose here for a second round of hot laps. Looks like this group will be turned loose full steam, and we'll see how things shake out. Again, right now 14.531 by Clay Stuckey, your quickest. Expect that number to go down significantly as we turn them loose. As expected, times definitely went down. 13.064. Clay Stuckey still at the top of the board, but a lot faster that time around. Starting to get dialed back into where we're used to seeing I-55 at. Still about a second off that track record that Billy Moyer has, though. 12.081, lightning fast setback. Like I said, June 23rd, 2007. But knocking on the door of the 12-second bracket here. After this second group, we will roll the next group of hot laps out onto the speedway. And bring up my race pass live timing and scoring. First car up on the screen here. That is Darren Klein. Had Jordan Bauer out there in that first session, who has a win on the year earlier this season. That is Darren Klein on the speedway in that beautiful white number 10. Behind him, out of Trenton, Illinois, it's Michael Kluse. Michael Kluse in car number 6K, that familiar car number 6K, the 51B. That is Brandon Carpenter out of Coldwater, Mississippi. Behind him, current point leader of the Mars Late Model Tour, the 2022 Series champion out of El Paso, that is Ryan Unzicker. Behind him, former Master Sergeant, that is Doug Ty in car number 4T. Nice to have Doug with us here. Behind him, out of Lawton, Oklahoma, a young man. That's Callan Hill. Callan Hill in car number 87C. See the 10J of Jordan Bauer going down the backstretch again. Picked up his first win as a Sunoco rookie at Quincy in that 10J. And there is the 38T that Dylan Thornton went for a wild ride last night, and and that was the first race out after his win at Macon during Kirby Straw. Right now, 13.064 by Clay Stuckey, still quickest. Darren Klein, third quick, 13.365. Ryan Unzicker up to fifth quick. Ryan, the winner of this race 1 year ago. Michael Cluse was sixth quick. Jordan Bauer was eighth quick. And that other 10 car was Matt Santel. It was out in that first group, the black number 10. Rolling into turn number 1 now out of Festus, Missouri. That is the Kryptonite car number 16. That is Rusty Griffaw. Rusty Griffaw aboard car number 16. Rolling by him on the inside. His second night in that car. You had a great run going at Benton last night before Calamity struck. That is the Steve Lampley Motorsports own entry for Georgia's Will Harrington. Will Harrington, his second night in that Lampley Motorsports Randy Cordy Consulting Franklin Enterprises car number 33. Behind him, car number 44, it's Blaze Burwell out of Mount Vernon, Illinois. Mark. That's at 18 to Jimmy Miller. Jimmy Miller aboard at car number 18. That's an 18M this evening. The 38J defending the Sunoco Rookie of the Year, Jake Little. Jake Little in the 38J. And then right behind Griffaw in car number 11. Been a long-time regular here at Federated Auto Parts Raceway at I-55. That is the 11 of Jeff Herzog. Jeff Herzog just down the road in Herculaneum, Missouri. Blaze Burwell second quick, 13.226, 1.3226. Jake Little third quick, 1.3256. Straight away now, a new member of the National Dirt Late Model Hall of Fame out of Moweaqua, Illinois. That Diner Grossies Petrov towing Longhorn car number 18. That is the Moweaqua Missile, Shannon Babb. Shannon Babb has one Mars win here at Pevely. That came back June 2nd, 2012 with the Mars Tour. Roll down the back straight behind him. One career Mars win for the driver out of Peru, Illinois. That is Daniel Adam. Daniel Adam aboard at car number 75. Behind him, out of Quincy, Illinois, that's the 33F of Ricky Frankel. Ricky Frankel in 33F. The 30 of Mark Voigt, the veteran out of Marine, Illinois. Rolling down the backstretch now. There's the 82. Long-time regular up the road at the Tri-City Speedway out of Marine, Illinois. That is Billy Laycock. Billy Laycock in car number 82. See the Incredible Hulk on the side of that car. He's always had some fun kid-themed schemes throughout the years. Rolling with the Hulk this year. And another guy with green on the side of his car rolling into turn number 1. Your three-time and defending Mars Late Model Series champ in the Dublin-25. That is the high side hustler, Jason Fager. Jason Fager, a two-time winner here with the Mars Tour. His last win came back in 2024. And Jason Fager, the first driver into the 12-second bracket. Behind him is the 4G of Bob Gardner. Bob Gardner out of Washington, Illinois. Third quick for Bobby G, 13.084.130. And now up to second quick, 13.035 for Bob Gardner. Shannon Bath, fourth quick, 13.100.13100 for the winningest driver in Summer Nationals history. But Jason Fager, the only driver right now in that 12-second bracket, 12941. But again, this is hot laps. That doesn't count for anything right now, except for letting you know where they stand going into qualifying. But some series do, like, I know some do offer like bonus money or whatnot if they go quick. But tonight, not the case. It's just simply that you are the fastest in hot laps, and you can point at the sheet and say, here I am. Again, had 32 late models checked in here this evening. Looks like 30 of them came out on the speedway. Matt Menzie, Tyler Kuykendall out onto the speedway.
Are they ready? They're close.
I think we'll be good.
They're not accurate. Are they getting ready to come out?
Yeah, I'll say we're. Coming up next will be modified qualifications. Current track record for the dirt car modifieds here at Federated Auto Parts I-55 Raceway Park. Set August 14th, 2021 by the K9 of Will Krupp. 13646, 13646, an average speed of 87.849 miles an hour. Again, 32 Summit Racing Equipment Mars modified entries coming out, doing a little bit of a wall scrape here. Track nice and hooked up here to start the night, getting everything scraped off before we turn these cars loose at speed. See them working with the scraping tool, getting the mud off the concrete over there in turn number 1, right underneath the Bobcat of St. Louis scoreboard. And this will be multi-fire X plug wire time trials for the Mars Modified Championship. See him up there on the judges stand in that white t-shirt. Give him a wave, Tommy Scott. We're live on Prime tonight, buddy. we go. We are on the clock with Multi-Fire X time trials for the Mars Modified Championship powered by Summit Racing Equipment. First car out there, the B5 of Matthew Baker out of Couts, Indiana. The Mullins-powered Royal Chassis Patriot Dumpsters. Vaughn Excavating, Berkey Seed Service. Full Auto Racing Supply entry. And behind him, driving car number 84G. Is Gary Gross out of Farmington, Missouri, and the Extreme Pro Racing Engines powered Longhorn. Gross Waterproofing, Whiteman Products, or Whiteman Pools, TNT and Company, moving car number 84G. 13.347 for Matthew Baker on lap number 2. His quickest lap, 14.943 for Gary Gross. That will be his best lap. He'll go second quick.
Steal your cards away from you. Oh, you're getting them out of your way.
Getting a push out on the speedway out of Liberty, Illinois, driving the Extreme Pro Race Engines Elite Chassis. Multi-Fire A1 Performance Warehouse JL Scrap Metals, car number 05. That is Dave Wheatholder. Dave Wheatholder aboard car number 05. Getting a little bit of assistance from the push vehicle. Behind him, driving car number 23, the Mullins Power Impressive Gen 4.9 B&M Auto Body. Car number 23 out of Hillsboro, Missouri. That is Dylan Sharp. Dylan Sharp in car number 23. Yep. And behind him, in car number 36, Mullins Powered Elite Chassis Mobile One, sponsor on the car number 36 of the Herminator, Kenny Wallace. And 14.347 right now, the mark to beat here in Multi-Fire X qualifying. Dave Weedle second, quick 14.570. Dylan Sharp 14.772. And Kenny Wallace 14.456. He'll go to second quick. And right now, Matthew Baker holding on to that top spot. Kenny Wallace, 14.371. Weedholder, 14.450. The second and third quick. Dylan Sharp, 14.670 was fourth quick. Rolling out now out of Ashmore, Illinois, the Mullins-powered Vanquish Chassis, the Vault, Rupp Family Farms, Advanced Plumbing and Services, Donco Reynolds, Portable Roofing entry. That is Braden Doyle. Braden Doyle in car number 2. Behind him, driving car number 00M, rolling down the back straightaway out of Alton, Illinois, and the Jimmy Benton powered Diamond Chassis, off the beaten path automotive, full deck Rhino Transport entry. That is Richard Myers. Richard Myers in car number 00M, and behind him, out of Wentzville, Missouri, driving the Mullins powered Impressive Chassis, Warner Earthworks, Melvin Plumbing and Electric, Lifestar Ambulance, Harco Midwest Restoration, Bauer Stowing car number 14. That's the Destroyer, Rick Knoyer. Right now, Braden Doyle, fourth quick out overall. Braden Doyle, fourth quick, 14.664. Move Knoyer up to fourth quick, 14.610. Doyle, 14.664, fifth quick. Richard Myers, 14.967 is eighth quick. Rolling out now, driving car number 4G out of St. Louis. Driving the Impressive Chassis Slim Chickens. So Imperial Bowl entry, that is Paul Shrimp Jr. Paul Shrimp Jr. in car number 4G. Behind him, driving car number 21D with Sunoco Rookie of the Year competitor out of Macomb, Illinois. The Bull Power, Pierce by Long. Enzo by Craig Hamrick Medical Group at Macomb. Big Sig Crew, Dimmitt Transfer, White Pine Farm, Smack Wagon, Butterface Popcorn car number 21D. That's John Dimmitt. And behind him, driving the Chuck Wagon Food Service, Aggressive Sign, Reindeer Farms, Jervitz Motorsports, Mullins Powered Impressive. Winner last night up at the Brownstown Bull Ring. That is a 24H of the Gunslinger, Mike Harrison. Mike Harrison aboard car number 24H. Second quick for Harrison, 14.350. 14.350. Out now to the Speedway out of Kewanee, Illinois, driving the Mullins-powered Vanquish ZR3. Jeep Cars, Nutrient Aguilera, Korth Farms entry. That is Ray Bollinger. Ray Bollinger aboard car number 77. And behind him, driving the spec-powered Assassin chassis out of Evansville, Indiana. It's the 81K of Kyle Cole. Kyle Cole in the Wobblebone K&W Heating and Air entry. And Mike. Right now, 14.347 by Matthew Baker, the mark to beat. Bollinger fourth quick, 14.391, 1.4391. And one more lap to go for Ray and Kyle Cole. Oh, got the wall there coming off of 4. Did the 81K. 15.062 his last time by. We'll see what Ray can do. He will go at lap number 1. 14.391, 1.4391 again. 14.347, the mark to beat right now. Again, 13.646, the track record held by Will Krupp. Right now, looking safe at the moment with some of the heavy hitters still yet to come. We'll see how things play out. Rolling out now out of Bloomsdale, Missouri. Driving the Mullins-powered Rat Chassis, DKeef Speed, Phoenix Construction, M&S Creations car number 0DK. That is Damian Kiefer. Damian Kiefer aboard the 0DK. And behind him, driving car number 5 out of Highland, Illinois. Driving the CC Food Mart, Barber Excavating, Randy Stowing, Speed Bumps Tavern, Be Wet, Be Dry entry. The Jimmy B Powered Elite Chassis for Owen Steinkenning. Owen Steinkenning aboard car number 5. And Damian Kiefer to the top of the board, 14.255, 1.4255. Steinkenning 7th quick, now he's up to 6th, 14.420, 1.4420. Right now, 14.142 for Damian Kiefer. Quickest here in group number 1. So also see the 10X of Jim Black, the Junkyard Dog, and the spec-powered Iron Country Recycling entry. 13th quick for Jim Black, 14.910. Buckley Towing, Bob Black Cattle Farm, North Country Education Center, a couple more sponsors for the driver out of Bonne Terre, Missouri. $14.142 right now, the quickest in group number 1 and your overall mark. Group number 2 rolling out to start things off out of Troy, Missouri, driving the Fessler Powered Elite Chassis. Cantor Injury Law, Cantor Land car number 21 out of Troy, Missouri. That is Randy Dickman. Randy Dickman aboard car number 21. Behind him, driving the 2C, the Spec Powered Impressive Chassis, Stars and Stripes Lawn and Landscaping entry. Out of Hillsboro, Missouri, that is Seth Castleman. Seth Castleman in car number 2C. And behind him, driving car number 93, that's Zach Wickens. Zach Wickens out of Festus, Missouri, in the long shot chassis. Woodledge and Sons Dirty Bird drive shafts, car number 93. 14.582, 1.4582 for Seth Castleman right now, quickest here in group number 2. 1.4885 for Randy Dickman and 1.5610 for Zach Wickens. They'll come around and complete this session, see if they can pick up again. Right now, overall, 14.142 by Owen Steinkenning, your quickest right now in Multi-Fire X plug wire qualifications. Looking through the list right now, it would be, if he can hold on to overall fast time, it would be Owen Steinkennig's first ever fast time with the Mars Modified Championship. Driver with one Mars Modified victory in the Vic Hill powered Beak Built chassis, Enlow and Sun Construction Imperial Bowl. Beak Built car number J82 out of O'Fallon, Missouri. That is Trev Jacoby. Trev Jacoby aboard car number J82. Behind him, out of Caseyville, Illinois, driving the Mullins Race Engines Bullet chassis. S&S Construction Excavating, Mullins Race Engines, KBC Graphics Bullet chassis. KSR Transmissions, Ally Construction, Cheapy's Tires entry for the Boogeyman. It's Steve Meyer Jr. Steve Meyer Jr. in car number 1A. And behind him, the Mullins Powered Elite Chassis, Falloway Auto Sales Parts, Perfection Lawn Care, Rice Contracting, Jervitz Motorsports. Slicker Graphics car number 66, the defending Mars Modified champ, Cole Falloway. 14-1-9-3, 14-1-9-3 right now. Second quick overall, quickest over in group number 2. Trev Jacoby, 14-4-43. Steve Meyer Jr. 14-5-31. Peeling the hood up there on the Boogeyman's car number 1A. The hood pins there on the right front kind of detach themselves just a little bit right now. Cole Falloway, quickest group number 2. 14-1-9-3, 14-1-4-2 by Owen Steinkennig. Still overall fast time. First car you see on your screen coming off of turn number 4. Driver out of High Ridge, Missouri, driving the SCP Powered Elite Chassis, SCP Racing Parts, Wears Machine, N&S Farms entry out of High Ridge, Missouri. That is Steve Pacou. Steve Pacou in car number 0X. And behind of him, out of Farmington, Missouri, and the Extreme Pro Racing Engines, Longhorn Chassis, gross waterproofing, and more TNT and Company, Wiedemann Farms, out of Farmington, Missouri. That is the 3G of Miss Haley Gross. Haley Gross in car number 3G. Also out there, a name etched well in the Mars Modified Championship history books, the winningest driver in series history with the most championships as well. The Extreme Pro Racing Engines, Pierce Chassis, Rick's Transit, Discount Tire car number 18L out of Fowler, Illinois. That is Michael Long. Michael Long, and smoke coming out of the back of the 0X of Steve Pacou in 14033, 14033 by Michael Long, your new overall quick qualifier. Steve Pacou was 4th quick, 14529, and Haley Gross, 14843, was 7th quick. And Pacou stopped at the bottom of turn number 2, get him a push. Again, 14033 by the 18L of Michael Long. Now your quick qualifier. Driver who's a 2-time series champion with the Mars Modified Championship. If he can hold on, this would tie him with Mike McKinney and Trevor Neville with 6 Fast Time awards in his career. And Michael Long, the winningest driver in Mars Modified Championship history, 16 career wins since the series inception in 2023. There's the 0X of Steve Pacou. Got him into the infield now. And double checking and making sure with that smoke coming out of the back of the 0X, making sure that he did not leave any fluid out of that 0X power plant, but the way they're looking, it looks like that might be the case where that car was sitting there on the bottom of turn number 2. So making sure that he did not lay down a lot of oil. And if they are, they will make sure that's all covered up. They're also making sure that any parts or pieces, sometimes when those motors will come apart, they will leave some of the internals where they're not supposed to be. Rolling out now out of Carterville, Illinois, in the Mullins-powered GRT chassis. And the Cold Stone Creamery, Paducah, Kentucky location. That is the 44 of Rich Lentz. Rich Lentz in car number 44. And behind him, out of Evansville, Indiana, in the spec-powered Assassin chassis, Mark Cole's Auto Glass Hurricane Custom Audio Wobblebone. Car number 81C, that is Christopher Cole. And problems as the 44 of Lentz. He said that car he just did get put together, and it does not sound like coming by. It is under power. So problems for the driver out of Carterville, Illinois. That Cold Stone of Paducah, Kentucky entry. See 50-50 tickets coming by here. They are on sale now. 50-50, get your tickets. Who doesn't want to leave with more money than what they started the night with? See a couple folks going around here. This young lady with some orange tickets in her hand. Hit her up and wave your money, yell 50-50. She'll tell you how many tickets you can get for how much money. And like I said, of course, why not take a chance and enter in and leave with more money than what you started the night with? All right, looks like we will turn Christopher Cole loose. He'll get the green flag here. Again, 14033 by Michael Long right now. Quickest in group number 2. Quickest right now overall in Multi-Fire X qualifying. Oh, lap number 1. 14.872's 8th quick for Christopher Cole in the 81C. And he will go with lap number 1 right now. He's got one more lap to see if he can pick it up. And he will not. 14.872, 8th quick for Christopher Cole. Rolling out first onto the Speedway, your winner last night at Benton Speedway in the Mullins-powered Royal Chassis Tire Slick Patio 311 Klotz Fuel. Car number 09, he's sporting the LRD Performance fluorescent red spoiler, indicating that he is the Mars Modified Championship point leader. Second in the points 1 year ago was the young man out of Pontiac. That is the Batman, Michael Edford. And behind him, and out of Imperial, Missouri, driving the Kodak Equipment, Ives Towing, Roadrunner Trucking, Creason-powered impressive chassis. That is the 98 of Joshua Hawkins. Joshua Hawkins aboard car number 98. Just a few cars left to go here in qualifying. Second quick for Michael Edford, 14.082, 14082. 14.531, 7th quick for Joshua Hawkins. Michael Edford, 14.082. And Hawkins will stick with his time, tied with Steve Meyer Jr., 14.531. Young man who picked up his first career Mars Modified Championship win here 1 season ago here at I-55, the Creason-powered Elite Chassis. Sanks Machining, Russ Erlanger, Crane, CC Food Marts, Emo's Pizza, car number 58R out of Fairview Heights, Illinois. That is Ryan Hamilton. Ryan Hamilton aboard at car number 58R. And behind him, out of Belton, Kentucky, the inaugural Rookie of the Year with the Mars Modified Championship with the Oakley-powered Elite Chassis, Mefford Construction, Bluegrass Collision, Chase Motorsports, car number 13. That is Sergeant Charlie Mefford. Third quick for Mefford, 14.121, 14.121 is third quick for Charlie Mefford. See where Ryan Hamilton will slot in. Currently fifth quick, that's where he'll come in. 14.317, 14317. Fifth quick for Ryan Hamilton. The quickest overall will go down and talk to him. It is the 18L of Michael Edford, or 18L Michael Long, excuse me. Quick time, 14.033. Sixth time in his career that he has done it, and that will tie him all time. At top of the standings here with the Mars Series. We'll let some of the field cross here. See Tommy Scott with the board in hand. Got a little bit of a gap here, and we'll get across. As he climbs out, give him a hand. I-55, Michael Long, quick time tonight. We'll give the field just a second to get by here so everybody can hear what Michael has to say. Michael Long, your quick time here tonight. Sixth time in your career that ties you at the top of the board. Your name is all over the Mars Modified Championship record books. And yet again, you stamp your name up toward the top. Quick time, sixth time in your career. This has been a place that's always been pretty good to you. What a good way to start the night with a good field of cars.
Yeah, it's good to set quick time, start up front in the heat race there, and we'll see what happens. Just thanks to Multi-Fire Spark Plug Wires for sponsoring this deal and having the spark plug wires on the car, and yeah, well, hopefully the night goes good.
Well, I see a big smile on Tommy Scott's face. Of course, his plug wires power Michael Long to quick time here in Multi-Fire X qualifications for the modifieds. We'll head back up top, and we will go qualifying with the Mars Late Model Championship powered by FK Rod Ends here momentarily.
Man, congratulations, Michael Long, picking up fast time with us here tonight. You did a great job. We certainly are glad to have him on hand tonight. Always tough in the UMP Dirt Modified world. So thank you, folks. Make sure you get your hands in the air. Those 50-50 girls and Ziggy are running around with their 50-50 tickets tonight. So maybe just someone that you know, maybe yourself, can walk home with a whole pocket full of cash here with us tonight. So if you see the 50-50 folks, make sure you get your hand in the air and get your chance to win here tonight. Again, thank you for the folks from the Mars Series and Patrick joining us here tonight. So we get set now. I believe it's time for a little late model qualifying action. And once Mr. Patrick catches his breath, we'll hand it back over to him. There you go, buddy.
Hey, at some point tonight on these cameras for everybody watching along on Flow and Prime, we got to get a Ziggy dance tonight, don't we?
We do. We'll get him down here in front here, and I'll see him in a little bit, and we'll get him going.
Hey, we'll make him Amazon Prime famous tonight.
Right.
Yet again, 32 entries again checked in for the Mars Late Model Championship powered by FK Rod Ends. And the current track record held by the National Dirt Late Model Hall of Famer. 858 career wins to his name is Mr. Smooth Billy Moyer. 12081. That was set June 23rd, 2007. Again, 12081, 99.230 miles an hour. We'll see how that plays out here this evening. First car now out on the speedway out of Chenoa, Illinois, driving the Mullins-powered Dynasty chassis AgTech Wiffles Hybrids car number 8L. The builder of that Dynasty chassis, that is Jeffrey Ledford, one of our Sunoco Rookie of the Year competitors. And coming off of turn number 4, your track record holder in the Clemens-powered AK chassis, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Carl Chevrolet, All Makes Collision Center, Shaw Trucking car number 21. That's Mr. Smooth, Billy Moyer. See what he does on lap number 2. That's why we waited. 1-2-7-4-8. 12-7-4-8 right now, the mark to beat in late model qualifying by the National Dirt Late Model Hall of Famer, Mr. Smooth Billy Moyer. 1-2-8-9-7 by Jeffrey Ledford. Second quick at the moment. Rolling out now out of Hartsburg, Illinois, the Pro Power Barry Ride icon by Moose. Miles Moose Country Financial, Emmy Realty, FK Rod-Ins, Fuel Factory, Riverside, European Mounts, Penske Shocks car number 84. That is Miles Moose. Miles Moose aboard car number 84. And rolling on to turn number 1. Ooh, got a little sideways there. Did the driver of the Triple R powered Rocket XR1 out of Highland, Illinois. That's Tony Wolf. Tony Wolf in the Harco Wolf and Sons car number 16W. And ooh, turn 1 has been the trouble spot for Tony Wolf there. Miles Moose second quick for 12.884. 1-2-8-8-4. See what Tony Wolf can do. Lap number 2, he picks it up. 13.572, 1.3572. Fourth quick for Tony Wolf. Miles Moose second quick, 1.2884. Next 2 cars coming out on the speedway. Out of Shreveport, Louisiana, driving the Clemens-powered Longhorn FiberTech laser cutting, advanced power coating, Lucas Oil Graphic Carts Express, Mooring Transit car number 15. That is Clay Stuckey. Clay Stuckey out of Shreveport, Louisiana, car number 15. And behind him, 1 win on the year for the driver out of St. Jacob, Illinois, the Clemens-powered Longhorn, Brian Thompson Roofing, Porter's Auto Body, Arrowhead, Certainty 10J. That is Jordan Bauer. Jordan Bauer, car number 10J. To the top of the board goes Jordan Bauer, 12729. 12729. Stuckey's third quick, 12874. Can Bauer pick it up even more? Yes, 12695. 12695. Now quick time for Jordan Bauer. Rolling out now. Driving the Durham-powered Rocket chassis, Murphy Excavating Contracting, Pisces Power Tools, Erlanger Crane, Menard Auto Sales, Aggressive Sign Company, car number 10 out of Trenton, Illinois. That is Darren Klein. Darren Klein in car number 10. 1 Mars win to his name. Behind him, in the Omen-powered Capital chassis, car number 41 out of Nixon, Missouri. That is Matt McKenzie. And hey, we said Darren Klein's no stranger to I-55. He picks it up, lap number 2, quick time, 12540. He was quick on both of them. 12.540, quick time for Darren Klein in car number 10K. And Matt Menzie with 13.583, 8th quick. But how about that? Darren Klein, 12.540. Rolling out now, driving the 5-star engines, Pierce Platinum chassis, PM Machine and Fabrication, car number 32M out of Carlinville, Illinois. That is Cody McGuire. Cody McGuire in car number 32M. And your current series point leader with that Midwest Sheet Metal Fluorescent Red Spoiler, the Pro Power Longhorn, Low Voltage Solutions, RGR Transportation, Fuel Factory, El Paso Outdoor, Arkansas Septic and Pumping, Mosquito Hero, car number 24. That is the El Paso Express, Ryan Unzicker. Unzicker, fourth quick, 12834 on lap number 1. And Cody McGuire, 8th quick, 13314. Second lap for Unzicker, a former winner here. Up to 3rd quick, 12735. Unzicker, your victor here 1 year ago in this event with the Mars Late Model Championship powered by FK Rod-Ins. Rolling out now, he picked up his first win early in the month of August up at the Macon Speedway during the Kirby Strong Race, but last night went for quite the tumble at Benton Speedway. Driving the Cornet-powered Longhorn chassis, Brenda and Ricky Kai, Peterson Insurance, Kai Farms, Salty's Barbecue, Dynamic Driveline, Swift Springs, Henry's Headers, car number 38T out of Belle Plaine, Iowa. That's Dilly Dilly, Dylan Thornton in 38T. And behind him, driving car number 10 out of New Memphis, Illinois, in the Clemens-powered Longhorn CC Food Mart entry. That is Matt Santel. Matt Santel in car number 10. for Dylan Thornton. 12800, 12800 for Dilly Dilly. And Matt Santel will go ninth quick. 13309, 13309, ninth quick for the 10 of Matt Santel. Next two cars rolling out on the speedway out of Mount Vernon, Illinois. The Mullins-powered Longhorn chassis are at R&R Tire Express, Burwell Motorsports entry. That is Devin McLean. Devin McLean coming to the green. And behind him, throw a little Mike Mirror Talker Guy tribute in here. And the Triple R Power Capital Chassis, Jensen Chevrolet, Gerstner Plumbing entry. Again, out of Trenton, Illinois, the Trenton Tornado of Michael Klutz. Good lap for Devin McLean. Second quick, 12646, 12646. Second quick for Devin McLean. Michael Klutz up to eighth quick on his second lap, 12880. So how about that? Some local flavor flexing their muscle against these touring drivers. Darren Klein, Devin McLean, Jordan Bauer, your top three right now. Rolling out now into the speedway out of Coldwater, Mississippi, driving the J. Dickens powered Longhorn chassis. Carpenter Construction, Tennyson Brothers sheet metal entry. That's J. Dickens powered Longhorn for the 51B of Brandon Carpenter. Brandon Carpenter in 51B. So he's 11th quick here in group number one. He'll jump up to 7th quick. We'll give that lap 12862, 12862, 7th quick for Brandon Carpenter. So how about that? 12540 by Darren Klein, quickest in group number one here in qualifying. First two cars rolling out here in group number two. And the Mullins-powered Black Diamond chassis. Smart digital web design. Pro Polymer Source, Polymer Nation, unique creed of Illinois. Car number 40 out of Collinsville, Illinois. That is Doug Tye. Doug Tye aboard car number 4D. Behind him, the 2025 Sunoco Race Fuels Rookie of the Year of the Mars Late Model Championship Tour and the Durham-powered Rocket chassis. Brand Professional Agriculture Rigs Fiber All-American Handyman. Tammy's Antiques. Schultz Collision car number 38J. That is Jake Little. See where those two come in. 12813, 12813 for Jake Little, quickest here in group number two. 13671 right now for Doug Tye, second quick. Rolling out now into the speedway out of Hopkinsville, Georgia. Driving the Midwest Excavating, Easy Equipment, Franklin Enterprises, Randy Cordy Consulting. Steve Lampley owned car number 33. That is Will the Thrill Harrington. Will Harrington in car number 33. And behind him, out of Mount Vernon, Illinois, the Mullins-powered Longhorn R&R Tire Express Burwell Motorsports entry. That is Blaze Burwell. Blaze Burwell in car number 44. Burwell to the top of the board. 12807, 12807. Harrington 13565 right now. Third quick. And Will Harrington, lap number two, he'll pick up 13041. Lap number one for Blaze Burwell was quickest at 12807. Again, right now, 12540, 12540 by Darren Klein, the mark to beat. Next two cars rolling out. Your newest member of the National Dirt Late Model Hall of Fame with the Vic Hill powered Longhorn chassis, Petroff Towing, Dynagrow Seed, CJA Piping and Fabricating. Car number 18, it's the Moequa Missile, Shannon Babb. Shannon Babb in the house at I-55 tonight. Behind him, driving the Hooker Trucking, RLM Enterprises, CJ Trucking, Elliott Concrete. Pro-powered Rocket XR2 out of Peru, Illinois, it's Daniel Adam. 12371, 12371. The Moequa Missile finds its target. To the top of the board goes Shannon Babb. Fourth quick for Daniel Adam, 12923. Shannon Babb, 12371, quickest overall right now. in Mars late model time trials. First car rolling out the backstretch gate. Drive the Jimmy B's engine, Kryptonite chassis, brown and brown. Car number 18 out of Highland, Illinois. That is Jimmy Miller. Jimmy Miller aboard car number 18. Behind him out of Festus, Missouri, the Coronet-powered Longhorn chassis, the Dan Althoff Trucking, Fixture Contracting, CI Flooring entry. That is the 11 of Jeff Herzog. Jeff Herzog in car number 11. Second quick for Herzog, 1-2-5-5-3, 12-5-5-3 for Herzog on lap number 1. Jimmy Miller will pick up 14-109. 1-4-1-0-9, eighth quick for Jimmy Miller. Herzog will go with his first lap, 1-2-5-5-3. That puts him second quick. Well, next car scheduled to come out. Getting reports motor problems for the 8K of Tyler Kuykendall to Warsaw, Missouri. Tough break for Kuykendall. Next two cars I see now on the speedway, the Pro Power Longhorn chassis, C&G Transport, John Gardner Racing, Illinois Solar, Glenn's Auto Body, BP Fuel, Stealth Carbs car. Number 4G out of Washington, Illinois. That's the Pink Panther, Bob Gardner. And behind him, driving the 33 up, the Extreme Pro Racing Engines, Rocket Chassis, Superior Shock Service, Paris Trucking entry out of Quincy, Illinois. That is Ricky Frankel. Ricky Frankel in the 33F. We'll see where Bobby G slots in on lap number 2. He'll come in 7th quick, 13-0-1-3 on lap number 1. Frankel will also take lap number 1. He is 6th quick, 1-2-9-4-6. Next two cars rolling out onto the speedway. This driver on Friday nights was a staple up at the Tri-City Speedway. In the Scott Bailey powered Rocket Chassis, 3-phase acres, John Bouchard. Guaranteed graphics entry. It's Scott Bailey powered Rocket Chassis out of Marine, Illinois. That is Billy Laycock. Billy Laycock aboard car number 82. Behind him in the Frankel powered Kryptonite chassis, JS Bouchon Concrete. Larry Wolf Motorsports Uniforms car number 16 out of Festus, Missouri. That's the Festus Flash, Rusty Griffaw. Griffaw and Laycock, 13. Griffaw 13-180 on lap number 1. He'll go 9th quick. That's his best of the 2. And Billy Laycock will go 10th quick, 13-3-1-1. 13-1-5-8 for Griffaw, 13-3-1-1 for Laycock, 10th quick. Rolling out now, young man out of Lawton, Oklahoma in the Clements powered Longhorn Chassis, Hills Custom Homes, K1, Mel Hamilton Racing, Victory Seats, Maxima Racing Oil. Car number 87C, that is Callan Hill. Callan Hill in car number 87C. And behind him, the 3-time and defending Mars Late Model Series champ out of Bloomington, Illinois, driving the Clements powered Longhorn Chassis, Titan Industries, Stock Center, Remtech Enterprises, Rosser Batteries, All-Star Performance, Yeah Bud Club, Hoker Trucking entry for the Tumbling Dice 2-5 of the high-side hustler, Jason Fager. 3rd quick, lap number 1 for Fager, 1-2-8-0-6. 1-2-8-0-6, Callan Hill, 12th quick. On lap number 2, 13-4-4-7. Fager will stay 3rd quick. He picks up 1-2-6-5-6, 12-6-5-6 for the Tumbling Dice 2-5 of Jason Fager. With just one more car left to go here in late model qualifying in the Triple R powered Black Diamond chassis. Overhead door, Hawkeye Irrigation, Fox Shocks Marine Coin Company. Voigt Racing, car number 30 out of Marine, Illinois. That's the Marine Madman, Mark Voigt. Mark Voigt aboard car number 30. 10th quick for Mark Voigt, 13-1-4-8, 1-3-1-4-8 for Mark Voigt. Into 3 off of 4 for the final time. Final checkered flag in qualifying. It's 6th quick for Mark Voigt. Good jump for the veteran. 1-2-9-1-5. But how about it? He was quickest here in group number 2. Quickest overall. You see him over there by the pit concession. They're in the hot pit area talking with Mars steward Rodney Standifer there in the official shirt, and Tommy Scott of Multi-Fire Plug Wires giving him a hand. Give him a hand. The newest member of the National Dirt Late Model Hall of Fame out of Moweaqua, Illinois. It's the Moweaqua Missile, Shannon Babb. Babb, your quick qualifier overall, 1-2-3-7-1 here in late model qualifying. Get a good look at the Petrov Towing, Dynagro Seats, Donnelly Trucking, CJI Piping and Fabrication, Nutrient Ag Solutions. Car number 18.
Hey, Patrick, I figured out one thing. I was kind of up here, you know, on our little midway there, and we're just kind of watching. I figured out how Shannon made that fast lap. Don't lift. He got into the corner, never lifted in 1, never lifted in 3.
I tell you, and this is one of those places, it gets a lot of comparisons. I've heard some drivers even kind of, like back in the day, this place would get the kind of, they would call it like a mini Eldora. The shape of it kind of is similar to that. You've got the similar characteristic of an inside wall. A lot of banking for these guys to really build speed up on. And like you said, boy, when you think of somebody who's usually smooth, Billy Moyer's on that list.
100%.
And you think that track record's 3/10 faster than what Bab did tonight, and with the evolution of technology, that's just incredible, really, to think about how long that track record has stood.
Yeah, they've taken a little bit of dirt out of it, so that's part of a little bit of it. But
that's true, but it's amazing how much speed these guys continue to find how these cars really just grab onto that racetrack. And like you say, to where they don't have to. Yeah. And they didn't have the levels of grip and like aero dependence, like all the different components that you have now.
Right.
I mean, the cars weren't basic. They've went from like advanced to Rubik's Cube.
Yeah.
It's like
Yep.
It's a big jump in terms of how complex these cars have gotten, and that's why you see like the Kevin Rumleys and all these incredibly smart engineers that have made their way into the sport, because they've gotten to the point, these drivers are all really smart, and they're trying to find the extremely smart kid, the honor roll kids, so to speak, that they're trying to help find. We used to talk about maybe tenths. Now we're talking about hundreds, thousands, and even tens of thousands of a second.
Yep.
Separating just how close some of these cars are. And so you get a good look here at a beautiful sunset here on a Saturday night here.
Beautiful night
at I-55. You couldn't ask for much more. And hey, speaking of that, I guess I couldn't say we couldn't ask for more, because we got race cars coming out. We got B-Mods coming out, and you guys have had a great season here so far with the B-Mods. Tell us a little bit more about them, Mr. Donnie McElroy.
Man. We've been averaging daggum 35 plus, almost 33, 34, all to 40 some nights for just the B-modified class with us here. These guys enjoy it, and they show up, and that's the key of it. You know, they're here, and the staple with us here at the I-55 Federated Auto Parts Raceway Park. You know, but you know, we're going to talk about that late model thing just for another second or two. That I thought, you know, what's funny, myself and another Hall of Fame dirt late model were talking about this in years past, and the funny part about it, the only thing that hasn't changed in that is the patch of the tire, if you really think of that.
Yeah, the actual size of the tire, the wheels that they run has not changed in the better part of 15, 20, 25 years.
Is it tire difference or what is it? You know what I mean? So,
well, I mean, like we said, shocks, suspension, aero, like all these other components where these guys are finding speed. Talking about speed, we'll see who's finding speed out here in Hot Laps for the Pro Mods.
We'll definitely keep an eye on our B-modified. Blake Carroll. 16 or 15 to, well, now Joe Rudy goes fastest. 15, now we're getting down into 14 with Kyle Helmick at a 14.829. Paulie Shrimp the third, 15.267. Bennett Sprawl, 15.339. Guys coming up to speed here in our B-modified. Again, thank you all the folks around the country for joining us here tonight on FloRacing and Prime, Amazon Prime Video tonight. So glad to have everybody dialing in with us here, as I'm one of the regulars here at the I-55 Federated Auto Parts Raceway Park. So glad to have you on board and being able to see what we showcase here at I-55 Federated Auto Parts Raceway Park. Right now, Kyle Helmet faxes here in our B-modified, 14.809. Followed up by Andrew Johns. He's got wins here in 2026, 14.907. Paulie Shrimp the third. He's got a 15.267. Joe Rudy at a 15.271 in fourth. Bennett Sprawl fifth with a 15.339. And then Blake Carroll, 15.425. Followed up by Tyler Arnold, Donovan Hutchinson, and Daniel Sarkis. That's our first 9 cars out for the hot lap session here tonight. 34 cars on hand. Adam Canterbury will be the pilot of the number 9C car. Aaron Canterbury will be the 24C. Chad Prescott in the M14. Draven Shaw in the 32S. Hayden Booth in the number 50. Logan Dockery in the legendary 444 number. Ron Duncan in the number 11 car. Dean Vickers, dazzling Dean Vickers that is, in the 45. And Holly Palmer out in the 23P. All getting their cars up to speed here in a hot lap session number 2 for the B Modifieds with us here tonight. See if anything's changed here. Helmick John, Adam Canterbury, he goes up to 3rd quick that time. Vickers was 4th. Now Chad Prescott goes to 3rd with a 14.988. Canterbury 4th with a 15.108. Dean Vickers 5th at a 15.125 right now, just to give you a comparison of the laps with these drivers. Again, another good hot lap session for the B Modifieds here with us tonight. We got some great shows coming up here for the remainder of the year. We got a lot of nights still to go. We'll get into that a little bit later on tonight, so get your pencil and paper ready if you want to mark down some shows. We've got some great shows coming up with us here at the I-55 Federated Auto Parts for the remainder of the year, all the way into November.
I'll say, boy, and that's a big note, because that's the longest I can really recall this racetrack going into the season. But
Yep.
I completely understand why Josh Carroll and company are wanting to do it, because it seems like the last 4, 5, 6 years we've been blessed, October and even early November, with some really good weather, and we said, why not race?
Right. All right. Group number 3 taken to the Speedway for the hot lap sessions now for the Mighty B Modified. Joel Ortberg in the number 71, the 2025 Battle of the Bull Ring champion, out coming by the start-finish line right now. Ken Schrader, pilot of the number 9 car. Glad to have Ken Schrader in the house tonight. See, everything's shuffled up front. Not a whole lot yet anyway. No shakers or movers so far outside of Joel Ortberg, going to 3rd at a 14.944. Ken Schrader 4th now at a 14.949. Zach Egan 11th, 15.331. Bennett Sproul in 12th. Logan Dockery was 13th. Blake Carroll now slipped to 14th.
Well, Donnie McElroy get word. Just letting some of our folks know, maybe he's checking out on, welcome everybody on Prime Racing. Donnie McElroy, the track voice here every week here at I-55 Federated Auto Parts Raceway Park. Way to trip over the old tongue there. And my name's Patrick Davis. I am filling in tonight for Mike Norris as the voice of the Mars Late Model Modified Championship Tours this evening. And we welcome you here for what's already been an eventful start to the evening. Track is fast. Track looks smooth. This looks like it's primed to be classic Peevely tonight.
And what an honor to be on Prime.
Well, indeed
Prime
it
Racing,
is.
You know, with Shannon Babb only, 3/10 off the track record?
Yeah, I'd say that's as close as we've been here, I think, in a while, looking at some of the time trials throughout some of the other events here. I mean, I know they've done some really good work here getting this track into shape. Hat tip to Josh Carroll and company. This place looks, like I said, this looks like old school Peevely. And if that's the case, it's going to be a lot of fun tonight.
It always is. You know, we have a great time each and every weekend, so hope folks can come out and join us. If you want to see, and we'll talk about some shows coming up a little later in the year that you don't want to miss. You want to get the calendar out and mark it down. Troy Medley, 8th. Jerry Fleming, 25th. AJ Klein, winner last weekend here with us in the B Modified. He's 14th. Joshua Dolans is 12th. Derek Medley, 13th. And Troy Medley still going to stay at 8th. His quickest lap was at the second time around. Quickest thus far are still Kyle Helmick, Andrew Johns, Joel Ortberg, Ken Schrader, and Shad Prescott. Your top few cars here in the main event tonight. All right. I guess, is that going to conclude our hot lap sessions tonight? Yep. Well, Patrick, that's going to get us through all of our hot laps and stuff here tonight, qualifying and hot laps. So I guess now the only thing we got to do is get this show rolling here in just a few moments.
Yep, looks like we'll take a look, make sure any wall scraping or anything needs to be done before we roll into the heat races. But before we do that, we'll have our opening ceremonies. We've got our chaplain, Tim Bozarth, here, and I hear we've got a rather appropriate surprise for our national anthem tonight, given the happenings of the last week. Well, we won't spoil that, but you'll figure it out pretty quick.
Yeah, without a doubt. So.
Like once these last couple D lines get out off the racetrack or whatever, whenever y'all are in a good spot.
Yeah, perfect. Sounds good. Thank you, sir.
Again, thank you, folks, for joining us here on the Mars Series, joining us here this weekend. Great tribute to them. They've done a great job. Got a nice full field of cars, as you've seen already. And look for the racing action to be equally as fast and competitive here tonight with us. We certainly appreciate that.
Looks like we're getting a couple cars out here for opening ceremonies. So.
It looks like now we're letting a couple of cars roll out to carry these flag carriers.
Always appropriate. That's one of those dirt track traditions that makes the sport so much fun, is carrying the colors and having the drivers that are participating do so. So give those guys a minute here. In fact, looks like we're getting them into position. Donnie McElroy and my friend, I'll let you take it away and introduce our good friend up behind us who will start our evening off. But before we do that, we'll ask everybody that's able to do so, please rise, and gentlemen, remove your caps. Donnie, I'll give you the honors to introduce our chaplain here for the evening. He's a very familiar face to a lot of people who watch a lot of motorsports in this area.
Oh, without a doubt, my cohort. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, doing our invocation as always. We're going to hand this thing, well, look, we're going to wait a minute. We got another driver headed to the Speedway, so with that, we'll take a moment to get AJ. And like I said, he was the winner last Saturday night with us here. Lee Stupi was the winner as well in this, the Max Steiner Automotive Sportsman. So we'll get AJ in place before we get things rolling. All right, now he's got the flag in hand. With that, I'm going to hand things over to my cohort here at the Speedway each and every week. To do tonight's invocation, it'll be Mr. Tim Bozarth.
Lord, our Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for bringing us out here, Lord, that we can watch and take part in such a great sport as this. We thank you so much that we live in a country of freedoms, ones that we are able to gather together for events like this, ones that we can speak our minds, and ultimately one that we can actually worship you. Lord, we thank you so much for those that stand on the wall and protect our freedoms, those that have died, but also those who have been willing to stand on that wall. Lord, we just ask that you just bless them and protect them. Lord, we ask that you protect those families that are back home as they are out in service to our country. Tonight, as we watch this great racing, Lord, we ask that the skill that you have provided to these drivers will be on display, but also safety for these drivers. We ask for safety for them, their crew members, the officials, and these great fans. Lord, thank you so much for all that you've given to us, including the blessing of life itself. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. And please turn your attention down to turn number 1 as we play the greatest song in the land, our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Well, unfortunately, technology sometimes doesn't always want to work. Sometimes it does not want to work 9 to 5, like the surprise that we were going to try and do there and give you a little Dolly Parton. But, well, sometimes you got to roll with plan B and think on your feet. And, well, luckily I know all the words.
Thank goodness you were here. Yes, good job, Patrick.
Oh, goodness. Well, it was going to be fun. We had the right idea, but, yeah, you know, sometimes technology doesn't always want to be your friend when you want it to be.
I mean, it said here it was playing.
It said it was playing, too. That happens sometimes, but that's okay. It's going to be a fun night. It's been a good start so far. A lot of great race cars here checked in tonight. 32 entries for the Mars Modified Championship powered by Summit Racing Equipment. Their heat races rolling out onto the speedway. It'll start with Willie's Carb heat race number 1. And we'll put that lineup on the screen for you as we go through heat race number 1 on the pole. Out of St. Genevieve, Missouri, driving car number 0. That is Damian Kiefer. And to his outside, it is the 24H out of Highland, Illinois. That is the gunslinger. That is Mike Harrison. Winner last night at the Brownstown Bull Ring. Row number 2 on the inside will be the 77 out of Kewanee. That is Ray Bollinger. And the 05 out of Liberty, Illinois. That's Dave Weedholder. Row number 3 will be Ashmore, Illinois' Braden Doyle. And Paul Shrimp Jr. out of St. Louis, Missouri in car number 4G. Bonterre, Missouri's Jim Black, the Junkyard Dog, and the 10X. And this 00M of Richard Myers out of Bethalto make up Willie's Carb heat race number 1 for the Mars Modified Championship. As you see on your screen, 8 laps the distance, top 4 transfer. Welcome to everybody watching on FloRacing on the app, the website, or on Amazon Prime or any of our other applications where you see FloRacing as we go green with heat race number 1 on Willie's Carb and Dynos. Down the backstretch, Damian Kiefer will lead Mike Harrison into turn number 3. Harrison will go up to the top shelf. Kiefer shuts the door. Harrison will now go to the inside. Lap number 1, give it to Kiefer. Good battle back there for third between Bollinger and Weedholder as well. Eight laps the distance, and as we mentioned before, it will only be the top 4 going to the main event. Right now, it is Kiefer. As Weedholder closing in on Harrison for that second spot. And Bollinger sits in that 4th and final transfer spot with Braden Doyle trying to figure out his way to get in. Harrison closing back in on Kiefer as they go down the backstretch. Here 3 laps in, the next time around they will see the cross flags from your chief starter on the flag stand. There they are, halfway already in Willie's Carb heat race number 1. And Harrison turning up the pressure on Kiefer. He popples off of 2. They're side by side, about half a length. And here comes Harrison, slide job in 4. The gunslinger takes it. He leads at the line, but Kiefer going to try and answer back with a slider of his own, and 2 he does. Good stuff here. Peebly is putting on a showcase here on Prime tonight. Harrison back again across the nose. Good stuff here at I-55. 2 laps to go this time here in Willie's Carb heat race number 1. What a battle up front so far. Harrison, Kiefer, Weedholder, Bollinger, your top 4. White flag will fly. 1/3 of a mile remains. Keep an eye on that battle for that 4th and final transfer spot as well, as that battle's picked up Braden Doyle on the back of Bollinger. Into 3 for the final time off of 4. Mike Harrison going to withstand the challenge. Harrison wins Willie's Carb heat race number 1. Damian Kiefer 2nd. 3rd will go to Weedholder. 4th will go to Ray Bollinger. He fends off a hard-charging Braden Doyle there late. Woo! How about that race, fans, to start heat race action? I just had that feeling looking at how everything was going. I said this was prime old school Peevely, and boy, how about it?
You just saw it.
That's it in a nutshell right now.
And
fourth will go to Ray Bollinger. Third to Dave Weedholder. Second to Damian Kiefer. And you see him going to the scales now. 2,400 pounds, the minimum weight requirement for dirt car modifieds. The Mars Modified Championship powered by Summit Racing Equipment.
Wow.
And wow, Mike Harrison doing Mike Harrison things. How many times have we said that throughout the years? That's no surprise to see the old gunslinger doing what he does best there.
It's usually up and around the top side, but he had to.
He was all over the place.
Throw a
Inside,
slider in that
outside,
one, for
slide
sure.
jobs. He didn't throw it quite as hard as a Lambert's roll where we partook with lunch yesterday, but it was, it was a fun, clean battle up there, and that's
what we like.
That's what we like, and that's what this place has made its name on over the years, is just racing just like that. Speaking of that, Lethal Chassis Heat Race number 2 on the racetrack. They'll line up like this. On the pole, out of Coutts, Indiana, the B5 of Matthew Baker is outside. From St. Louis, Missouri, that's the Herminator, Kenny Wallace in car number 36. Owen Steinkenning out of Highland in car number 5. The Destroyer, Rick Knoyer out of Wentzville, make up row number 2. Dylan Sharp out of Hillsboro, Missouri. John Devitt out of Macomb in 21D, make up row 3. Gary Gross in 84G from Farmington, and the 81K of Kyle Cole out of Evansville makes up row number 4 of Lethal Chassis Heat Race number 2. Again, top 4 transfer. 8 laps of distance off of quarter number 4. They pass the all-start performance start zone. Green flag is out. Here we go. And Baker will slide up in front of Kenny Wallace as Owen Steinkenny looks to the inside of him. Wallace will power into 3 and try and slide up in front of Baker. Baker will turn to the inside, 3 wide there for just a split second as Steinkenny said, holy cow, here comes another 5 next to me. Wallace will lead that opening circuit. Baker, Steinkenny, Knoyer on that opening circuit. Baker going to the top shelf. Steinkenny turning up the wick to the inside of Wallace. Good, 2 and 3 wide. They are all over this I-55 Federated Auto Parts Raceway Park racing surface. Wallace will drift up the hill. Here comes Steinkenny to the inside. Can he slide up? Not quite to finish the job there. Good battle up front between Wallace and Steinkenny. Down the backstretch, Steinkenny will draw even into 3. This time by, it'll be 4 laps in, 4 to go here in Lethal Chassis Heat Race number 2. Wallace doing a masterful job of doing just enough to keep Steinkenny from being able to power down and pull that slider like what you saw Harrison did there in that opening heat race. Baker running that top shelf, as is Knoyer behind. And the 84G of Gary Gross trying to reel in Knoyer with that 4th and final transfer spot. And Matthew Baker's starting to make some hay up there, and he's closing in on that 2-car battle for the lead, saying, hey, why not make it a 3-car battle once again? 2 laps to go this time. Wallace will lead the field into 3. Baker again pounds that top shelf. Wallace will drift up the hill and opens the door for Steinkenny. White flag in the air this time. Wallace can't keep it pinned on the bottom like he could the last couple of laps. Here comes Steinkenny side by side down the backstretch into 3. And here comes Baker. He's looking for the 2-for-1. Can he do it? He's got 1. He runs out of time. Kenny Wallace wins a wild Lethal Chassis Heat Race number 2. Holy cow. These first 2 heat races, Federated I-55 Raceway Park. Are you guys enjoying this so far or what? Wow. These guys are coming out guns a-blazing. This is good stuff. Rick Knoyer comes home in 4th. Owen Steinkenny 3rd. Matthew Baker, the sands of the hourglass ran out. He was looking for the 2-for-1 special. He got the buy one, but he did not get the second one free. He comes home 2nd. Great run for him. And Kenny Wallace picks up heat race number 2, sponsored by Lethal Chassis. Boy, Donnie McElroy. Boy, this is why this is one of my favorite racetracks in the country right here. This place, when it's right, is so much fun. And boy, it's putting it on full display tonight.
You've not been around for a while doing this, and one of the reasons why it made my decision to come down here and announce as well, because we get put up with this week in and week out, buddy.
I'll say
we love it.
It's one of the more unique racetracks in the country. It's shaped very uniquely. It's very fast, but like you saw there, 2, 3 very distinct grooves, and they when they get brave, sometimes they even try 4. It occasionally works, but That's kind of one of those don't try this at home kids kind
Right.
of things.
Experiences tells a lot there with Kenny Wallace and Owen Steinkenny. Both did a great job.
Absolutely. All-Gear Performance Heat Race number 3 rolling out again. 8 laps the distance for this one as well. Top 4 will transfer to the main event. Here's how the lineup. The winningest driver in Mars Modified Series Championship history. He's tied now all-time at the top of the board with 6 Multi-Fire X Fast Time Awards out of Fowler, Illinois. That's the 18L of Michael Long to his outside. The inaugural Rookie of the Year with the Mars Modified Championship out of Belton, Kentucky. That's the 13 of Charging Charlie Mefford. Row number 2, the defending winner of this event out of Fairview Heights, Illinois, driving the 58R. That is Ryan Hamilton, and to the outside of him, scheduled to be the 0X of Steve Picou. Well, he went up in a big cloud of smoke there during qualifying, the driver out of High Ridge, Missouri. Joshua Hawkins in car number 98 out of Imperial, Missouri. Haley Gross, the young lady out of Farmington, Missouri, in the 3G make up row number 3. Randy Dickman out of Troy, Missouri in 21, and Chris Spalding out of Montgomery City, Missouri in 29. Those are the cars scheduled to be out there. I see Spalding did make it out there. He's on the back of the heat race, but I do not see the 0X of Steve Picou. That is not a surprise after the amount of smoke and the color of the smoke that came out of the back of the 0X there during time trials. That power plant was not very happy. Keeping things rolling along here. Field rolling quickly into 3. Watch as they get to those All-Star Performance start banners there at the exit of turn number 4. Green flag will fly. All-Star Performance Heat Race number 3 is underway. Side by side, though, got a little bit of smoke trailing out of the back of Mefford, but it's not slowing him down. That little motor has done that about every time I've seen him out there, but kind of reminds me of Jack Sullivan a few years ago. Well, actually, many moons ago during the Summer Nationals where that thing is smoke. And I see, speaking of smoke, the 29X of Chris Spalding, driver with a lot of success here this season, the modified division. Things going possibly awry in the 29X. Seeing smoke coming out of there. You see him on your screen. As right now, Charlie Mefford, 2 laps into this one, holds off the winningest driver in Mars Modified Championship history, Michael Long. Ryan Hamilton, like I said, the defending winner of this race in 2025. He sits in position number 3. And right now, Haley Gross holds that 4th and final transfer spot. That car's still smoking, but Spalding making hay. He goes to the inside of Gross, man. It's smoking, but it's still going. And it's all the way up to a transfer spot right now, it does. The 20... Boy, the 29 of Spalding, holy cow. Already 5 laps in the books, 3 to go. Picking them up and putting them down in a hurry. Charging Charlie Mefford leads All-Gear Performance Heat Race number 3 as they go down the backstretch into 3. Mefford, Long, Hamilton, and then a gap between them and that battle for position number 4. And Spalding's motor gives up the ghost. That's a heartbreaker. That thing had worked. He'd worked his way up into a transfer spot. He'll pull in there by the All-Star Performance start zone coming off of 4. Mefford will see the white flag this time. He'll push up the hill Long, closing in, but maybe not quite close enough to do anything with it. We'll see. Into 3 and off of 4. Charlie Mefford will win All-Gear Performance Heat Race number 3. Michael Long comes home 2nd. Ryan Hamilton 3rd. Battle for 4th. Watch at the line. Give it to Miss Haley Gross. She gets it done. She holds off Joshua Hawkins in car number 98. So coming home in 4th, it'll be the 3G of Haley Gross. 3rd will be the 58R of Ryan Hamilton. 2nd, the 18L of Michael Long. And your winner of All-Gear Performance Heat number 3 out of Belton, Kentucky. That is the 13. Give him a hand. I-55. That is Charging Charlie Mefford. Picking them up and putting them down here in the heat races so far here at I-55. Vanquish Race Cars Heat Race number 4 will be up next. They're rolling into position. We'll give you that starting lineup as they get assembled here on the front straightaway. On the pole, sporting the LRD Performance fluorescent red spoiler, signifying he is the points leader for the Mars Modified Championship out of Pontiac, Illinois. Your winner last night at the Benton Speedway, that is the Madman Michael Ledford. Outside of him, the defending Mars Modified Championship powered by Summit Racing Equipment Series champ out of Owensboro, Kentucky. It's the 66, a payday, Cole Falloway. Row number 2 on the inside, it's the J82 out of O'Fallon, Missouri. That's Trev Jacoby. To the outside of him out of Caseyville, Illinois, that's the 1A, the Boogeyman, Steve Meyer Jr. 3rd row will be Hillsboro, Missouri, Seth Castleman in 2C. And Evansville, Indiana's Christopher Cole in 81C. Zach Wickens out of Festus, Missouri in car number 93. And the 44, Rich Lentz out of Carterville. That's your scheduled lineup for Vanquish Race Cars Heat Race number 4. 8 laps of this. Top 4 will transfer to tonight's main event. And Rich Lentz had issues during qualifying as well. And the 44 is MIA for Vanquish Heat Race number 4. Of course, thanks to Zeke McKenzie, Ricky Kramer at Vanquish Race Cars for everything they do there. And, of course, Heat Race number 2, I want to thank the Strimmies for everything they do at Lethal Chassis. Both great partners here with the Mars Modified Championship Tour. Ledford and Falloway will lead them into the All-Star Performance Start Zone. Corner number 4, they'll see the green flag. Here we go. The first 3 have been barn burners. We expect no less here in Heat Race number 4. And the top 2 doing battle have been doing this for the better part of over a year and a half. Man, Falloway and Ledford. That's about as close as you can get without touching one another, folks. Falloway will slide up. Here comes Ledford. Back to the back deck lid of the 66 of Falloway. And Trev Jacoby. He's got one Mars win to his credit as well. That came at the Tri-City Speedway a couple of years back. Those 3 putting on a strong showing, and a good battle there for 4th between Seth Castleman and Steve Meyer Jr. That is for that 4th and final transfer spot. So keeping an eye on a couple of different things at the same time. 3 laps already in. Falloway leading, trying to inch away from the 09 of Michael Ledford. He's doing so at the moment, and Jacoby closing back in on the 09 of Ledford, and right now still side by side. Great battle. That's the best battle on the racetrack right now for position, and it is that for that 4th and final transfer spot. Castleman had it the line the last time, but he and Steve Meyer Jr. going back and forth. You see it on your screen on FloRacing, whether on the app or Amazon Prime or any other spot where you're watching Flo tonight. As Castleman trying to inch away, but Steve Meyer Jr. leaving that left front at home. 2 laps to go this time for Cole Falloway. As Ledford gets a little bit sideways, now allow Falloway to gain maybe a car length and a half or so there. Oh, look out, sideways goes the JD2 at Trev Jacoby, but thankfully had some real estate between himself and that battle for that 4th and final transfer spot. Down the backstretch for the final time, into 3, off of 4. Your winner of Vanquish Race Cars Heat Race number 4 will be the defending series champ, Cole Falloway. 2nd will be the 09 of Michael Ledford. 3rd will be Trev Jacoby, and 4th will be Seth Castleman. Good stuff there in Vanquish Race Cars Heat Race number 4. He came home 5th, but boy, he gave him quite a battle. It was Steve Meyer Jr. in the 1A. 4th, he'll transfer to the main event. The 2C of Seth Castleman. 3rd, the J82 of Trev Jacoby. 2nd, the 09, your current point leader. The 09 of the Madman, Michael Ledford. And picking up the win out of Owensboro, Kentucky. We just call him Payday, and he's earned that nickname. He's found a lot of these big money shows, and he was finally the one to dethrone Michael Long as a series champ. Give him a hand. It's Payday, Cole Falloway in car number 66, your winner of the 4th and final heat race for the Mars Modified Championship, powered by Summit Racing Equipment. And just like that, we are through modified heat race action. And that means it's time for the 850 horsepower, fire-breathing, mud-slinging, ground-pounding cars and superstars. The super late models take to the high banks of I-55 for their 4 heat races on the evening. The Mars Modified Championship powered by FK Rod Ends. Those here in the stands, sure to collect your 50-50 tickets. I see some of the folks going around here help keep the grounds a little bit nice. I see all these waste receptacles here along the grounds here. Keep everything looking nice and pick up your trash, throw that away. Just kind of keep things looking nice here at I-55. This is one of the more beautiful facilities here in the country, and we just want to do our part to help keep things nice and clean here. We'll give you the lineup here for Pontiac RV Heat Race number 1. On the pole out of Fairview Heights, Illinois, 1 career Mars win to his credit. That is the 10K of Darren Klein. The outside of him, a driver who also has 1 career Mars win. That came at Quincy earlier this season out of St. Jacob, Illinois. That is the 10J of Jordan Bauer. Row number 2 on the inside, it is the living legend, the National Dirt Late Model Hall of Famer, a 4-time winner of the Mars Series here at Peevely. That is Batesville, Arkansas's Mr. Smooth, Billy Moyer. And to the outside of him out of Coldwater, Mississippi, the 51B Brandon Carpenter, Michael Clues, the 6K out of Trenton, Jeffrey Ledford out of Pontiac in the 8L, Cody McGuire in the 32M out of Carlinville, and Matt Minzy out of Claver, Missouri in 41. RPMs will pick up, and the All-Star Performance Start Zone and Pontiac RV Heat Race number 1 is underway. Modified heats were bangers. We'll see what the late models can do here. Good start there for Darren Klein down the backstretch. Moyer will go up to second. Good battle right now is for position number 3. 3 wide back there for third. Michael Clues was there on the bottom. There is Carpenter and Jordan Bauer doing battle. Carpenter takes it. Bauer holds that 4th and final transfer spot. And Michael Clues trying to figure out how to get by, and Ledford as well. Oh, problems for Darren Klein. Smoke out of the back of the 10. Heartbreak for the 10K of Darren Klein, leading Pontiac RV Heat Race number 1, and it will come to an end 2 laps into the books. Not quite sure what happened, seeing the smoke trailing out of the back of it. He's still rolling along under power. He's still driving, but you see blue smoke come out of the back of that thing, so possible power plant issues there on the Klein Performance Appliances car number 10K. Tough break there, so he'll make the hard right-hand turn, or the exit of turn number 1. Heartbreaker there for Darren Klein. That means now the leader of Pontiac RV Heat Race number 1 will be the driver of the AK chassis, Clements powered Keith Lawson Motorsports entry. That's the 21 of Mr. Smooth, Billy Moyer behind him. It'll now be Jordan Bauer holding down the 2nd spot, Brandon Carpenter, and Michael Clues, your top 4, Jeffrey Ledford, Matt Minzy, Cody McGuire. How the rest of them will slot in as they come to the All-Star Performance Restart Zone, corner number 4. RPMs will pick up. We are back to green here at Peevely. And good run down the backstretch. Comes the 51B of Brandon Carpenter. He'll try and build that momentum. Oh, just as I say that, he kind of catches the track and drifts up the hill. And that'll allow Michael Clues by for third. And the 8L of Jeffrey Ledford looking to the inside. Caution will come out. Problems with the 32M of Cody McGuire. He'll pull into the infield. 3 circuits now in the books. Yellow light quickly off. Delaware double file restart here for the field. Billy Moyer, Jordan Bauer, Michael Clues, Brandon Carpenter, Jeffrey Ledford, and Matt Minzy. And there's the 32 Cody McGuire rejoining the field. So after hitting the spin cycle, he'll come back out onto the field. They go through the All-Star Performance Restart Zone. We're back underway. 5 laps here to decide Pontiac RV Heat Race number 1. Clues will get sideways coming off with 2 down the backstretch. That'll allow Brandon Carpenter to get by. He will take that 3rd spot. And now Jeffrey Ledford sets his sights on Clues. He'll go to the top side and try and get around the veteran out of Trenton, Illinois in that 6K. Battle for the lead up front. Billy Moyer's got company in the 10J of Jordan Bauer. 5 laps in, 3 to go. Jordan Bauer turning up the wick on the National Dirt Late Model Hall of Famer. Moyer, a lot of experience, a lot of victories here at Peevely. 2 to go this time. Side by side down the backstretch. Moyer will motor ahead into turn number 3. They'll see the white flag this time, 1/3 of a mile to go. Who's it gonna be? Bauer, good run there, but Moyer will use that momentum and that middle groove off of 2. Into 3 and off of 4. Pontiac RV Heat Race number 1. It'll go to Mr. Smooth, Billy Moyer. Jordan Bauer comes home 2nd. 3rd will go to the 51B of Brandon Carpenter. 4th will go to the 6K of Michael Clues. The Trenton Tornado takes that 4th and final transfer spot. So coming home in 4th out of Trenton Tornado, it's the Trenton Tornado out of Trenton, Illinois. It's Michael Clues. 3rd will be the 51B of Coldwater, Mississippi's Brandon Carpenter. 2nd will go to St. Jacob, Illinois' Jordan Bauer in 10J. And the driver looking for 859 career super late model wins. out of Batesville, Arkansas. Give him a hand, I-55. It's Mr. Smooth, Billy Moyer. I-55 Federated Auto Parts Raceway Park is absolutely hooked up. This is fun. Heat race number 2, rolling out of the gate onto the racetrack. Now they'll line up here on the front straightaway. You see a good look at the speed shot here on the FloRacing broadcast. We'll put the lineup graphic up here as we'll go through the lineup here for heat race number 2. On the pole will be the 33M out of Mount Vernon, Illinois. That is Devin McLean. To the outside of him, the defending event winner here at I-55. That is El Paso, Illinois' Ryan Unzicker, your current Mars Late Model Championship point leader. Row 2 on the inside, that'll be Orcutt, California's Dylan Thornton, Dilly in car number 38T. And outside of him out of Shreveport, Louisiana, that's the 15 of Clay Stuckey. Row 3 will be the 84 of Lincoln, Illinois' Miles Moose. And to the outside of him out of New Memphis, Illinois, driving the white car number 10, that is Matt Santel. Fourth and final row will be the 16W of Highland, Illinois' Tony Wolf. And the 26P of Glenn Powell out of Nixa, Missouri, scheduled to be out there, but I do not see the 26P out on the speedway. The 2, 4, 6, 7 of the 8 cars. Top 4 will go to the main event. Into 3, Devin McLean, Ryan Unzicker will lead him off of 4 to the green here. Late model heat race number 2 underway. Oh, McLean will slide up in front of Unzicker. Look out, here comes Dylan Thornton. He gets the special. He gets the 2-for-1 moves, also by the 24 of Unzicker. Lap number 1, give it to Devin McLean. McLean, Thornton, Unzicker back up to position number 3. He and Miles Moose will battle for that with Stuckey right behind them in position number 5. Only 4 of them will transfer out of this heat race to the main event. Unzicker now goes to work on the bottom here at I-55, and he sets his sights on that Brenda and Ricky Kai car number 38T. As we mentioned, he picked up the win at Macon Speedway earlier in the month at the Kirby Strong, but last night at Benton Speedway went for a wild ride. Thankful that Dylan Thornton was okay after that one. Unzicker turning up the wick on Dilly 4P2. That happens right behind race leader Devin McLean. Unzicker tries to slide him. Oh, look out. They maybe made just the slightest bit of contact with the spoiler. Great job there. You see the right rear damage. There was a little bit of contact, but great job really trying to avoid major contact between those two. Dylan Thornton holds off Ryan Unzicker for now. 2 laps to go this time for Devin McLean. This would be a career night for that young man if he can possibly try and find victory lane. Off of quarter number 4, white flag will fly this time for the 33M of Devin McLean. Unzicker goes to work on the top shelf. He'll try and get a run off, but 2 down the backstretch to close on Dylan Thornton. He's doing so. Keeping an eye on that battle for 4th as well. Moose has it. Devin McLean wins heat race number 2. Dylan Thornton, Ryan Unzicker, and Miles Moose will be your 4 transfer cars, with Clay Stuckey 1 spot out looking in. Here in heat race number 2. 5th will go to the 15 of Clay Stuckey. 4th going to the main event out of Lincoln, Illinois. That is Miles Moose. 3rd will go to your current point leader, Ryan Unzicker, in car number 24. 2nd to the 38T of Dylan Thornton, and picking up the win in heat race number 2 for the Mars Late Model Championship, powered by FK Rod Ends out of Mount Vernon, Illinois, in car number 33M. Give him a hand. That is Devin McLean. See the crews making their way down the backstretch into the infield. As we look later tonight, over by the pit concession stand, you'll see some of those like jersey barriers that are in place. That will be the hot pit later this evening. Heat race number 3 rolling out onto the speedway. We'll give you the lineup for that one. I know the Getty boys are tuned in. One of the sponsors on the side of the newest member of the National Dirt Late Model Hall of Fame out of Moweaqua, Illinois. That is the 18 of Shannon Babb. The outside of him, your 3-time and defending Mars Late Model Series champ out of Bloomington, Illinois. That's the Tumble and Dice 2-5 of the high side hustler, Jason Fager. Row 2 will be the 38J, the defending Sunoco Race Fuels Rookie of the Year with the Mars Late Model Championship. That is Jake Little. To his outside, that is the 75 of Peru, Illinois, Daniel Adam. Third row will be the Pink Panther, Bob Gardner out of Washington in 4G. Into his outside, the Festus Flash, Rusty Griffall in car number 16, that Kryptonite car. Callan Hill out of Lawton, Oklahoma, that young man. Joining us all weekend long with the Mars Tour. And outside of him, from Highland, the 18M of Jimmy Miller. Heat race number 3, rolling down the backstretch. They'll enter the All-Star Performance start zone. As we mentioned, Bab, June 2nd, 2012, a winner with the Mars Tour. Jason Fager, July 20th, 2024, his second win here. That come 2 years ago. Green flags out, late model heat race number 3. Good start there for Bab. Side by side for second, Jake Little and Jason Fager. Fager will now set his sights. A pair of throttle smashers known for ripping the high side will now set their sights to do battle with one another. Good battle back there for position number 3. Jake Little and Daniel Adams side by side. Bob Gardner and Rusty Griffall got a good view of that right in front of them. Bab leads 2 laps in. Fager about 2.5 car lengths. Oh, a little bit of a bobble there off of 2. Track is definitely a bit technical here as we go along, but still very, very fast. And Daniel Adams really digging the inside. Gardner catches the wall going off at 2. Right rear damage on the 4G. He keeps going. Right now that battle is for position at number 3. Adam trying to get by Jake Little as they're trying to close in on second place Jason Fager and make that a 3-car race for second. Little will slip and that'll allow Adam to complete that pass. 5 laps in, 3 to go for the Moequa Missiles. He goes down the backstretch, starting to put distance between himself and the 2.5. Trying to kick the afterburners in on that Dyna Grossi's Petrov towing Longhorn number 18 as he pulls away from the 25. Right now living up to his nickname of the High Side Hustler. White flag will fly for Shannon Babb. 1/3 of a mile remaining here in heat race number 3. He'll go down the backstretch for the final time. Into 3 and off of 4. Shannon Babb will win Mars late model heat race number 3. Second will go to Jason Fager. Third to Daniel Adam. And fourth will go to the 38J of Jake Little. So coming home in 4th, going to the main event tonight, your defending Rookie of the Year. That is Jake Little out of Springfield. Third will go to Peru's Daniel Adam in car number 75. Second will go to the 3-time and defending Mars Series champ Jason Fager. And picking up the win out of Moequa, Illinois, driving the Getty Brothers Landscaping. Dyna Grossi's Petrov towing a Longhorn Penske Shocks car number 18. That's the Moequa Missile. Give him a hand, Peevely. It's Shannon Babb. Babb. Let's see Babb up on the scales on your screen. 2,350 pounds, the minimum weight requirement for super late models, going based upon dirt car rules. So gives you a little bit of an idea of what these cars need to weigh. And there. Look at heat race number 4 as they roll out onto the speedway. We'll go through that lineup. On the pole out of Festus, Missouri, a driver no stranger, a lot of laps here at I-55. That is the 11 of Jeff Herzog. And to his outside, out of Mount Vernon, Illinois, that is the 44. Another rich family name here in this area. That is Blaze Burwell. Of course, many of those remember Diamond Jim Burwell. Of course, Blaze carrying on that Burwell racing tradition. Row number 2 will be Marine, Illinois' Mark Voigt in car number 30, and Ricky Frankel out of Quincy in the 33F. Will Harrington, his second night in that Steve Lampley-owned car number 33. Will the Thrill Harrington out of Hawkinsville, Georgia, and Marine, Illinois' Billy Laycock in car number 82. Doug Ty in the 4D out of Troy, Illinois. And Tyler Kuykendall not out there. Appears those motor problems may be terminal. Looks like he may be a scratch for the evening. Driver out of Warsaw, Missouri in car number 8K. Into 3 off of 4. Green flag will fly. Your 4th and final late model heat race of the evening is underway. Herzog will get the jump there on the start. Mark Voigt and Blaze Burwell doing battle there for position number 2. Voigt had a great run down at Benton last night, carrying that momentum into tonight here at Peevely. Keep an eye on the veteran Mark Voigt. He's doing battle there with Burwell for second, and here comes Harrington. Says, you guys go ahead, battle, and give me the bottom. I'll just sneak by both of you if you're not careful. 3 wide back there for second. If Jeff Herzog had a mirror, he would love what he's seeing right now. 2, almost 3 wide. They are going out. Oh, Voigt will clear over the nose of Burwell. He's going to try and throw it back, and Harrington says, thank you very much. I'm going to try and get them both. He got by Voigt. He is up to third. He's looking for second on the bottom. Good battle there between Burwell and Will Harrington. Harrington powers in, and he'll slide up in front of Burwell. Burwell with the crossover, not quite. But he sets himself up to do so in 1 and 2, and he gets it. Back and forth they go for that runner-up spot, but that's allowing the 11H of Jeff Herzog to check out. It was 1.3 seconds the lead the last time by. And it was 2 seconds that time, so definitely allowed Herzog to get some breathing room as those two do battle 2 laps ago this time, and Burwell into the concrete. Oh, look out. Wow. Frankel and Voigt almost come together there with the 44. Tough break there for the 44 of Blaze Burwell. Oh, he was having a knockdown, drag-out battle back there with that Steve Lampley Motorsports 33, Will Harrington, his second night in that race car, and he almost found victory lane that very first night in it down the road, about an hour and a half south of here down at the Benton Speedway. But tough break there for the 44. You see right rear spoiler damage, and he will take that 44 back to the pit area. You can see the right front kind of towed out on the 44. The toe end kind of knocked out here. In a place like this is the kind of speed you're carrying. Sometimes on the bull rings you can kind of get away with that, but a place like Peevely, as fast as you're going around here, things aren't quite right. It's not a place you always want to try your luck unless so, I mean, sometimes you're gambling when it's late, you're up front, maybe you're in a spot, maybe top 2 or 3, especially if you're racing for points, or maybe you're leading the race and something happened in front of you and you're trying to hold on for a 1 or 2 lap dash. But
and that was hard fought.
But three laps around this place, that thing towed out would not be a lot of fun.
No, sir. Not at all.
Jeff Herzog right now is having fun out in front of this one. Will Harrington licking his chops at a chance on the restart. Mark Voigt sits in position number 3 now with Ricky Frankel in that 4th and final transfer spot. They'll go through the All-Star Performance restart zone, and we'll do battle with these final 3 laps here in late model heat race number 4. And here comes Harrington to the inside. Will Harrington was licking his chops on that restart, and he got a shot at it, and he takes the lead with 2 to go. And here comes Frankel to the inside of Mark Voigt. He'll take 3rd. Into 3 and off of 4. White flag will fly this time for Will Harrington. Harrington definitely feels like one got away from him last night at Benton, and he's trying to make up for it. Into 3 and off of 4. Will Harrington will win heat race number 4. Jeff Herzog will come home 2nd. 3rd will go to Ricky Frankel, and 4th at the line. He had a battle for it. Mark Voigt holds off Billy Laycock. Good stuff there late. That was almost a photo finish between those two. About half a nose link there for Mark Voigt as he holds on to that 4th and final transfer spot. 3rd will go to the 33F of Ricky Frankel. 2nd to the 11H of Jeff Herzog. And give him a hand, ladies and gentlemen, out of Hawkinsville, Georgia. But driving that locally owned car for Steve Lampley out of, again, Hawkinsville, Georgia. That is the thrill, Will Harrington. Will Harrington, like you said, he felt like one got away from him last night down there at Benton. And even Tanner English admitted in victory lane, man, he had a really good race car last night, and he's licking his chops. And he's sometimes the most dangerous thing is a race car driver that's got a little extra motivation after they think something gets away from him. Donnie McElroy, that's tale as old as time. Sometimes man, some of these guys don't even. There's something like Michael Jordan sometimes where they'll find a way to fire themselves.
Oh, exactly.
Momentum can be as much mental as it is physical when it comes to the sport.
It is.
And as we've seen sometimes here during the Mars Tour as well, sometimes you can have everything put together, but if you don't have that little thing called Lady Luck, sometimes it just blind luck how things will fall your way where it doesn't for somebody else. Sometimes that's made the difference, and that really has been the difference between kind of how the season's been for Ryan Unzicker and Jason Fager looking at the top of the points. So that's like a night like last night, it looked like Ryan Unzicker was going to have a disastrous night and was buried deep. Actually spun out twice in his heat race and was parked. When's the last time you've ever heard of a series point leader of any level having something like that happen, let alone somebody as decorated as Unzicker? But he rallied, come from 21st, and ends up, instead of a night where he could have possibly lost half or more of that point lead, Lady Luck kind of shined for him. Fager would have a flat late, and he actually added, I think, 13 or 14 points to his point lead. So those are the kind of nights where championships are won. But speaking of that, we'll roll into the B-modified heat race action. Donnie McElroy, take it away. Good
All right,
field
Patrick,
of them here.
Thank you very much. Here's your lineup for heat number 1 for the Mighty B-Mods with us. Troy Medley in the 62 car on the inside of row number 1 with Bennett Sproul outside in the 5S. Then it'll be Dean Vickers and Paulie Shrimp the third in row number 2. Blake Carroll and Derek Medley in row number 3. Stephen Finstad and Zach Hegan in row number 4. And Jerry Fleming, the 32F going green here in heat number 1 for our Mighty B-Modifieds. Who's going to be your leader in lap number 1? Oh, we got one car with a serious push. That's dazzling Dean Vickers up there. Not feeling so dazzling right now as the yellow flag is out here early in this one. Problems on Dean Vickers' ride here down the front straightaway. We'll see where he takes it, whether he's going to go to the infield or figure out what's going on and see if he can continue after. He was started on the inside of row number 2 on that one, so we'll see what happens here in just a moment here in heat number 1 for the B-Modifieds. Again, Troy Medley will be sitting on the pole in that number 62. And one of the young kids, up-and-coming B-Mod drivers in that number 5 car will be Bennett Sproul. Then it was Dean Vickers and supposed to be Paulie Shrimp. So that'll move Blake Carroll now up into the inside. I don't even see Paulie Shrimp out there for the moment. But a nice slow piece as we head over to the start zone in turn number 4. We check in with our flagman, Craig Halbrook. Now a green flag in the air, and heat number 1 is back underway. The two run side by side off turn number 2 with Medley about a half a car length advantage. At the line this time, Troy Medley, your leader in the number 62 car with the youngster Bennett Sproul in second. Now here's a good run that is Paulie Shrimp the third in the 35. I'm sorry, he is there. He made the call. Who's it going to be at the line? Medley, Shrimp, Blake Carroll now the third. Bennett Sproul in fourth. Zach Hegan now running your top 5. Passing points. We use passing points here at I-55 Federated Auto Parts Raceway Park. So the farther you can advance towards the front of the field, the more points you accumulate. Could pole vault you up to the front rows starting spot in one of the main events here tonight. The lead is still the same, the 62 car. Now Sproul Paulie Shrimp looking to the inside of Medley for the lead down the back straight as we head to turn number 3. Shrimp on the bottom, Medley to the high side, a little slide up in front. Give the lead to Paulie Shrimp the third. But first, the yellow flag will be out. I don't know if that's going to stick, but we'll find out how our officials call it here in just a little bit. You folks can see on FloRacing, the yellow flag is in the air. We'll see, looks like, nope, that yellow flag, we didn't get 1 plus the leader across the line, so that'll hand that top spot back over to Mr. Troy Medley. Now we do the dirt car double file restart, so Paulie Shrimp the third, he'll choose the inside. That'll put Blake Carroll to the outside in the number 59. Looks like the yellow light's going to stay on, so we're going to go at least one more trip around before the green flag gets back in the air for heat number 1 for our B modifieds. Medley, Shrimp, Carroll, and Sprawl. Your top 4. Hegan, Medley, Finstadt, Fleming, 5 through 8. I'm sure Mr. Troy, the veteran of the I-55 Raceway, he'll find a way now to try to keep those cars behind him. Once again, green flag back in the air. Heat number 1 well underway. With 4 in the books, 4 to go. We hit the green flag that last time by. At the line, it's still Troy Medley showing the way over Paulie Shrimp to third, and Blake Claro in the third spot. He's got a good battle with the number 5 car of Paulie. I'm sorry, not Paulie Shrimp. Geez, Don Bennett Sprawl. Flying green in the air. That's 2 laps to go in heat race number 1. Medley still showing the way in the number 62 car. Down the back straightaways, we head into turn number 3. We hit the line this time. White flag in the air for your leader, Troy Medley. With less than a lap to go, here comes Paulie Shrimp, going to mount a little bit of a challenge, but no, the yellow flag's going to catch us first. So with the white flag in the air on the final lap, that's going to hand the lead and the win over to the number 62 car. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. The young man comes out of Festus, Missouri. This is Troy Medley. All right, here's your lineup for heat number 2 for the B modified. Starting on the inside of row number 1, the 12-in machine, that'll be Mike Newton. We all call him Fig most of the time. Outside of him, another one of the hot shots around this area, the M14 car, that's going to be Shad Prescott. Row number 2 on the inside, and the 5/8 car, that'll be Scott Hammock. Outside of him, in the 14P car, that'll be Joe Patrick. Row number 3 on the inside, the number 36 machine, that'll be Tyler Arnold. Outside of him, in the number 11 car, that'll be Ron Duncan. Row number 4 on the inside, the 7W, will be Drew Walsh. Outside of him, the 88J car, that'll be Joshua Dolan. Back in row number 5, all by his lonesome self, will be the 444 car of Logan Dockery. Another 8 laps will be the distance in this one. Again, like I said earlier, we use passing points here at I-55, have all season long. So I can't hardly give you the lineups until we get all the heat races done. All right, once again, the start zone, turn 4, we're going green. Heat number 2 underway. Shad Prescott rolls down the back straightaway and leads into turn number 3. Oh, we got one around over there in turn number 3. So that brings the caution flag early in this one. I don't know, we might have gotten a lap in on that one. Trying to get the thing fired back up there. The number 11 car. Ron Duncan, I believe, is who that would be. Still trying to have trouble getting her put back a fire under the hood of that one. Let's see if we can let it roll back down into towards the wall a little bit.
Yeah, not knowing where the fuel pickup is maybe on that thing, with it kind of setting the fuel tank going downhill, maybe the fuel away from that pickup just a little bit. We'll see maybe if he gets a little bit of a push and that thing levels out maybe. Yep.
He found the start button.
There it is.
Yep. So he'll get to rejoin the field and continue on and motor on here in heat number 1.
Sure enough. I say that's one of those, we mentioned the banking here, and when you get a situation like that, sometimes if that fuel runs away from that fuel pickup, that car will not want to fire back up, and You saw the smoke come out of it. Maybe it was just a case where it was picking up, but he got a little bit too much in there and he flooded just a little bit.
And you said it earlier tonight when you were watching the push trucks packing it down.
Yeah.
How much sliding down this bank there.
The water truck was having fun here earlier in the day trying to stay up on that top shelf.
Oh, absolutely.
It gets really slick, but boy, you can tell the hard work's really paying off here tonight.
Yep. All right, here we go. Once again off turn 4, green flag back in the air. With Chad Prescott showing the way. Joe Patrick had snuck into the number 2 spot in the number 14 machine. Good run for that young man. It's still Prescott, Patrick, Mike Newton, Tyler Arnold, Scott Hammock, your top 5. And we cross the stripe this time. We'll have 3 laps in the books, 5 to go in heat number 2 for the Mighty B Modified. Looking at a good battle here for the 4th and 5th spot. Who's it going to be at the line this time? Give it to Joshua Dolan. He takes over spot number 4. Mike Newton goes to 5th. Newton trying to track him back down now, as you see on TV here. Rolling off turn number 4. Nothing doing at that line this time. We got our leader, the M14 car of Chad Prescott. Down around the bottom of the racetrack, still showing the way. Looking into a couple of the battles here for that 2nd and 3rd spot now. Joshua Dolans and Joe Patrick battling alongside for the number 2 spot as they roll into turn number 3 and 4. White flag in the air, wanting to go for Chad Prescott. Gives the number 2 spot now to Tyler Arnold. Joe Patrick is in that 3rd spot. Dolan's in 4th. Here comes your leader off turn number 4. He'll make the win here tonight. Chad Prescott wins heat number 2. Tyler Arnold to drive home into the number 2 spot. Joe Patrick will finish 3rd, and Joshua Dolan's in 5th. Logan Dockery drives his way up to 5th. That ought to give him a pretty nice little starting spot for the feature event here tonight. But ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for heat number 2 winner. Comes to us out of House Springs, Missouri. Down the front straightaway, it is Chad Prescott. All right, back straight away. Give him a little loving as he rolls down your way. This is Chad Prescott, your winner of B-Mod heat number 2. All right, here's the cars and stars of heat race number 3 for the B-Modified. Starting on the inside of row number 1, the number 50 machine. That'll be Hayden Booth. Outside of him, they call him Hot Sauce. It's 21 of Cody Shantz. Row number 2, starting on the inside, the 2025 Battle of the Bull Ring champion last year, the 71 of Joel Ortberg. Outside of him, the 56S, that'll be Daniel Sarkis. Row number 3 on the inside to be the 9C of Adam Canterbury. Outside of him, the number 52 to be Joe Rudy. Row number 4 will be the 25J of Andrew Johns and the 13-8 of Donovan Hutchinson. Another 8 laps. Passing points will prevail. Green flag in the air for heat number 3. All bottled down around the bottom. Now look at that, 3 wide for the lead as they head into turn number 3. Booten, he kind of pulls right out of the middle of it. Who's going to be their leader in lap number 1? Joe Ortberg over Cody Shantz. Daniel Sarkis was 3rd at the line with Andrew Johns all the way up to 4th already. It's Ortberg still showing away. Here comes John for the number 2 spot. He's looking for more in 1 and 2. Now John smashes the gas and he takes over the number 2 spot. Cody Shantz slips to 3rd. Adam Canterbury is now a good run up to the number 4 spot in the number 9C car. He's up to challenge Shantz for the 3rd spot. Then here comes Joe Rudy. He's up in his mess. He wants to make it into the main event here tonight. Again, passing points ever so important here in these heat races for the B-Modified. It's still Ortberg with a nice advantage over Andrew Johns. Joe Rudy now has moved himself, take over the number 3 spot in the 52. Chance is 4th in the 21 car. Canterbury 5th. Rudy still showing the way down as they dive into turn number 3 and 4. He's working the high line. Flying green in the air. That means 2 laps to go in this one. Cody Shantz, he still runs the number 4 spot. Comes our leader, this time off turn number 4. White flag in the air, 1 go in heat number 3 for the B modified. Andrew Johns crosses 2nd right now. Joe Rudy's 3rd. Canterbury now has snuck into the number 4 slot in the number 9 C car. And for the final time here in heat race number 3, here's your winner. It is the 71 of Joel Ortberg. Andrew Johns will come home in the number 2 spot. Joe Rudy will finish 3rd. Adam Canterbury will come home in 4th. Donovan Hutchinson in 5th. Daniel Sarkis in 6th. Cody Shantz slipped all the way to 7th. And Hayden Booth rounding the field out in 8th. All right, ladies and gentlemen, he's got that flag in his hand. Comes to us out of High Ridge, Missouri. Put your hand to winner. Hands for the winner of heat race number 3. This is Joel Ortberg.
Hey, Donnie, a real neat note about Joel. Everybody's familiar with the term like UNOH, the University of Northwestern Ohio. Joel, actually a graduate of that racing program and now working for Donnie Jumper at Impressive Race Cars. He is a sheet metal fabricator and welder. So one of those local racing products that's went through that UNOH program that has all those different race cars you see go across the country, educating our future racers. Well, there's one example of one who's went through the program, and he's got his feet firmly planted in the sport. He's also a heck of a wheel as well.
He is. He was our 2025 Brownstown, or the Battle of the Bull Ring champion last year. So
yeah, a long time, a lot of success in the sportsman division before moving up as well.
Yep. All right, here's your lineup for heat number 4 for our B modified. Starting on the inside of row number 1, be the 24X car of Aaron Canterbury. Outside him, scheduled to start the 23P, that'll be Holly Palmer. Row number 2, it'll be the 17C, last week's feature winner of A.J. Klein. Outside the 5J of Shane Jumper. Row number 3, in the 9S car, familiar face, it'll be Ken Schrader. Outside of him, the 17E car, that'll be Matt Edler. Row number 4 on the inside will be Kyle Helmick. Outside the 32S of Draven Shaw. And here we are, just about set to go. Green flag in the air. 3 wide for the number 2 spot, rolling into turns 1 and 2. A.J. Klein, fresh off that victory last Saturday night, he said he wants more. I want some heat race wins. A good way to do it is he's driving his way, and he'll lead lap number 1 here in heat number 4. Canterbury's running in the number 2 spot. Schrader is 3rd, Shane Jumper in 4th. The line is still Klein. Now good battle between Schrader and Canterbury. Schrader takes the spot away in turns 2. He'll take over the number 2 spot as they roll into turn 3 this time. Schrader now in 2nd. Canterbury is 3rd. Kyle Helmick now in the 25X. He's up to the 4th spot. Edler in 6th in the 17E car. Halfway home in heat number 4. Troy, Missouri's very own A.J. Klein showing the way over the veteran Ken Schrader. Kyle Helmick is now up to 3rd. Matt Edler now has snuck his way into the number 4 slot. He's moving forward in the 17E. 2 laps to go in heat number 4 for A.J. Klein. Smoothly around the bottom, about a half a straightaway advantage. On to the front straightaway, white flag in the air for A.J. Klein. He rolls smoothly into turns 1 and 2. Ken Schrader still running a distant 2nd. And again, for the final time off turn number 4, he'll get the win in heat number 4. It is A.J. A.J. Klein. Ken Schrader will drive home in the number 2 spot. Kyle Helmich will finish 3rd. And Matt Edler will finish 4th. With Shane Jumper in 5th. Aaron Canterbury in 6th. Holly Palmer 7th. And Raven Shaw round out the field in the number 8 slot. All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Driving that Beak-Built car, picking up the win here in heat number 4, the Imperial Bull number 17C. It's A.J. Klein. Again, folks, down the back straightaway, give him a round of applause. That is A.J. Klein. All right, here we go for our first and only heat race for the Max Signer Automotive Sportsman. Starting on the inside of row number 1. It'll be the number 5S car. That's going to be, I told you earlier, he's pulling double duty again tonight. One of the young guns, up-and-coming stars of the Speedway action. That is Bennett Sprawl. Scheduled to start on the outside will be the number 5 machine of Chuck Davis. Then on the inside of row number 2, another one of the been around for a few years, the GOATs here, so to speak, is the 29 car of Jeff LeBob. Outside of him, the number 23 car, that'll be Dennis Wernell. Row number 3 on the inside, the number 59, that'll be Ryan Gegg. Outside, the number 16 machine, right here from Festus, Missouri, we call him the Little Phenom. That's going to be Cruz Griffall. Definitely one to watch here in the near future, as he's got a pretty good coach under his wing to learn how to drive.
Oh, you are not wrong there. The Festus Flash, old Rusty Griffall, a lot of experience between modifieds, late models, and sportsman as well, and getting his start in this very division as well. And like you said, Cruz is one of those kids. He's learned a lot, turning wrenches for his dad, and now getting a chance to turn the steering wheel. And it's fun seeing yet another one of those names that you grew up watching, now seeing their kids starting to do the same thing. These 2nd, 3rd, and even 4th generation kids coming up.
Hey, next car in the lineup is going to be the 00 of Lee Stupi out of St. Genevieve. Then Joshua Dolans will be pilot of the C4 Souchet owned ride. And Jerry Radiker in the P70. As we get off turn 4. That stingy old flagman didn't like what he saw. But that's all right. We'll give him one more shot at it, I guess.
Well, no, at least no harm, no foul on that one, other than a little jumpy.
Right.
Hey, sometimes you'll get that.
You got to go.
Hey, these guys know they've got to go, and you never know. Sometimes these guys also know and pay attention as well in these support classes. They know when an event's going to be on like a flow or a dirt vision as well. And sometimes just knowing, hey, my friends may be watching, or somebody that doesn't get to watch me race all year maybe watch me tonight. That stuff can get into a driver's head, especially if they're not as experienced as well. Some of these younger guys, or maybe that don't have that, it's a different kind of pressure.
And speaking of the experience, you got a younger driver on the inside and a veteran out on the outside with Jeff LeBob.
Yeah, Jeff LeBob, a lot of laps here around I-55.
Then you got Dennis Wernell back there. He's been around for a bunch of years as well. All right, the heat race for the sportsman underway for the Max Signer Automotive Sportsman. Jeff LeBob out the early lead off turn number 2. Trying to chase him down is the number 5 of Bennett Sprawl. Keep an eye on that 00 car. He's been on fire here as of late with us at I-55. And he's already made his, into 5th that time, it looks like. Now they're going to look at 3 wide for 4th, 5th, and 6th place, with Wernell being the middle, with Cruz Griffall being down to the inside. As they're still chasing 29 car of Jeff LeBob. Bennett Sprawl still holds on to that number 2 spot. Here comes Lee Stupi. And the 00 car snuck his way into the number 3 spot. Gegg is running 4th, Wernell in 5th. Kind of fun watching one of the veterans with Cruz Griffall trying to find his way. Now he's got a good groove. See what he can do in turns 3 and 4. But we're back on our leaders here at the line with LeBob leading Bennett Sprawl. Ryan Gegg. Now the Cruiser has gotten around. the 23 of Dennis Wernell. We're a little past halfway. We were working on lap number 5 of 8 with Jeff LeBob, Bennett Sprawl, Lee Stupi on the move, Ryan Gegg, and Cruz Griffall. Right now, your top 5 is flying green in the air. That's 2 laps to go. We got, Joshua Dolan's in the C4 car, slow, and more smoke out from underneath the back one of those cars. That won't make this young lady here right in front of us very happy. That's part of her family car. The Souchet-owned C4 car.
And talk about another family, a lot of ties here. The Souchet family, a lot of laps here, especially in the sportsman division here at I-55 throughout the years.
Chris had driven it for years, and then he'd had to step away, I believe, for medical issues. So, unfortunately, and always a competitor here for many, many, many years. Tough competitor at that.
Yeah, definitely one of those guys whenever you come and watch the sportsman division here on any given Saturday night was always one of those names, always in that mix with some of the best in this area, in this division. And fun to see him still continue the tradition on. And speaking of continuing on, we got three more laps to go. And
here comes Stupi.
Hang on, Stupi. Stupi, hang on.
LeBob's going to try to hold him off here for the final couple of the laps, but as usual, Lee Stupi's got that car locked down and rolling again tonight. Probably Kurt. Look at there, the youngster. Cruz Griffall now got that right rear parked up on a cushion. 1 lap to go here in the heat race for the Max Zeiner Automotive Sportsman. It's Stupi, LeBob, Griffall, Sprawl, and Gegg, your top 5. For the final time in heat for the sportsman, it is the 00 of Lee Stupi. Jeff LeBob, he'll come home in the number 2 spot. 3rd, picking it up on that final trip around, that time by with the 5 of Bennett Sprawl. 4th was the 16 of Cruz Griffall, and 5th was the 59 car of Ryan Gegg. All right, Lee pulls her into the infield. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands to winner of Sportsman Heat Race here tonight. Coming out of St. Genevieve, Missouri, this is Lee Stupi. All right, I think with that's time for some Mars Modified B-Mains, or the last chance showdown.
We're all the way through heat race action. Boy, we're picking them up and putting them down here so far, and it is time for Equip Link Trucks B feature number 1 for the Mars Modified Championship, powered by Summit Racing Equipment. 2 B-Mains here tonight for the Mars Modifieds. We'll give you the lineup here for Equip Link Trucks B feature number 1 on the pole out of Ashmore, Illinois. It's car number 2, Braden Doyle, the outside, the 84G of Gary Gross. Haley made it in earlier. Gary's going to try it and make it 2 of the Gross family here in the feature tonight. He's out of Farmington, Missouri. Row 2 will be the 10X of the Junkyard Dog out of Bonne Terre, Missouri. That is Jim Black, and his outside, the 23 of Dylan Sharp out of Hillsboro. 3rd row schedule will be the 4G of Paul Shrimp Jr. out of St. Louis in the 4G, and John Dimmitt, one of your Rookie of the Year competitors here with the Mars Modified Tour out of Macomb, Illinois, the 21D. Richard Myers in 00M, and Kyle Cole in 81K out of Evansville, Indiana. Makes up Equip Link Trucks B feature number 1. 8 laps the distance. Those watching along on FloRacing on the app or the website or on Amazon Prime or anywhere else where the FloRacing fast channel is available. Hope you're all enjoying the broadcast here so far tonight. I-55 has definitely been dialed in. This is Prime Peevely tonight, and it's been a lot of fun so far as we're going to lock in the final 4 transfer spots into the modified feature in these next 2 B-Mains. After this will be a pair of Mars late model B-Mains. Braden Doyle and Gary Gross will lead the field down the backstretch. They will pick up the pace around those All-Star Performance banners, that All-Star Performance start zone. Into 3 off of 4. Green flag will fly. Here, good battle there. 3 almost 4 wide there. Oh, look out. As the 4 of Pauly Shrimp will get sideways, he'll spin down the backstretch. Holy cow, he was the inside 4 wide. That'll draw the yellow. He was to the inside of Jim Black. And they were doing battle with 23 of Dylan Sharp in there as well. That was wild. Luckily, nobody torn up out of that exchange, given how crazy that really was. We'll see. Looks like no damage on the 4G of Pauly Shrimp as he'll back up and he waits for the field to come by, and he will drop to the tail, since that was a single car incident. Was scheduled to start inside row number 3, but since that was a single car incident through the yellow, he will drop to the tail. 1 to go signal being given this time. Next time around, we will try take number 2 for Equip Link Trucks B feature number 1 for the Mars Modified Championship, powered by Summit Racing Equipment. A beautiful Saturday night with a nice big moon in the sky. Kind of see the clouds kind of going across that. Field will middle of 3 off of 4. Enter the All-Star Performance start zone. Green flag will fly. And we'll go back to do a battle again. Oh, contact there, 3 wide. Gary Gross kind of got bumped out of the way by the 23 at Dylan Sharp. Now side by side down the backstretch. As Sharp now slows down, going into 3. That's going to potentially draw a Midwest Sheet Metal caution. They're motioning him down. We stay green. We get lap number 1 in. Braden Doyle will lead the way. Jim Black sits in position at number 2. And the Midwest Sheet Metal caution will fly. Flat right rear tire on the 23 of Dylan Sharp. Delaware double file restart coming up here. 1 lap in out of this 8-lap B main event. Equip Link Trucks B feature number 1. Braden Doyle showing the way over the veteran Jim Black, the junkyard dog, sitting in position number 2. Gary Gross running in position number 3. Gonna try and get a good restart here and try and get back by those 3 or 4 cars really doing battle with one another, knowing that second spot is the final spot in through this B main. Piece of debris there on the top of turn number 3, picking it up. And got the debris pulled away there. 1 to go signal being given. As you see the crew trying to get that right rear tire changed on the 23 of Dylan Sharp. It looks like the sands, the hourglass are out, but he gets it done. And he will be able to rejoin at the tail. Dylan Sharp will have a fighter's chance to try and race his way in. He's going to be fun to watch from the tail. Here we go. Green flag will fly on this restart. 1 lap in. Equip Link Trucks B feature number 1. Jim Black holds that second and final transfer spot. Here comes Gary Gross looking to the inside. John Dimmitt and Pauly Shrimp battle back right behind them. 2 by 2. That's for positions 2 and 4. Right now, Braden Doyle in command of this one. Oh, hard hit back there for the 23. As Dylan Sharp hits the wall hard and cleans the concrete. We stay green as he rolls away and into the infield. And caution will come out. A piece of debris there at the top of turn number 2 off of the 23. And as hard as he hit that wall, definitely want to take a look and make sure he didn't leave any other pieces out there as well. Yeah, track crew going to do a sweep there right about where you could see where he really cleaned the wall. You see Peyton Rigsby up there in the Mars cart making his way up underneath the scoreboard as the track official picks up the piece of debris there in turn 2 is a piece of sheet metal. See some metal on that as well, but crew definitely scouring this entire racing surface to make sure nothing else was left behind there. That was a hard hit there going into 2. Did a little bit of a wall scrape there for the track crew, did the 23 of Dylan Sharp. He was in that early battle, that opening circuit. Things went from bad to worse for him there, but right now, Gary Gross, things are looking good as he sits in position number 2. He holds that second and final transfer spot. Braden Doyle has led this one from the drop of the green. Jim Black, Paul Shrimp, John Dimmitt, Richard Myers, and Kyle Cole. Your car's still on track. Only 2 of them will punch their ticket to the big dance. Green flag will fly. Here we go. Black will go to work on the top shelf off of 2 down the backstretch. He'll pull even with Gary Gross. Watch that battle for that second and final transfer spot. Gross digging on the bottom, trying to reel in your race leader, Braden Doyle. Good restart there for Gary Gross as Jim Black starting to lose real estate. Paulie Shrimp closing in now. Shrimp now looks to the inside of Black for position number 3. They can see that second and final transfer spot right in front of them. And no, they've only got 3 laps to try and get there. Doyle's starting to put some space between himself and Gary Gross. There's 2 laps remain here in Equip Link Trucks B main number 1. Side by side, they duel for 3rd, but that's 1 spot short of where they need to be. White flag will fly this time for Braden Doyle. He'll go by the flag stand into turn number 1. Down the backstretch for the final time, the caution. The Midwest Sheet Metal caution will fly. This one is not over yet. That's problems 4 at the bottom of turn number 3. The 81K of Kyle Cole has an issue. The driver out of Evansville, Indiana. Roll slowly down the front stretch here. See damage to the right front, including the support and part of the roof dented on that. So not quite sure what happened there with the 81K machine, but some damage there late. But it's going to be a 1-lap shootout here in Equip Link Trucks B feature number 1. Braden Doyle showing the way. How many think Gary Gross can hold on to that second and final transfer spot? How many think that Paulie Shrimp can take it here in this final lap? How about the junkyard dog Jim Black? Has he got anything left in that 10X? Well, buckle up. 1/3 of a mile to find out. They'll enter the all-start performance restart zone. Braden Doyle picks up the pace. Green and white will fly together. Paulie Shrimp gets the start on Gary Gross. Keep an eye on John Dimmitt. He's got it wound up on the high side down the backstretch. Can he make anything happen here late? Gross will go to the top side. He'll get sideways. Braden Doyle will win. Second will go to Paul Shrimp Jr. Paulie Shrimp gets it done. Jim Black will come home 3rd. Gary Gross, Richard Myers, your top 5. Only 2 transfer to the main event, though. You'll see your finishing order pop up on the screen for those watching at home. Coming home in second, you see him highlighted in gold. That is the 4G of Paul Shrimp Jr. And picking up the win out of Ashmore, driving car number 2, that is Braden Doyle. Braden Doyle wins Equip Link Trucks B main number 1. Second and final B main for the Mars Modified Championship powered by Summit Racing Equipment. It's rolling out onto the speedway, and we will give you that starting lineup for this one. The final 2 spots up for grabs in tonight's main event for the Mars Modifieds. 2,000 to win, 30 laps their main event tonight. 8 laps to decide those final 2. On the pole, it's going to be the 98 of Imperial, Missouri's Joshua Hawkins. His outside out of Caseyville, Illinois. That's the 1A of the Boogeyman, Steve Meyer Jr. Randy Dickman out of Troy, Missouri in car number 21. And the 93 of Zach Wickens from right here in Festus, Missouri, makes up row 2. Chris Spalding, who has had a really good year here. 3 wins on the year here at I-55 out of Montgomery City, Missouri. Scheduled to start inside row number 3 to his outside, the 81C of Christopher Cole. Steve Pacou, we saw his issues earlier in the night, not out there. And Rich Lentz, also not out there. But we do see the 29 of Chris Spalding. Again, 3 feature wins on the year here at I-55. He's had a good year. Green flag will fly. Here we go. Second and final B main for the Mars Modified Championship powered by Summit Racing Equipment. Steve Meyer Jr. will lead the field into 3, and the caution will come out. They were not quite in line where they needed to be coming to the green. Getting a little bit of instruction from Mars Modified Race Command Race Series Director Jonathan Clayton, letting them know they need to be side by side as they come to that start zone coming off of turn number 4 before they fire off. And also reminding them that the leader sets the pace. And that would be Joshua Hawkins. Nice, much better start there this time as they're side by side coming down the front stretch. Hawkins and Steve Meyer Jr. will do battle. Here comes the 29 of Chris Spalding. 2 spots. We'll get you into the feature. That's 1 and 2. Everybody else will join the fans in the stands and watch what should be a good one tonight. Steve Meyer Jr. leads the way over Hawkins. Dickman sits in position number 3, but he's got the 29 of Chris Spalding on his back deck lid. Meyer will drift up the hill. That'll open the door up for the 98 of Hawkins. Not able to do anything there. 3 in, 5 to go. Here comes the 29 now, trying to roll that middle to the outside groove to try and get by the 21 of Randy Dickman. He's been no stranger to victory lane, the second winningest driver in the modified division this year. Trev Jacoby's got 4 wins on the year. And the 29 of Spalding has 3. And in fact, he was our most recent winner here, August 22nd. 5 in, 3 to go. Good side-by-side battle for the lead up front. Hawkins trying to inch forward on the Boogeyman. And the Boogeyman says, not so fast, my friend. I'm going to hold on to that lead with 2 to go. 2 by 2 for that top spot. Spalding, the sands of the hourglass starting to run out for him. They can see that battle for the lead in front of them, but they're not close enough to do anything. White flag, 1 to go. Hawkins leads that lap. Back and forth they go. 1 and 2, they're racing for starting position, but those 2, they stay where they're at. Both will make the feature. We'll see who wins B main 2 off of 4. Give it to the 98 of Joshua Hawkins. Second will be the 1A of Steve Meyer Jr. Randy Dickman will come home 3rd. Chris Spalding 4th. So Chris Spalding's pursuit for a 4th win here at I-55 will have to wait another week. But coming home in position number 2 is the 1A of Steve Meyer Jr. And picking up the win here in B main number 2 for the modifieds, it is the 98 of Imperial, Missouri's Joshua Hawkins. Late model B main rolling out onto the speedway. Got a pair of those coming up. Those will be 8 laps. Top 2 will transfer to the main event out of each of these. And this was how they'll line up on the pole. One of your Sunoco Rookie of the Year contenders out of Pontiac, Illinois. That is the 8L. The builder of the Dynasty chassis, that is Jeffrey Ledford. Jeffrey Ledford in car number 8L to the outside of him. In the Longhorn by Stuckey, car number 15 out of Shreveport, Louisiana, that is Clay Stuckey. Row 2 will be the 41 of Matt Menzie out of Claver, Missouri, to his outside. The 10 of New Memphis, Illinois' Matt Santel. Third row will be the 32M of Cody McGuire out of Carlinville, to his outside. The 16W of Highland, Illinois' Tony Wolf. Darren Klein, who has one Mars win to his credit. No stranger to victory lane here at I-55. Doesn't have one this season, but he's no stranger to victory lane. He'll start in position at number 7 in the 10K. And Glenn Powell out of Nixon, Missouri in 26P will round out your field. Again, only 2 cars out of this first B main will go to tonight's $5,000 to win 40 lap Mars Super Late Model Feature event. Get a good look at that big moon we were talking about over the horizon, over the backstretch towards turn number, not quite to turn number 3, over the backstretch. Jeffrey Ledford and will lead him to the green. Good side-by-side start with him and Stuckey. Stuckey will use that outside momentum down the backstretch to take the top spot away. Good battle back there for position number 3. As Minzy works to the inside of the 10 of Matt Santel. He and Santel battle with McGuire right behind. Darren Klein did not make it out here for this one, so heartbreaker for Darren Klein, who had trouble while leading his heat. His pursuit for another Mars win will have to wait another night. Right now, Clay Stuckey showing the way in this one. Good battle for second. Santel works to the inside of the 8L of Jeffrey Ledford. That is for that second and final transfer spot. Our eyes are there as well. And right behind them, Minzy and McGuire battle, but our eyes are on the battle for the transfer spot. Ledford has it. Santel stalking him for it. Ledford a mistake off it too. Here comes Santel to the inside. He'll take it going into turn number 3. Matt Santel, a lot of laps around this area between a late model and the pro crate late model division throughout the years. Driver out of New Memphis, Illinois. That's a very fast race car that he is in. Quickly, 6 laps of the books, 2 to go, and Clay Stuckey has checked out of the old hotel early and left everybody else waiting on him. 1 to go this time. For the son of Ronnie Stuckey. Of course, that name, Stuckey Enterprises, a long-standing name in late model racing. Clay Stuckey will win it. B-main number 1. Coming home second and taking that final transfer spot will be Matt Santel. On the outside looking in will be the 8L of Jeffrey Ledford. 4th was the 32M of Cody McGuire, and 5th was the 16W Tony Wolf. So coming home in second, punching his ticket to the big dance tonight out of New Memphis, Illinois, that is Matt Santel. And picking up the win, driver out of Shreveport, Louisiana, in that Longhorn by Stuckey car. Number 15, give him a hand, I-55. It is Clay Stuckey. B main number 2 rolling out on the speedway. This will be our final B main for the Mars portion of the program. I believe there should be 1, maybe 2 for the B modifieds. Great car count for them here this evening as well. The late model B main 2 rolling out onto the speedway will give you their starting lineup. On the pole out of Washington, Illinois, it is the 4G of the Pink Panther, Bob Gardner. To his outside, out of Marine, Illinois, that is the 82 of Billy Laycock. Row 2 will be the Festus Flash, Rusty Griffall, and that Kryptonite car, number 16. And his outside, out of Troy, Illinois, that is Doug Tye in 4D. Third row will be Lawton, Oklahoma's Callan Hill in car number 87C. And Blaze Burwell out of Mount Vernon in car number 44. Had a great run going in his heat race. Unfortunately had some issues there, and he will have some work to do to try and punch his ticket in. Jimmy Miller and Tyler Kuykendall, who is a scratch for the evening in the 8K. Jimmy Miller is out there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 4, 5, 6. So it looks like we're only missing Kuykendall out there, as Gardner and Laycock will lead them to the green. Gardner, good start there. Here comes Rusty Griffall to the inside. He's by Billy Laycock for that second spot on the opening salvo. Griffall digging on the bottom. Rusty Griffall will lead lap number 1, but Bob Gardner with the crossover contact. Contact on the left front of Griffall. Battle back there for third between Doug Tye and Billy Laycock. We'll see if Griffall can get back up to Gardner, and he's letting him know maybe there he wasn't quite happy with that. Here comes Griffall digging on the bottom. Gardner pushes up Griffall, giving Gardner everything he wants up front. Griffall hugging that inside wall. He'll slide up. Griffall back to the lead. Bobby G goes back to work on car number 16. Here comes Burwell working the top. Burwell started 6th. He's up to 3rd. He's up there on that high line selling t-shirts. The fans are cheering him on. Letting it rip on the Peevely cushion. Burwell sets his sights on Bobby G for the runner-up spot. Now down to the middle. Laycock looks to the inside of him. 3 cars battle for 1 spot. 3 laps to go. Griffall, if he had a mirror, he'd love what he's seeing behind him as they're putting on a war. Here comes Burwell to the inside. He'll take that second and final transfer spot with 2 to go. And Burwell pulling away, and he may not be done yet. A lap and a half to go, and he's going to see if he can maybe get up to Griffall and win this thing. 1 to go this time for Rusty Griffall. Down the back straightaway for the final time. A good run for Burwell down the backstretch, but does look like the sands of the hourglass are going to run out. Rusty Griffall will win late model B main number 2. Second will go to Blaze Burwell. Third, Bob Gardner. Fourth, Billy Laycock. Doug Ty, Jimmy Miller, and Callan Hill will round out the field. But how about that one, folks? He started 6th, and he worked his way up to that second and final transfer spot. Give him a hand. It is the 44 Blaze Burwell, and picking up late model B main number 2. If you don't like that, you can eat green beans. If you don't know Rusty Griffall, he is not a big fan of green beans. So Rusty Griffall picks up B main number 2 for the Mars Late Model Championship, powered by FK Rod Ends. That will put a wrap on B main action for the Mars portion of the program, but the B mods still have some spots left up for grabs, and if it's anything like these B mains that were out here, Donnie McElroy, there's still a lot of excitement left to come, and there's going to be a lot of really close racing and possibly some hurt feelings because, well, it's been hot and heavy out here because they know this is their last chance.
And we've only got 1 B main.
Oh, baby.
And we're taking 5.
Oh, my.
Yes, so as you said, the anxiety may ramp up just a skosh.
They know there's maybe a few more eyeballs than normal watching tonight, too, so...
Yep.
It's a little extra motivation, and sometimes well, drivers, and they feel like they've got a chance at something. Well, as we know, it's a very fine line between being a hero, or as Johnny Gibson would say, you either win it or wear it.
And emotions, as you said, are very high in these things. And they can elevate in a hurry.
And they'll wear them right there on those fire suit sleeves as well.
Exactly. All right, here's your starting lineup for the B main for the B modified. Shane Jumper scheduled to start on the inside of row number 1. I see him in place. Outside the 32F will be Jerry Fleming. Row number 2 on the inside, the 62M car. He's in spot. Derek Medley. Outside in the 56S, that'll be Daniel Sarkis. Row number 3 on the inside, the 12N car will be Mike Newton. Outside in the 24X will be Aaron Canterbury. Row number 4 on the inside, in the 5H car will be Scott Hammock. Outside in the 32S is Draven Shaw. Row number 5 on the inside, the 23P will be Holly Palmer. Outside the 21S, Stephen Finstad. Row number 6 on the inside, the 7W will be Drew Walsh. Outside the 50B car will be Hayden Booth. Then it'll be Cody Shantz and Ron Duncan in row number 7, and Dean Vickers in row. Oh, man. Folks, if you haven't done it, you better get hold of Ziggy again. That 50-50 pot, they're saying is up to $1,200.
Keep dancing, Ziggy. Keep dancing. Let's see if we can get that thing to $1,500.
No kidding.
Oh, my.
Thank you, race fans, for stepping up tonight. Somebody's going to take home a sweet pocket of cash. All right, the field's set to go here. We roll through turns 3 and 4. Green flag for the B main in the air. 10 laps will be the distance in this one. Well, let's see the action. Who's going to lead lap number 1? Shane Jumper will be your leader, followed by Derek Medley in the number 62M car. See if he can track down your leader. Then top 5 cars move on. We'll keep it on that 5th plate. A good side-by-side battle with right now for that 5th spot between Scott Hammock and Mike Newton. A good battle up front as well. Well, we're still checking in here, as you can see on TV, for that battle for the 5th and 6th spot back there. Hammock still got it. Newton wants it, and Draven Shaw as well. So back up to our leaders here in turns 3 and 4. Medley looking to the inside, but it's still impressive race car. Shane Jumper, your leader, in the number 5 of the line that time by. Now Medley's found a little bit of traction down, but the yellow flag is going to slow it down first. 21 of Steven Finstad goes around over in turn number 4, so that'll bring caution to the field. We'll work back. We're working lap number 4 of the 10. So 6 laps to go for Shane Jumper, Derek Medley, Aaron Canterbury, Daniel Sarkis, and Scott Hammock. Right now, your top 5. The drivers will now be instructed to go into the dirt car double file restart. Medley will choose high or low. Looks like he's going to the low side. That'll put Canterbury to the outside. Sarkis to go to the inside, with Hammock going outside in the next row. Those are the top 5. Newton and Shaw, 1 and 2 spots out of. Here comes Dean Vickers. He started all the way in the back. He's got a couple of spots. He's got a shot to make it in tonight. Green flag in the air. We're going back to the action here on the racetrack. Field rolls through turns 1 and 2. Jumper smoothly and hold on to the lead. But here comes the 62 of Medley. Oh, but first the yellow flag is out. I got some over here in turn number 2. Get my extra set of eyes on here in the yellow car over there in turn number 2. But again, top 5 cars will move into the main event here tonight. So they'll all be vying for that 5th and final transfer spot to be able to show off their racing abilities here on FloRacing TV and Prime Video, bringing it to folks as well. All right, the number 56 car rolls away. Oh, Daniel Sarkis, he was running in that 4th spot.
Oh, there he is.
Going to have the officials check him out here on the back straightaway.
Was our other car. Right here.
Which one?
The 11.
The 11 car was involved as well. All right. Ron Duncan would be the pilot of the number 11 car. So that'll change things up front just a little bit. But Shane Jumper will still be your leader. Derek Medley will be in the 2nd spot. Aaron Canterbury is 3rd. And Daniel Sarkis, I think he'll go to the tail end of the field. Then Scott Hammock will move up to 4th. Mike Newton now in that 5th and final transfer spot. We've got 4 laps to go in this one. The light's going to stay on at least one more trip around. Looks like Sarkis may need a little bit of help or a push to get started. Man, I see the bumper down a little bit pushed on that thing, and yep, and looks like we're going to get the tow truck. Kind of get him off the speedway. Tough break for Daniel. And that beak-built chassis, from what I'm told. The field will continue to roll around. You see we're keeping an eye on getting the hook up to Daniel Sarkis there on the back straightaway. Almost made it into the infield entrance. Again, folks, we were saying, what, $1,500 you said? $1,200?
We were at 1,200. Let's see if Ziggy can keep dancing and get us up to 1,500.
Oh, man, that'd be all right.
Hey, if he gets us past that, I mean, I guess the real question is, can Ziggy do a cartwheel? Hey, how about this? If Ziggy can get us to 2,000, maybe we get him to do a cartwheel here in front of the grandstands.
We'll have to might try that. I have to work on him with that one. No doubt. $1,200 and growing. So get one of the young ladies running around or Ziggy over there. But make him earn it. That's the good thing about it, without a doubt.
That's right. Well, and the main thing we're doing, we're having fun. It's been a fun night so far tonight, and great crowd assembled here on a beautiful. You couldn't ask for much better. If you're looking at the forecast for next week, you have picked arguably the best night remaining of the rest of the weekend, and maybe for the next month.
Yeah.
The Peevely Chamber of Commerce couldn't have drawn this one up much better tonight. This is absolutely gorgeous, and what better place to be than
right here at the racetrack,
right
baby.
here at the beautiful I-55 Federated Auto Parts Raceway Park.
Again, some of those events coming up, we got him pulled on there real quick. September the 5th, we're going to be here. We're going to have our weekly racing with dollar hot dogs next Saturday night.
Can't beat that.
So then we're here on the 12th, first ever time, a demolition derby here at I-55.
Oh, wow. I mean, this place has got a lot of history. That's pretty cool. First time ever. That's pretty neat.
The 25th and 26th of September, the World of Outlaw late models.
That'll be a big one. Mars Modifieds will be on the undercard as well that night, too. So a chance to see some more of these Mars mods in action. And
but our
speaking of action, we're back at it.
The B-Mods back under the green flag. Jumper still showing the way in that number 5 car. Medley now having a good little battle with the number 9 of Aaron Canterbury. Well, we got a couple around over here in turns. We got them, turning up the hill. That was an odd one. The 21 car. Hayden Booth in the number 50 machine. He's rolling away. I believe that was the 5 of Scott Hammock. No, he was yellow. No, he was. Got so many cars rolling, spinning around in the middle of the racetrack. I'm keeping hard time keeping track of all this one. But Jumper, Medley, Canterbury, Shaw, and Dean Vickers now in the 5th and final transfer spot in the number 45 car. You see that field heads down the back straightaway into turn number 3, and we're going to get set to turn them loose again in 4. Right here it is. Start zone it is, and we're going back to the green flag action here in our B-Main. Have we got any shakers of move? It was a good battle between the 7 and the 12 for the 6 spot. So they're looking, we need a couple more spots to move into the A-Main here tonight. But up front, down the back straightaway, Shane Jumper still leads Derek Medley. Canterbury, Shaw right now your top 4 with Dean Vickers still holding on to 5th to challenge him for 4th. Wants him another row in its main event here tonight. If he can pass another car or two. Coming off turn number 4 this time by flying green in the air, 2 laps to go. Jumper, Medley, Shaw, Canterbury, and Vickers. All in position to make the A-Main here tonight. White flag in the air. One more trip around for Shane Jumper. Son of impressive race car builder Donnie Jumper. And you've seen Dean Vickers sneak by the 24 Canterbury to move himself up another spot in that main event. Here at the checkered flag, oh, it was a close one. Shane Jumper wins just ahead of the 62M of Derek Medley. Draven Shaw finished third. Dazzling Dean Vickers will be in the fourth spot. And Aaron Canterbury will take home that fifth and final transfer spot. Oh, here's some of the 50-50 girls here walking up and down the front straightaway here tonight, folks. Get your hands in the air. Over $1,200 tonight. All right, folks, down the front straightaway. Put your hands together for our B-main winner tonight. This is Shane Jumper. The Miners towing number 5. Some good action here with us tonight. I think that's going to pretty well do it for our preliminary action here tonight.
Yes, indeed, Donnie McElroy, and boy, what a program it's been so far. I think now might be a good chance for us to catch our breath. For those watching along at home, we'll throw it to a quick break and thank some of our great marketing partners. You're watching the Mars Late Model Championship at Federated Auto Parts I-55 Raceway Park in Peevely, Missouri, live on FloRacing and on Prime. We'll be right back for what's going to be an action-packed set of features. Don't go anywhere.
All right, I can still talk, though. Again, ladies and gentlemen,
Performance is your one-stop shop for all your parts, tires, shocks, and fabrication needs. From drag strips to your local dirt track and asphalt tracks, Allgaier Performance can get what you need on track and into victory lane. Allgaier Performance is now the Midwest dealer for Longhorn chassis, complete with cars and genuine Longhorn parts and components. Stop by our locations in Springfield, Illinois, or Brownsburg, Indiana, or visit online at allgaierperformance.com.
They'll race into 3 and off of 4. Your winner, the second feature is Turbo. Tyler gets it done.
Willie's Carbon Dyno Shop has been setting the pace for over 40 years by manufacturing championship-winning high-performance carburetors, including the U.S. patent Super Bowl and revolutionary Twin Blade. The Super Bowl delivers instant throttle response, eliminates fuel foaming, and keeps jets perfectly fed, built for gas, methanol, or E85 in both 2-barrel or 4-barrel designs. And the Twin Blade, the most innovative carburetor of our time, tuned for maximum output while protecting your engine. Visit online at Willie'sCarbs.com. Willie's Carbon Dyno Shop. Run one or follow one.
FloRacing Studios live.
We'll tune into Flow and watch pretty much any race we want.
This is our Daytona 500. This is it.
The largest crowd.
It's the biggest race of the year.
Destiny fulfilled.
This is the biggest race I've ever won.
Third late model series in America.
This is exactly the group you need to put on a big event like this.
The biggest night in pavement late model racing history.
High limit racing.
You're watching the greatest sprint car drivers in the world right here on FloRacing.
Allgaier Performance is your one-stop shop for all your parts, tires, shocks, and fabrication needs. From drag strips to your local dirt track and asphalt tracks, Allgaier Performance can get what you need on track and into victory lane. Allgaier Performance is now the Midwest dealer for Longhorn chassis, complete with cars and genuine Longhorn parts and components. Stop by our locations in Springfield, Illinois, or Brownsburg, Indiana, or visit online at allgaierperformance.com.
They'll race into 3 and off of 4. Your winner, the second feature is Turbo. Tyler gets it done.
Willie's Carbon Dyno Shop has been setting the pace for over 40 years by manufacturing championship-winning high-performance carburetors, including the U.S. patent Super Bowl and revolutionary Twin Blade. The Super Bowl delivers instant throttle response, eliminates fuel foaming, and keeps jets perfectly fed, built for gas, methanol, or E85 in both 2-barrel or 4-barrel designs. And the Twin Blade, the most innovative carburetor of our time, tuned for maximum output while protecting your engine. Visit online at Willie'sCarbs.com. Willie's Carbon Dyno Shop. Run one or follow one.
FloRacing Studios live. Tune in to Flo and watch pretty much any race we want.
This is our Daytona 500. This is it.
The largest crowd.
It's the biggest race of the year.
Destiny fulfilled.
This is the biggest race I've ever won.
Third late model series in America.
This is exactly the group you need to put on a big event like this.
The biggest night in pavement late model racing history.
High limit racing.
You're watching the greatest sprint car drivers in the world right here on FloRacing.
And that was a good time. And it's always cool to see that kind of racing start your year off in February, of course, you know, but
You're absolutely right about that, Donnie McElroy. As we're back on FloRacing, and they're getting a good look at the old chuck wagon. Great food up there. I mean,
I should have made it down there and got my brisket.
Yeah, you're not wrong. The brisket's good. The
Yes.
horseshoe they've got's always good.
Ribeye.
The ribeye as well.
Popular
Hey, ask for a free one. They'll tell you can come get it tomorrow.
Right.
But what's the old adage? Tomorrow never comes.
You're right. But hey, Jeff's good people. Glad to have him with us again here tonight. So Jeff and all of his crew.
Hey, check out what we got going on here in the flag scene. Young man, kind of getting some of the young fans involved. How cool's that?
Craig's replacement.
Yeah, he better not leave him up there too long, or he might not have a job by the end. Josh might hire him.
You're right. Hey, I tell you what. Look at here, Pat. We got modifieds rolling onto the speedway now. It's about time for me to pipe down and.
Hey, I tell you, the racetrack's in great shape. They've not had to do a lot. They're finishing up some wall scrape as we speak over in turn number 2. But the 30-lap, 2,000 to win Mars Modified Championship event rolling out onto the speedway. This will be the series' 4th visit. Michael Long and Ryan Hamilton, your 2 previous winners in the field. Of course, last year that was Ryan Hamilton's first career Mars Modified Championship win. Biggest win of that young man's career by far against an absolutely stellar field of cars. Looking through the field,
We've got a pretty stellar field of cars right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very similar field. Looking through the field, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different winners that have competed in the Mars. Like 6 different Mars winners. But also looking through the field, you've got Kenny Wallace, Trev Jacoby, Rick Canoyer, and Chris Spalding, all who have wins here at I-55 this season.
And look who's on the pole, the 8-time national champion.
Yeah, Mr. Gunslinger himself. We'll go through the starting line for tonight's 30-lap Summit Racing Equipment Mars Modified Championship event. On the pole, he's looking for 2 in a row on the weekend out of Highland, Illinois. It's the Gunslinger, Mike Harrison, in car number 24H. To the outside of him, the inaugural Rookie of the Year winner out of Belton, Kentucky. That's Sergeant Charlie Mefford, car number 13. Row number 2 on the inside. He's got 1 win here at Peevely on June 6th. That is Kenny Wallace in car number 36. To the outside of him, your defending series champion out of Owensboro, Kentucky. It's Payday Cole Falloway. He picked up a heat race win early in the evening. Third row will be St. Genevieve, Missouri's Damian Kiefer in the 0DK. And to the outside of him, your quick qualifier, 14.033 was that lap time for Fowler, Illinois' Michael Long at 18L. Fourth row will be the B5 of Matthew Baker, 1 win on the year. And the outside of him,
your dad been racing anywhere?
Benton, Missouri. 3 wins on the year for Michael Ledford.
I know I haven't seen it.
Fifth row will be the 05 and 8 wheat holder. The outside of him, Ryan Hamilton, again, the winner of this race 1 year ago. 6th row will be the 5 of Highland, Illinois' Owen Steinkenning. To the outside of him will be Trev Jacoby, who leads the way with wins here at Peevely. 4 wins on the year for the driver at O'Fallon, Missouri. 1 win with the Mars Tour. 7th row will be the 77 of Ray Bollinger out of Kewanee and Haley Gross out of Farmington. 8th row will be Rick Canoyer in the 14C, 2 wins on the year here at Peevely, and Seth Castleman. 9th row will be Braden Doyle, your B-Main 1 winner. Joshua Hawkins, B-Main 2 winner. Paul Schrinth, Steve Meyer Jr., John Dimmitt, Christopher Cole, and Chris Spaulding. He's got 3 wins on the year. Your most recent winner here at I-55. And coming at you backstretch, you will start the process. Start waving at the Cars and Stars, the Mars Modified Championship powered by Summit Racing Equipment. They're coming at you first. Turn 3, they're coming at you. They're waving back. Front straightaway, get those flashlights out, wave those hands, wave your hats, wave those checkered flags. They're waving back at you. We are primed for a showcase at Peevely tonight. Here's the Cars and Stars, the Mars Modified Championship powered by Summit Racing Equipment. Watch for that yellow light to go off. They are in line. There it is. Down the back straightaway, Mike Harrison and Charlie Mefford. Nice and slow pace as they go by that gate that so many know through the World of Outlaws video game throughout the years. Harrison and Mefford. Mefford looking for his first career Mars win. Mike Harrison, no stranger, but he's looking for his first one this season. Green flag's out, 30 laps on the side, and we'll talk to the top 3 in victory lane. And 3 wide off of 2. Harrison's got the lead off of 2 down the backstretch. Charlie Mefford, Kenny Wallace in the mix there as well. He's looking for his second Peevely win of the year. Here comes Mefford. Harrison will lead lap number 1 over Mefford. Good stuff here early at Peevely, 2 by 2. Here comes Damian Kiefer to the inside. Cole Falloway to the outside of him. He'll take position number 4. Oh, problems for Braden Doyle. Heavy damage to the right front of the 2 machine. The Equip Link B main 1 winner with major problems there. Right front snapped. And his night is done. They are not going to be able to take that one down to the hot pit in the infield and get that one fixed. He's probably going to need the assistance of a tow truck to get that thing off the racing surface. That thing will not roll or turn. Tough break there for Braden Doyle. He had on opening weekend of the Mars Modified Championship a fast time at the Illini 100. Again, if you're enjoying these Mars Modifieds, they will be in action September 25th and 26th here at I-55 Federated Auto Parts Raceway Park. But right now, with one circuit in the books, it is the gunslinger Mike Harrison in car number 24H, showing the way over the 13 of Charlie Mefford. While we look through the all-time wins list, Mike Harrison sits tied with Tyler Nicely, Mike McKinney, and Trevor Neville with 4. If he would win, that would put him 4th alone all-time. Would put him behind Michael Ledford, who picked up his 7th win last night at Benton. Cole Falloway has 10, and Michael Long has 16. And you see Peyton Rigsby, they getting the 2 of Ashmore, Illinois' Braden Doyle up on the hook. I'll take a peeky poo here at the running order on that opening circuit. Mike Harrison was your leader on the opening salvo. Charlie Mefford sits in position number 2. Kenny Wallace 3rd. Cole Falloway, Damian Kiefer your top 5. You can see it shuffling through on the screen as well. You see the ticker up at the top of your screen on FloRacing. But for those not watching on the broadcast here on the grounds, we'll go through that 6 through 10 as well. Michael Long, Michael Ledford, Matthew Baker, Dave Wheatholder, Trev Jacoby round out your top 10. As they've got that car up on the hook in the right front, and they picked it up. Did come all the way off. Heavy damage there on the 2 of Braden Doyle's. He will go off, and they'll make the hard right-hand turn to the pit area on the hook. Young man out of Ashmore who started in position number 17. Won Equip Link Trucks B main number 1, but unfortunately, his night ends 29 laps shorter than what he would have hoped it would have. Field getting into position now for the Delaware double file restart, and we'll see how they signal where they want to go. And it looks like Charlie Mefford going to choose the outside on the restart. Interesting choice. It's one of the first times all evening that somebody has chosen that outside line on a double file restart. That'll give Kenny Wallace the bottom there in position at number 3. Cole Falloway will start 4th on the outside with Damian Kiefer to the inside of him, running in position number 5. 1 to go signal being given. You'll see him go by here on the front stretch. They get to the All-Star Performance Restart Zone. Those 2 black flags there coming off of turn number 4 where the entrance of the pit road on the front stretch is. That's where they will pick up the RPMs. That's where the race will resume. And Mike Harrison showing the way out in front of this one, but still a long way to go and a lot of time to figure out who we're going to be talking to in O'Reilly Auto Parts victory lane. Here we go. Good restart there for Charlie Mefford. Kenny Wallace digging on the bottom, trying to take second away. Mefford gave him the bottom, and that may have been where that 36 car wanted to be. He is going to dig, and Mefford will take it back at the line, and Mefford looking for the lead. He looks to the inside of Harrison. Good 3-car battle there. Damian Kiefer's got a good view of that one as Michael Lefford closing in on the back of Cole Falloway. As for position number 5, battle for second right now going on. Mefford shuts the door on Kenny Wallace with Damian Kiefer right there in tow. Good one going here early at I-55 with action all through the field. We're keeping our eyes glued on that battle for second right now as Wallace trying to set his sights there on the 13 of Mefford. As Mefford trying to close back in on race leader Mike Harrison. And problems over in turn number 4. A spin, car facing the wrong way on the bottom, just past that yellow tractor tire, and that'll draw the Midwest Sheet Metal caution number 2 of this main event. And that is the 98 machine of Joshua Hawkins. Your other B main winner with issues here early. 5 laps in, still 25 laps to go. He'll get it turned around and roll down the back straightaway. Five laps into the books as Mike Harrison leads Charlie Mefford, Kenny Wallace, Damian Kiefer, Cole Falloway. That's your top 5. Michael Ledford, Michael Long, Dave Wheatholder, the birthday boy, Owen Steinkennig, Ray Bollinger is a 14C of Rick Knoyer stopped on the back straightaway. Knoyer with 2 wins on the season here at I-55 in the modified division. His most recent coming on July 18th. Call being given for Charlie Mefford to choose high or low for the Delaware double file restart. And this time he does choose that bottom groove. So what Kenny Wallace showed him, looks like he likes what he saw, or maybe playing a little bit of defense, maybe a little bit of both. We'll see how that shakes out here on the restart for the PLP. Charlie Mefford looking for his first career Mars Modified Championship win. Harrison has 4 wins with the Mars Series to his credit. Kenny Wallace also looking for his first career Mars Modified Championship win. He has 1 win here at Peevely this season. Damian Kiefer looking for his first career Mars win. Picked up a Summit Modified win during the season. Cole Falloway has 10. The only other driver in double digits is Michael Long. who has 16. Harrison, nice slow pace into 3. They'll come to the All-Star Performance restart zone. Green flag will fly. 25 laps still remaining here in this one. That's good run down the backstretch, side by side for the top spot. Charlie Mefford turning the wick up on arguably one of the best to ever wheel in a UMP modified in Mike Harrison. Giving him everything he's got. Harrison pounds the cushion there on the top side off of 2. Belton, Kentucky's Charlie Mefford hugs that inside wall. This time by, you've got a new leader. It's Charlie Mefford. He had a great battle earlier this year at Red Hill with the 66 of Cole Falloway, but he come up on the short end of that one, but he's looking to duel with another one of the titans of modified racing, and right now he shows the way. But look, don't look now, Damian Kiefer rolling the bottom as well. Michael Ledford now up into the top 5. He's up on the back of Kenny Wallace for position at number 4 in car number 09. Your driver sporting that LRD Products fluorescent red spoiler. They'll come around this time 1/3 of the way in. 10 laps in, still 20 to go. As Charlie Mefford putting in a good run, and the Midwest Sheet Metal Caution's out in trouble over in turn number 4. Paul Shrimp, John Dimmitt. See, Joshua Hawkins involved as well. Paul Shrimp with the nose facing the wrong way, right in front of that turn 3 tower with a piece of debris just away from the left front there as well. Midwest Sheet Metal Caution is out in this one. 10 circuits in, 20 remain. As you see the Slim Chickens Imperial Bowl car number 4G of Pauly Shrimp starting to roll, waiting for the field to go by before he turns that car around, and we'll see if there's any additional damage there. Can't see that left side if there's, make sure all 4 tires are up, but I think he's just waiting to rejoin the field. We'll see. Again, for those looking, if anybody does need to come into the infield, looks like the hot pit area over on the front stretch by the pit concession stand where that is at. As the 4G of Shrimp comes in, that nose digging in, looks like, yeah, the 4G is probably going to be done in this one, and he will make right-hand turn. Looks like toward, I believe he was parked there in the infield. He is done. Tough break there for Pauly Shrimp. Was running 16th at the time of that yellow. 10 laps in the books. Charlie Mefford, Mike Harrison, Damian Kiefer, Kenny Wallace, Michael Ledford, Cole Falloway, Dave Wheatholder, Ray Bollinger, Chris Spalding. How about Chris Spalding from 23rd up to 9th? Good run for him so far. And Michael Long will round out the top 10. Rick Knoyer, Ryan Hamilton, Trev Jacoby, Matthew Baker, Owen Steinkitting, 11 through 15. How many folks think Charging Charlie Mefford can pick up his first career Mars Modified Championship feature win? How many think the gunslinger Mike Harrison can get by and make it 2 in a row on the weekend and make it win number 5 with the Mars Tour? How about Damian Kiefer sitting there in 3rd? He picked up his first Summit Modified Nationals win earlier this year. Can he cross off that first win with the Mars Modified Tour here at a racetrack very near to him? We'll find out. How about Kenny Wallace? He's also one looking for his first career Mars win. Or Michael Ledford looking to win number 8 in his second Mars Tour feature win on the weekend. Looks like Ziggy's going around here. Dance, Ziggy! 1 to go given this time. 1/3 of the way in. 10 laps in, 20 to go. Here on the 3rd mile high banks of I-55 just south of St. Louis here in Pevely, Missouri. Mike Harrison chooses the outside on the Delaware double file restart. He's going to try and wind that baby up on the top shelf. He's going to try and see if that chuck wagon will haul the mail in that impressive car as we go back to green. As expected, he goes right up to that cushion off of 2, but Damian Kiefer will pull ahead of Harrison. And boy, what a gaggle behind him. 2 by 3. Wow, it's 5th on back. Goodness gracious. Side by side for 2nd. Michael Ledford up to 4th. They're 3 thinking 4 wide behind Ledford. Holy cow, that's 5th on back. Kenny Wallace, Dave Weedholder. The 29 of Chris Spalding from the tail of the field. Look at Chris Spalding go. Chris Spalding, guys, he's up into 5th from 23rd. What a run for Spalding. He's got 3 wins on the year, and he's your most recent winner. Harrison trying to track down Damian Kiefer for that 2nd spot. Ledford closing in. Problems over in turn number 2. Seth Castleman loops it, and that will draw the Midwest Sheet Metal caution 2 laps shy of halfway. Oh, Justice things were really picking up. That battle for, holy cow, for 5th on back. Behind 4th place, Michael Ledford. They were going at it 2, 3, and thinking 4 wide at a couple points there. Good stuff. Field being given the instruction to see where they go. Damian Kiefer will choose the inside line on the Delaware double file restart. Damian Kiefer, Mike Harrison, Michael Ledford, Chris Spalding in position number 5. Kenny Wallace, Ryan Hamilton, Ray Bollinger, Dave Weedholder, and Rick Knoyer. Knoyer started 15th. He's up to 10th. It's a good run for him. In car number 14C. Driver with 2 wins on the season here at I-55. Yellow light is off. Charlie Mefford will lead him to the All-Star Performance Restart Zone over in corner number 4. Nice slow pace. That Delaware double file row behind him with Mike Harrison to the outside in 3rd. Damian Kiefer in 2nd. We'll see how things shake out. Green flag's out. And we're back at it. Harrison will drift up the hill, but he gets a good run off of 2 down the back straightaway. Now he'll dart down to the inside, outwork that middle groove. Keep an eye on Chris Spalding. He has been the one on the move so far from 23rd. They'll come into 3 off of 4. They will see the cross flags this time. 15 laps in, still 15 to go. Charlie Mefford looking for that first career Mars Modified Championship feature win. Same for Damian Kiefer. Harrison, your first driver with wins on the tour. Last night's winner, the 09 of Michael Ledford, sits in P4. Right now that battle for 5th starting to pick up Kenny Wallace. Now to the inside of Chris Spalding, as they all hug the bottom. And problems for the 2C Seth Castleman. He'll slow in the front straightaway, and that will draw the Midwest Sheet Metal caution here on lap number 16. He'll make the hard left-hand turn into the infield. And broken suspension there on the 2C at Castleman. So yeah, his evening definitely done this time around. for the driver out of Hillsboro, Missouri. Crew taking a look at it, but yeah, what they're going to see, they are not going to like. Yeah, looks like picking up some debris possibly from the left rear of the two-seat Castleman out there on the racing surface. Crews making sure that all the pieces are picked up before we turn the field back loose with 14 circuits remaining. Again, we will talk to your top three down in O'Reilly Auto Parts Victory Lane here on the front straightaway. And of course, after this one will be the 40-lap, 5,000 win Mars Late Model Championship powered by FK Rod-End's main events. And after that, you'll have your B-Mod and Sportsman feature. And then, of course, after the races are over, be a good chance to go down to the pit area, go check out these race cars up close, meet the cars and stars of the Mars Late Model and Modified Tours, and see some of your local heroes as well. Go down, buy a T-shirt, go check them out, say hey, thank them for coming out to I-55 Federated Auto Parts Raceway Park and putting on a show for you here tonight as we wrap up the month of August. Yellow light has been extinguished. The next time they come to you here on the front straightaway will be at speed. I'll look and see a lot of moisture down that bottom groove, and a lot of drivers are down there running it. We'll see how things play out here on the restart, whether somebody gets up on that top shelf on that cushion and see what happens. Green flag will fly for Charlie Medford as he enters that all-star performance restart zone. We go, look out, Kiefer gets sideways. Oh, and we have a yard sale on the front stretch. That will draw the caution here, the Midwest Sheet Metal caution, and possibly a red flag as Kiefer, Cole, John Dimmitt, and the boogeyman Steve Meyer Jr. with damage there as well. It looked like Bollinger got a piece of Kiefer. We'll take a look here and see on the broadcast. Once we make sure everybody's okay, of course, that we'll take a look here at a replay here on the FloRacing broadcast. That might be a good chance to pull out your phone and pull up the Flow Sports app and take a look at what's going on. But right now, Damian Kiefer, give him a hand. He was having a great run. Tough break for that young man. He's had a great season all year long. Was putting on a show, but not the way we wanted to see his evening end. But thankfully, Damian okay, able to wave to the crowd. Another one of those young up-and-coming drivers, son of an established racer. Of course, his dad, Dwayne Kiefer, longtime late model pilot. And speaking of accomplished racers, you see one of the Mars officials there working to help the tow truck operator hook that car up. That is former Macon Speedway Modified Champ Summit Modified Nationals winner at Macon as well. That is Rodney Standifer down there helping to get that car hooked up. At it there on the replay. Wow. And Steve Meyer Jr. had absolutely nowhere to go and got a piece of that. We'll see if we can get another look at that one here on the broadcast. But wow, hard hit there for Steve Meyer Jr. to Damian Kiefer. We'll see if we can cue that one up again in the studio. Give us just a moment. And maybe get a look at that one in slow motion. Here they come on the restart. And yeah, Kiefer just got sideways and Ledford got in the back of him. I don't know if something broke or just spun the tires or something, but he got sideways and wow. Steve Meyer Jr. absolutely nowhere to go on that one. Tough break there. Thanks to producer Kane Runyon throwing that one up on the screen for us back in the studio. But so after this feature, we'll have our feature winner maybe make a new fan tonight as the winner of the 50-50, just shy of $700. Anybody got a $10 bill? We can make that happen. $690 to the 50-50 winner tonight. Great looking crowd here and a great 50-50 pot tonight. Give yourselves a hand, I-55. That's good little chunk of change that you could go home with that maybe you didn't start the night with. So $690. They've got the bucket down there, and we're down in victory lane talking with our modified feature winner. We'll have them draw that lucky winning 50-50 ticket. As you get a look at the 81C of Christopher Cole here on the FloRacing broadcast, going up on the hook and heading back to the pit area. And the other tow truck backing up to the 1A of Steve Meyer Jr. John Dimmitt will roll away. He got into part of that incident, but looks like he comes out of it with minimal damage on the 21D. As field now being allowed to start rolling, we'll get them back into line. I'll give you the running order as they roll by here. Of course, Charlie Mefford showing the way. That will move Mike Harrison now up into position number 2. Don't look now, but Michael Ledford sits in position number 3. Fourth is the 36 of Kenny Wallace, and Chris Spalding, again from 23rd spot up to position number 5. Sixth will be Rick Canoyer. Seventh will be Trev Jacoby. Ryan Hamilton sits in 8th. Ray Bollinger 9th. Dave Weedholder will hold that 10th position. As they get the 1A of Steve Meyer Jr. into the infield. Field rolls. We'll make sure everybody's in their spot, and then race director Jonathan Clayton will give him the call over the radio, and Mike Harrison will make his intentions known, whether he will decide to go to the inside or outside on the restart to set how they'll line up on the Delaware double file restart. And it looks like Mike Harrison will choose that inside line. That'll put Michael Ledford up on the outside. So Mefford, Harrison, Ledford, Wallace, and Spalding, your top 5 as they'll come to the All-Star Performance Restart Zone here coming off of turn number 4. Listen for the RPMs to pick up. Here we go. And Mefford will charge to the green. Here comes Michael Ledford on the top shelf. He's by Mike Harrison for that second spot. Good restart for that Royal Race Cars 09, and he sets his sights on race leader Charlie Mefford. And 1 and 2 will go back up to the top shelf. It looks like it's shaping up to possibly be the Mefford and Ledford show. Mefford shows the way. 18 in, 12 to go. Michael Ledford goes back up to the top shelf where Mama keeps the cookies at and looks to try and get more. The Midwest Sheet Metal caution will come out for the 21D of John Dimmitt as the Smut Wagon sponsor 21D faces the wrong direction with the nose facing that concrete on the bottom of turn number 4. A dozen laps remain here at I-55, and don't look now, but one of the two hottest drivers with the Mars Tour the last 2 years. It's been him and Cole Falloway, but tonight it's been Michael Ledford. And young man looking for his second win on the weekend with the Tour. He picked up the win last night with their inaugural visit at Benton. And we're looking to become the fourth different winner with the Mars Modified Championship powered by FK Rod Ends here at I-55 Federated Auto Parts Raceway Park. He would join 2023 winner Josh Harris, 24 winner 18L Michael Long, and last year's winner, the 58R of Ryan Hamilton, if he would do so. But the same can also be said for your race leader, Charlie Mefford, who's also looking to check off that box in his career of becoming a Mars Modified Championship feature winner. Mike Harrison, again, you look up modified racing in this area and you look up the accolades. Mike Harrison up toward the very top of that list. When it comes to this area, he's had a whole lot of success. In fact, he actually has a feature win in the late model here a little bit earlier this season as well. But as you've seen on Facebook, he has stepped away from that late model ride. But he has, in that time in driving for Steve Lampley, he's picked up a Mars win, and he also has a win here earlier this season at I-55 Federated Auto Parts Raceway Park. One of Mike's biggest wins here recently was at the racetrack that the Mars Tour goes to tomorrow. That is the new Belle Claire Speedway. He won the Fair St. Clair Special to reopen the track. He became the first ever heat race winner there and the first ever feature winner at the new Belle Claire Speedway on the St. Clair County Fairgrounds. Numerous national championships and Summit Modified national championships to the resume of Mike Harrison. Sitting right there, right behind Charlie Mefford. Looking for career win number 657 is the 24H of Mike Harrison. But Ledford, a good restart. See if he can get that run like he did the last time on that restart. He does, but not able to get close enough to Charlie Mefford to do anything with it. 11 to go this time. Back up top goes the 09 as he'll draw a little bit closer to the 13. Good battle back there with Rick Canoyer and Kenny Wallace right behind third place Harrison. That battle for third, a three-car duel right now. Canoyer looking to the inside, Wallace to the outside of the 24H with the J82 of Drepp Jacoby right there in tow. Jacoby, no stranger to victory lane here at I-55. He won 3 in a row here, and he's got 4 total here during the season, during weekly action here at I-55. Wallace now by the 24H of Harrison for position number 3. That'll open the, he'll drift up. Harrison tries to catch back up. 8 to go. Watch that battle for the lead. The lead is shrinking for Mefford. Here comes Michael Ledford. It's the Mefford and Ledford show out in front. The 13 leads the 09, but here comes the 9 up on the top shelf once again. Hits that cushion, kind of diamonds the corner. He'll close back in. Inching closer is the 09 on the 13. John Dimmitt slows in the bottom. He keeps moving. We say green, 6 to go. A trophy dash, 2 decided. Trev Jacoby and Kenny Wallace, good battle back there for third. Right now our eyes are up front. Can Ledford do anything with Mefford out in front? 5 to go. battle for that final podium spot. Good battle between Wallace and Jacoby as Mefford has opened it up a little bit on Michael Ledford. Laps to go this time. Down the backstretch, Charlie Mefford pulling away. And Trev Jacoby finally wraps up that third place battle with himself and Kenny Wallace. 3 to go. We'll talk to the top 3 in O'Reilly Auto Parts victory lane. Green flag will hit the air, signifying 2 laps to go this time. 2 to go for Charlie Mefford. He'll see the doctor's jacket hit the air this time. He is a third of a mile away from checking off, becoming a Mars Modified feature winner. Down the backstretch for the final time. Into 3 and off of 4. Give him a hand, Peevely. He has done it. Charlie Mefford is a winner with the Mars Modified Championship powered by Summit Racing Equipment. Second will go to the 09 of Michael Ledford. Third will go to the J82 of Trev Jacoby. We'll talk to those 3 down in victory lane. How about that? So coming home in 5th will be the 14C of Rick Canoyer. 4th will be the 36 of Kenny Wallace. 3rd will be the J82 of Trev Jacoby. 2nd will be the 09 of Michael Ledford. And for the first time in his career, a winner with the Mars Modified Championship out of Belton, Kentucky, it's Charlie Mefford. $2,400 pounds, the minimum weight requirement for dirt car modifieds. There's the J82 of Trev Jacoby. He finishes in 3rd. And he crosses the scales. He's got the checkered flag in hand. I-55, it is official. Charging Charlie Mefford is a winner with the Mars Modified Championship. Buckle up. This is going to be one fun victory lane. Rick Canoyer comes by the front straightaway here.
Hey, Patrick. Hey, Mr. Patrick.
Yes, sir.
Do you think we can allow Charlie Mefford to park there for a little bit?
He can park here tonight. He's parking it in O'Reilly Auto Parts victory lane. Hey, he became famous at Gateway for that. You can't park here, but you know what? I think he's going to be more than happy to park it right here and salute these fine fans here at I-55. He's got her fired back up, and when he comes by, give him a big Federated I-55 cheer. He's got that checkered flag in hand. It looks like he's going to go all the way to the backstretch. He's going to take a nice long ride and soak this one in, and well deserved. One of the big personalities in dirt track racing is Charlie. Here he comes. Turn 3. He's coming at you first. Hold on. He's coming hot. Give him a hand. He is absolutely ecstatic right now. The Oakley Motorsports, Mefford Construction, Bluegrass Collision and Paint. Hey, and how about this? It's his birthday, too. So what better way to celebrate it? Give him a hand as he gets ready to climb out of this car once he gets all the winner's hardware as well. Ziggy's dancing in victory lane. He's happy, too. And Charlie Mefford's going to make somebody happy here in a minute as well. But he's going to get that winner's hat and that Hoosier neckband. He's been waiting on this moment for a while. When he climbs out, give him a big cheer. He is going to be He's going to be a fun interview. I can already tell you that right now. If you already know about him, he is quite the personality. Let him know that you're happy he parked it here tonight. Give him a hand as he climbs out for the first time, a winner with the Mars Tour. It's Sergeant Charlie Mefford. The old victory sig. I love it. He's feeling it tonight. Charlie, come on around. You've been waiting on this moment for a while, my friend, and he is soaking it up. I love it. I love it. I love it. Those 3 words, I think, just summed it up. Oh, my God. Finally. You've had some really close calls with this deal. But, man, what better way to do it on your birthday, no less? Yeah. Hey, can you park here?
Absolutely. Just holy shit. That's about all I can say. I've been running this tour a little bit since 2023, and I've been really good here, there. I ain't never been able to close out a good night. And, Spoon, that one got took away from me. I mean, I felt like I was fishing, man. I had it in the mouth hook set, and, daggone line broke. Same thing at Red Hill, man. I got the lead, and then my buddy Falloway got me back. Dang, man. When I seen the pile up here on the front stretch, there was only one car like I really had in mind that I knew was going to be good, and that was Kiefer. His stuff's just really, really good across the bottom. But, man, no, it's my birthday and all. It's me and Mama's birthday, matter of fact. So everybody wish her a happy birthday as well. It ain't just me. So, no, man, this Elite chassis was really good. Man, this thing's been really good all year. Just, I ain't been out a lot to show it. This Peevely crowd, they're always good. We love the fans up here. Just, man, like I said, it's really cool, just to finally get us one. We've been, like I said, challenging for Mars wins, here, there, everywhere. But, no, I mean, my stuff was really good right there. I felt like, I can get in, just circle the bottom. I knew when I got by Harry Bob that, the bottom was where it was going to be, just how wet it could be leaving. I knew I could get across the bottom and leave good, and that was going to be it. Just, no, I mean, dang, man, I'm kind of speechless, I didn't really think I was going to be that good tonight. I qualified decent, won my heat, just kind of put a full night together, what I needed to do. But, first of all, I like to thank, the good Lord up above. Without him, it wouldn't be possible. Mom and Dad, Mefford Construction, Philip, he builds the best daggone motors, I can run. Nick Hoffman with the Elite chassis, he builds a spectacular modified, Bluegrass Collision Repair, Valvoline oil, they keep me lubed up. Pause. Anywho, Matt Kelly with Kelly Trucking, Chase Motorsports, Bassett Wheels, Night Out Designs. Oh my God, man! I'm telling you, it just means a lot, VMG, just all my partners, man. Just Weir's Machine, Quality Towing, just all the folks, man.
Hey, soak it up, and you may make one more fan here as well. Winning 50-50 ticket here. We'll have him draw that out. We'll announce that here real quick. He's digging in there deep. We'll get a word here with. Here comes Michael Ledford, Tread Jacoby as well. If you got a green ticket, you're in good shape.
You may announce it.
Hey, give him the number.
00018 for Scott. No, I'm just kidding. 845-185.
845-185. That is. Hey, how about that? That's your winner, Charlie Mefford. He picks up his first Mars win, and boy, this guy was coming there late. He was making the top shelf work. Boy, I tell you, a first and a second, just the consistency continues here. Michael Ledford, boy, yeah, this has been quite a season for you.
Thanks. Yeah, I was a little worried starting 8th there. You just never know with traffic and everything, but track was good enough where you could pass a little bit on the bottom, and I think if there's just a little more on the top down here, I could have made it work, but it was a good race.
There you have it. Second place, Michael Ledford. And third place, boy, this guy gave a run tonight. Trev Jacoby, he's had a lot of success here at Peevely, and he finds the podium with the Mars Tour again. Trev, I tell you, really good run in that Beak Bill car tonight.
Yeah, that car was really good. I was going to commit myself to the high side there early, and that train on the bottom just kind of put me back to like 15th, 16th, 20th. I don't know. I was way back there. And then I was looking at that last yellow. I was looking at the racetrack and seeing the middle looked pretty good. And I didn't have the heart to try it. I felt pretty comfortable on the bottom. Everybody else went to the middle, let me by, and that's not really how it races here on the weekly. I'm never on the bottom, so Happy learned how to putt, baby.
Third place, Trev Jacoby. How about that? That puts a bow on the modified portion. And boys and girls, with that, it is time for the Mars Late Model Championship. As we wrap up victory lane again, give him a hand one more time. Charlie Medford, finally, and boy, that was exactly what we expected. The man of many words, and he's soaking it all in. How about that? Him and his mom's birthday all together. That's pretty cool. What a better birthday present to give yourself than picking up your first Mars win. As he'll roll away, we'll get ready and give you the starting lineup for tonight's 40-lap, 5,000 to win Mars Late Model Championship, powered by FK Rod-End's main events. And on the front row, you'd think it was Summer Nationals night once again here at I-55. On the pole, it's the two Summer Nationals GOATs. On the pole, it's Mr. Smooth Billy Moyer out of Batesville, Arkansas, and to his outside, it's the Moequa Missile, Shannon Babb. A pair of National Dirt Late Model Hall of Famers will pace the field. Row number 2, we'll see a pair of guys looking for their first Mars wins. Devin McClain, one of your locals here out of Mount Vernon, Illinois, in 33M. And to his outside, the Steve Lampley on 33 of Hawkinsville, Georgia's Will Harrington. Third row, Jordan Bauer has one Mars win on the season. In the 10J out of St. Jacob, to his outside will be the Tumbling Dice 25 of Jason Fager out of Bloomington, winner 2 years ago of this event. Fourth row will be the 38T of Dylan Thornton, Dilly out of Orcutt, California. And Jeff Herzog, the only late model feature winner in the field that has a win here this season at I-55. He'll start in position number 8 in the 11H out of Festus, Missouri. Coldwater, Mississippi's Brandon Carpenter, and Peru, Illinois' Daniel Adam in 75 make up row number 5. Sixth row will be your current point leader, Ryan Unzicker, and his outside, this 33F of Ricky Frankel. Michael Clues in 6K out of Trenton, and Jake Little out of Springfield in 38J make up row number 7. Eighth row will be the 84 Miles Moose out of Lincoln, and the 30 of Mark Voigt out of Marine. Ninth row will be the 15 of Shreveport, Louisiana's Clay Stuckey, and to his outside, the 16 of Rusty Griffaw. 10th row will be Matt Santel in the 10. And the 44 Blaze Burwell, Bob Gardner, Jeffrey Ledford, and Cody McGuire. As they come down the back straightaway, you lead them out first with the flashlights. Get them out, wave your hats, wave your checkered flags. As they come towards you, I give you the 850 horsepower, fire-breathing, mud-slinging, ground-pounding cars and superstars of the Mars Late Model Championship, powered by FK Rod-Ends. It's the men of Mars, and they are primed to do battle at Peevely tonight. Don't look now, but that yellow light is off. 40 laps. A pair of Hall of Famers will lead them to the green. Moyer, Babb, to the All-Star Performance Restart Zone. We are green at Peevely. Babb will get the jump on the outside down the back straightaway for the first time. He'll lead Moyer, and now Will Harrington up to 30s past the 33M of Devin McClain. Lap number 1, give it to the Moequa Missile. Babb, Moyer, Harrington, McClain, and Fager goes up to the top shelf. Keep an eye on the 25. No stranger to rim riding around any racetrack in America. Babb kind of working that middle groove and works his way up off a 2. And he's kind of starting to put a gap between himself and Billy Moyer here early. We'll see how quickly the leaders make their way around before they start getting into traffic, because a place like Peevely, traffic gets really interesting really quick. Looks like your first couple of cars may be pushing a little bit on corner entry. That'll be something to kind of keep an eye on versus some of these guys that are rolling the bottom. Might be a case where somebody comes along the second 20 or so of this race and maybe comes out of nowhere. Mark Voigt will slow on the inside, see if he can get to the infield here as we keep things green. And he bypasses the entrance, and that will draw the Midwest Sheet Metal caution for the first time. As problems for the veteran out of Marine, Illinois, Mark Voigt. We'll see if he comes into the hot pit area here in front of the pit concession stand, and he is coming that direction. He stopped in there, but I'm not quite. A little bit of confusion as to what's going on down there to see maybe what's going on with the 30 machine.
Yeah, I can't quite figure that one out either. Just see if I can get the eyeballs on this. Again.
Donnie, it looks like they pulled that.
The hood's coming off
yeah,
now.
there goes the air cleaner now coming off as well. Looked like maybe they were peeking up there, but they were on the opposite side of like where the MSD box, because that ignition box is usually on that left side in front of the driver. So, and not quite sure what they're looking at there, but definitely not good news for the veteran out of Marine, Illinois, who's been a staple with the Mars Late Model Tour. Tough break for him 5 laps into this one. Driver who has paced the way the opening 5 circuits of this one has been the Moequa missile Shannon Babb.
Can you say bad fast?
He is looking potentially for career win number 13 with the Mars shirt. It would be his second on the year. He got one earlier in the season on Memorial Day weekend up at Spoon River. Billy Moyer also, he said, he's got 4 Mars wins here in series history at I-55. But on that all-time wins list, Moyer sits with 24 career wins. He would potentially tie Brian Shirley, a 2-time series champion, with that. But you think of all the wins throughout the year that Billy Moyer's got, 858 wins, but how many different series, both active and now defunct, that he's won with. And it's amazing that he's at the top of so many different lists, but that's why he's arguably considered the GOAT of the sport.
Yeah, you're without a doubt. I mean,
yeah,
he's there, and he got that name Mr. Smooth for a reason.
100%, and he's earned it on many, many nights where he just looked like he was on cruise control out behind us on I-55 around this place. A lot of big wins, a lot of big checks have come out of this place and went back to that shop in Batesville.
Well, without a doubt, and this track is kind of right up that alley for him tonight as well.
You betcha, but right now it's been fun. If somebody wants to get up on the wheel and drive it, guys like Shannon Babb, Jason Fager, Jordan Bauer, and those guys, like a lot of those young guys like to get up there and really wheel and deal. It's there for them, but those guys that want to catfish the bottom, keep an eye on your point leader, Ryan Unzicker. That is kind of his specialty as well. And like he says, he's one of those guys that actually loves when he sees more laps, which not a lot of guys will admit that, but he's one of those guys, get me 50, 60, 70. I can pace myself. I can do what I need to do. These 30 and 40 lap races, man, you got to get up and go.
Well, patience runs out, and you don't, and they don't know when to take off.
Yeah,
you know,
I'd say
can save.
And honestly, and a lot of guys will tell you, the hardest thing you can be right now is to be the leader, because you can't tell what the guys behind you. You got guys that are trying to signal you, but knowing what you need to do is a tall order of business. But speaking of business, it's getting ready to pick back up. Shannon Babb leads the way. Billy Moyer, Will Harrington, Jason Fager, Jordan Bauer, Devin McLean, Jeff Herzog, Dylan Thornton, Daniel Adam, and Ryan Unzicker, your top 10. 5 laps in the books, 35 still remaining. They go to the All-Star Performance Restart Zone. We're back at it. And no, look now, I said Jordan Bauer, and here he comes. He's up to position number 3, or he was battling for 3rd. It's Jason Fager in that mix as well. And Midwest Sheet Metal caution will fly for, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4 cars piled up on the bottom. Looks like Michael Clues, Jake Little, Bob Gardner, and can't quite make out the last car there. It is a Longhorn. But definitely the 6K of Michael Clues right there next to that infield tractor tire. Bob Gardner to his outside. Possibly the 51B of Brandon Carpenter. Let's look in. Looking through here on the racing service, I think that might be the Coldwater, Mississippi driver. That is our other car that we can't quite see. There's no number on the roof to figure it out either.
You want my extra eyes?
Yeah, we'll dig out the old-fashioned HD with the binoculars here, looking over there. I do believe that is the 51B. We'll take a peek here at the FloRacing broadcast. Not sure where that happened in the field we got that, but we'll take a look and see if we have it.
Yeah, he was 14th at the line that last time.
I'll say,
Brandon Carpenter was. He could be right in that mix.
Looks like he was right in that group where everything kind of bottlenecked and happened there.
And Cluse was 19th at the line that last time by, so could very well. Bob Gardner, you said, was in there as well.
Yep.
So
Jake Little, Brandon Carpenter, 12th and 14th. So yeah, a couple guys that were right by each other on the restart. And unfortunately, they're a lot closer than they want to be, and not in the way they want to be either. With
exactly,
they're looks like they might have been stuck together a little bit there. They're working to try and get some separation there on them. It looks like they may have the right rear and left rear hooked together.
Yeah, the one car facing the other direction, it's pretty high up in the air, and it looks like maybe they got underneath the nose piece or something along that line down there. Hopefully they can return to the action here in a little bit. Well, how is our points leader Unzicker doing? Well, he's up into the top 10 now, so.
Yep, and last night was a quintessential example of just kind of one of those nights where championships are really won and lost, and it turned into a case where, like I said, early in the night, spun out twice in his heat race. Never would have thought you'd ever see anything like that happen. He was buried deep in the field, but by the end of the night, he was there in the top 5, which has been his MO all year. That's just top 2, top 3, top 5 at the very worst, and
consistency
and finishing every race, not having that bad luck. He had bad luck, but he managed to have bad luck in the best possible way. I mean, I guess is kind of how you put it. You still find a way to make a good night with bad luck, and that's kind of something the last couple years. And I think Ryan would even tell you that if anything bad could happen to a race car, I think I figured out just about every way for that to happen, and was in a case that was always fast, always in contention, but boy, if it weren't for bad luck, I think he'd even say it. He'd have no luck at all. But this year, fortunes have definitely changed for that 24 team, and definitely good to see them run up front. Of course, Ryan, a 2022 series champion, and been chasing him and Jason Fager have been putting on quite a show all year with this tour. Multiple different racetracks, just wheel to wheel, kind of just showing why this Mars Tour is so special.
You know, looking at things here. How about tomorrow night?
Oh, boy.
All right.
Now, over 7 years in the making.
Nobody has a notebook in the late models.
You're right. And that's pretty unprecedented. The only guys that have had laps there are the modified side of things. But these late model guys,
don't have a clue.
It's just like what we said on the opening night there. It's like this is a rare opportunity in an era where everybody has notes, everybody has data. It's as blank gets, and that's going to be a lot of fun to watch guys literally have to figure it out because they don't have anything to go off of, and
per every time they're on the racetrack.
Yeah,
because that rascal's going to change without a doubt.
Some of those guys have been there in the past, and the one thing they might know is they might be able to read the soil a little bit because it is similar soil, but what it's going to do now that they're running a lot higher speeds, a lot more low, I mean, they might be able to kind of read how much moisture's in it, but how it's going to behave, like I said, more banking, higher speed, bigger track, there's a lot of variables that these guys
we'll have to watch tomorrow night to see how many screwdriver tests they take out there. I
guarantee you we are going to see the old screwdriver test a time or two out on the front straightaway for sure. That's without question. See Bob Gardner rolling away from the scene over there. Look and see whether he just was checking up to make sure he didn't do any additional damage. Left front looks okay. Doesn't look like anything's dragging. We'll look and see Okay, he's kind of angling the nose. He was angling the nose toward the infield to let his crew guys in the infield take a look without pulling in, just to make sure, hey, does everything look okay? I mean, that's a veteran move right there, because he knows if he goes into that hot pit, he has to go to the back. But I mean, he was.
Well, he'll probably have to
he's
go
in
to
it.
the
He's in
back
it
in this
anyway.
one.
But
Yeah.
I think he realizes, hey, if I don't change anything, I might not have to go all the way to the
Better
back.
shot for another place or two, maybe.
Yeah.
You know. So
I mean, just kind of little things that guys will do, like that veteran move. And you'll see somebody like that on a long yellow like this. Like, if they're not sure if something's right, they'll do something like that before they pull in. Like, if they can get somebody where they can see it, they will put eyes on it as much as they can. So.
And again, if his car felt pretty decent there, and he just needs time to start moving forward, well, then they won't bring him in, like you said.
Sure.
You know, change a twist or two here on the spring or shock and all that stuff. So.
Yep, and hey, we were right. It was indeed the Coldwater, Mississippi driver Brandon Carpenter up on the hook there in turn number 2, as they've got the 51B turned around. Fairly new race car for that race team, so that obviously that's why a different look for that car than what he's had in the past. A little bit more blue and black, and the blue and gray is a good look, but definitely different with the. But with no number on the roof, it made it a little hard to identify there for a split second until we kind of did the old process of elimination. But well, I'll tell you,
that's all we can do.
That's all we can do. And we kind of saw what the racetrack did there toward the end of the modified feature. Guys were still moving around, and it's almost been the polar opposite. These late models, bigger tires, are able to grab a lot more of that moisture. But top to bottom, I mean, this is.
Multiple lanes.
This is Peevely. This is when we describe when Peevely is at its best. It looks just like this. You can go 2, 3, 4 wide. Some guys will be up there trying to knock the back deck lid out like they're doing their best Ed Dixon impersonation, and then some guys will be hugging the bottom, to the point where Jack Hewitt would think they had a day job.
Right. Catfishing, I've heard him call that many a times.
Oh yeah. And there are some guys that are very, very good at that and have won a lot of races. I know he's got a win earlier at the Mars Tour. Former Dirt Late Model Dream winner, Dennis Erb Jr., one of those guys who's earned that reputation for being a catfish.
Oh, man.
As is Brian Shirley. I mean, everybody associates him with being Shirley's one of those guys that he runs the high side, but he really learned for a lot of years a place like Macon, of all places, how to run the bottom. And
that's true.
But then he also learned too, like when you have to get up on the wheel and deal,
you got
guys like him, Brandon Shepard, Shannon Babb, obviously kind of the same way. But Babb has always been kind of a throttle masher. But
he's all over.
But he's one of those. Yeah, and he's one of those guys like Davenport and some of the other guys. As you watch them mature, they and even Jason Fager, one of those guys that has won a lot of races on the outside, has. Learn to adapt. And speaking of that, we're going to go back to green. Babb, Moyer, Harrington, Fager, and Bauer, your top 5 as we go back to green with still 35 circuits remaining. And it's going to be 3 wide for second on turn number 2. Here comes Will Harrington to the outside of Moyer for P2, and that lane plate number 33. Side by side, Fager and Moyer for position number 3 as Fager's on the back deck lid of Harrington for second. Babb still shows the way. And he's trying to pull away. He says, you guys battle all you want back there. I don't want any part of it. Side by side for P2 as Fager now to the inside of Will Harrington. Moyer, Jordan Bauer, Devin McClain. Here comes Jeff Herzog. Herzog is on the move. He's starting in position 8, and he's trying to rally on that top side to move forward, but he's working the outside of Devin McClain. McClain sits in 6th. Oh, Unzicker in the middle. Dylan Thornton to the inside of him, and Herzog was to the outside. Side by side, they still go for that second spot. Trying to keep eyes on multiple battles here at the same time as we roll along. But right now, the battles are all happening well behind the Moequa missile, Shannon Babb. Babb currently last time by 1.6 seconds, the gap for the 18. As he looks for his second Mars win of the season. Fager Fager now up to second past Will Harrington, as Billy Moyer has Jordan Bauer on his back deck lid, and Bauer trying to work to the inside of Mr. Smooth. And the Midwest Sheet Metal caution will fly once again, as there is a piece of debris on the racing surface. We'll see if we can get a good look as to where that is lying at. Okay, it looks like it's up by the wall, so why we're having a little bit of an issue seeing it here. Oh, there it is, right here, just past the flag stand. There you see Peyton Rigsby pick up a piece. That is definitely a piece of metal, so good eye there by series officials to get that. As sheet metal, or metal of some sort here on the front straightaway. We'll slow this one up. Field Fager being told by race director Jonathan Clayton to choose high or low here on the Delaware Double Foul Restart, and the 25 will go to the low side. Shannon Babb, Jason Fager, Will Harrington, Billy Moyer, Jordan Bauer, your top five as they will come to the All-Star Performance Restart Zone. 12 in, still 28 to go as we are back at it. Fager with a good run on the bottom, off of two, side by side for the lead. This is the first challenge Babb has had in a while. A pair of Illini hot shoes duel at it, and Fager has the lead this time. We'll see Fager rolls the middle, Babb better up top. He'll carry that momentum down the backstretch. Fager and Babb. Duel up front at Peevely with Will Harrington watching on right there in third. Babb leads that one. Back and forth we go. A pair of Illini hot shoes, both known for ripping the lip up top. And they are doing battle at a place that really fits that MO. The Fager now stalking on that inside. Babb continues to work the outside, and it has been working well for car number 18. Kind of running that line that Ledford was running in the modified feature, where the top side of 1 and 2 has been working pretty good, but then you see these guys drop down to the bottom in 3 and 4. But a few drivers, I see Dylan Thornton and Ryan Unzicker amongst a few through the field that are trying that top side in 3 and 4. As we actually have our eyes on. We look back through the field. Thornton trying to track down Billy Moyer. He's up to 5th, and he is coming, so keep an eye on Dilly. As we said, still a lot of time to go, and this one can change as things progress. Thornton and Bauer battle back there. That is for position number 5. Right now, your best battle for position on the speedway. As Babb has got a little bit of a gap between himself now and Jason Fager. Halfway will be coming out this time. Cross flags halfway home, as Babb is just about to the tail of the field, and lap traffic is going to make this one even more interesting as we continue on here in this one. Cody McGuire, the first car they will come up to put a lap to the rears. And then in front of them, it is the 10 as the Midwest Sheet Metal caution will come out. Problems for the 38J of Jake Little up at the top of turn number 3. Possibly a flat right rear siren. Oop, looks like it's up, but a suspension piece broken on the 38J. Definitely leaning hard on that right rear. Something not right on that Rocket RXR2 of the 38J of Jake Little. So he'll pull into the infield. Looks like the night is over for the 2025 Sunoco Race Fuels Rookie of the Year. And his pursuit for his first career Mars late model win will have to wait another day. One lap past halfway, and Shannon Babb looking for his second Mars win of the season. Would be his 13th of his career. He leads the way. Jason Fager sits second all-time on the wins list. He's the winningest active driver at 39. Terry Phillips, all-time with 94 career Mars wins. So ways to go for the Eyesight Hustler, but he's the winningest all-time active driver right now with 39 career wins. He sits in position number 2. Third is Will Harrington. It would be his first if he would win. Fourth is the 21 of Billy Moyer. I said he sits 7th all-time on the wins list with 24 career Mars Late Model Series wins. And looking for his second win is the 38T of Dylan Thornton. He started in position number 7. He is now up into the top 5. As Jason Fager has chosen the inside on the Delaware double foul restart. 1 to go signal being given this time. 19 laps still remain. Pick your favorite Chairman Peevely. Can the Moequa missile get it done here tonight? Will the high side hustler get him another win at I-55 tonight? Can Will Harrington get one for Steve Lampley? How about Mr. Smooth Billy Moyer or Dilly Dilly? We're going to find out. They come to the All-Star Performance Restart Zone. The missile will launch off of 4. We pick back up with the battle. Fager and Harrington side by side. Here comes Dylan Thornton. Great restart there. He's on the back deck. Let him Harrington. He is right there, but nowhere to go. Billy Moyer digging down to the inside of Harrington. Here comes Mr. Smooth. There's still something left in the tank of that AK car, number 21. Dilly Dilly now back up to the back of Will Harrington once again, but like I said, just not quite able to get to the outside of him. Babb, Fager, Moyer, Harrington, and here comes Thornton again. With Jordan Bauer working to the inside of him, and Ryan Unzicker in that battle as well. Babb starting to put some distance between himself and Fager. As Thornton will bobble off it too, and here comes Jordan Bauer to the inside of him. Right now, your best battle is what you're watching right there. That is for positions 4, 5, 6, and 7. Two by two, and they are all over one another. There is Thornton up to the back deck lid once again to Harrington. He's going to try in 3 and 4 to make it happen. Harrington will shut the door. And Jordan Bauer says, I'm going to try and take my shot. Now Thornton out of the inside, going to try and make something happen. Bauer now challenging him. 13 laps to go for Shannon Babb. Looking for career win number 13 with the Mars Tour. It would be his second of the season. Fager sits in position number 2. Moyer rounds out your podium right now in 3rd. Good battle going on. Still back there for about 4th on back. 11 to go this time. As Harrington, as Dylan Thornton now gets to the outside of Will Harrington. He's going to try and clear him and set his sights on Billy Moyer. Moyer holds that 3rd and final podium spot at the moment with 10 laps now as Babb will come by this time. 9 laps will remain as Babb crosses by the line. Gap last time, 1.6 seconds for Babb over Fager. Thornton now by Billy Moyer for position number 3. Your 2026 Sunoco Race Fuels Rookie of the Year point leader. Continuing to have an impressive streak here this season. Coming back after a hard ride last night at Benton. Has worked his way up to the podium, and he's not done yet. He's probably one of the few out there. Him and maybe Fager are ones hoping to see a yellow Bab saying, "Please stay green, PSG." But heavy battle up in front of him between the 8L of Jeffrey Ledford and the 84 of Miles Moose. That happens, a battle for position right in front of your leader. 1.3 seconds. Fager has cut into that lead with a trophy dash remaining, 6 to go. This one's not over yet. There's 1.3, 1.2. The gap there was minimal, but still nowhere to go right now for your race leader. What is Bab going to do? 4 to go. A gap opened up there in the middle. He's going to go right up to Ledford, and he'll get by the 8L, and that might help with trying to fend off Fager for now, but Fager has cut wholesale real estate there. 3 laps to go. That last time by was half a second. The Bab with a little bit of space opens it up just a little bit on the tumbling dice. 2.5. 2 to go this time. 2 laps to go for the Moequa Missile. Dylan Thornton has cut wholesale real estate. He's wishing this one was a 50-lapper tonight because he is coming. But he is going to run out of time. 1 lap to go. Down the back straightaway for the final time. Into 3 and off of 4. A sight familiar to fans at Peevely. Shannon Babb wins with the Mars Late Model Championship powered by FK Rod Ends. Second will go to the 25 of Jason Fager. Third will go to the 38T of Dylan Thornton. Fourth to Billy Moyer. And fifth will go to the 10J of Jordan Bauer. For the 13th time in his career, second time in 2026, we will go down and talk in O'Reilly Auto Parts Victory Lane 2. The newest member of the National Dirt Late Model Hall of Fame, the Moequa Missile, Shannon Babb. Jordan Bauer comes home fifth. Fourth, Mr. Smooth, Billy Moyer. Third, Dylan Thornton. Second goes to Jason Fager, and Shannon Babb the winner. Field makes its way off here, and we'll go down and talk to our top 3. We'll wait for everybody to clear the scales here in the infield. Of course, also got to check the droop. See, Shannon Babb, Jason Fager have cleared the scales. It's official, Peevely. He's got the checkered flag in hand. He's picked up that Baker's dozen here tonight. His second win in Mars Series history here at I-55. And we'll talk to him down here in Victory Lane. I know the Getty boys are watching at home tonight. The Getty Landscaping, Dynagrossi, Petrov Towing, CGI, Piping and Fabricating, Keebler Ultra Oil, Douglas Dodge Ram. That Longhorn car, number 18, getting a cold bottle of water after a hard night's work here at Peevely. Getting the winner's check, hardware all into place, getting all the safety equipment off here. We'll get the Hoosier neckband and hat on Shannon tonight. Gets a nice cold swig of water. Getting congratulations there from series official Peyton Rigsby. Sunoco checkered flag goes up on the roof. When he climbs out, ladies and gentlemen, give him a big hand. Here he is, the newest member of the National Dirt Late Model Hall of Fame, the Moequa Missile, Shannon Babb, your winner tonight here at I-55. Well, come on down and talk with Shannon. Boy, I tell you, well, that car was good. You were able to go anywhere you wanted to, but boy, you worked up a sweat tonight. That was old school Peevely tonight.
Man, it was awesome. You know, it had me and Billy starting on the front row, and that just brings like a lot of memories. I don't know how many more times we can do that, but that was really cool. But track was great. You got to say a big thanks to everybody here at Peevely Speedway, I-55, for supplying us with an awesome racetrack. Yeah, this is the first time we've raced Old Blue this year. We raced it last year. I completely rebuilt it over the winter, and it's close, but still needs a little work, man. It was not handling just perfect, but anyhow, you know, just gotta say big thanks to Petrov Towing, Ed and Deb, Jeremy Hobson, CGI, Todd Donnelly, Dinah Grosseed, Warren Jones, David Noonan, John Keebler, Penske Race Shocks, Vic Hill, Longhorn Chassis, you know, the Getty Boys, Tony Douglas. You know, I got a lot of great people. I definitely don't do this by myself. I got a big army of people that just help us get to the track. My wife, Emily, and the girls are home watching, I'm sure, and just tickled to death.
I'm sure all the animals on the farm are also celebrating tonight. Yeah. But Shannon, how special is it? Like you said, what are your going into the Hall of Fame, getting to race with one of your idols? Just like you said, just really, really special.
It is, you know, man. You know, it's awesome. Even when I sit up and watch the races, I love to watch Billy Moyer and them guys. Just the accomplishments he has done over his career, and been able to work with him through the years. I drove for him for 7 years, and you know, I think we had more fun in the pits working on the cars than we did racing. But yeah, just awesome right there. It's all of us back here in the pits. We're all great friends. We all try to help each other, and that's what makes this Mars Series very special.
There you have it. A special night for the Moequa Missile. Shannon Babb, his 13th career win with the Mars Series, second of 2026, and that's pretty dangerous if Old Blue is that good and she ain't quite perfect. So what a night here at I-55 for the Mars Late Model and Modified Tours, as Shannon Babb picks up his second win with the Mars Tour in our now 19th visit, as that'll put a bow on the Mars Late Model and Modified portion of the program. Still a couple of great features coming up with the B-Mods and the Sportsman. Donnie McElroy will throw it up to you. Believe the B-Mods will be up next.
All right, thank you very much, Patrick. Congratulations, Mr. Shannon Babb, on an awesome run tonight. Certainly glad you come on down and join us here again. It was a great, great night of racing. Sweeping the night with the fast qualifier, the heat race, and the main event win here with us tonight. But now we're going to get ready to roll out the feature event for our mighty B-Mods with us here at the I-55 Federated Auto Parts Raceway Park. 15 laps will be the distance for these boys here tonight.
Well, how about that? One more time, Shannon Babb goes back to the pit area, and Donnie, here come the B-Mods, and one of the first guys out there, guy who used to own this place.
He knows a thing or two about this place, without a doubt.
I think so. I think Mr. Schrader knows his way around pretty much any kind of race car you can think of, or even things that aren't race cars, but we still race them fast.
Oh, absolutely.
School buses and all kinds of things.
I seen that here a few weeks ago, and I was like, holy cow. How do you wind up in a school bus race? I guess we should just ask. Be easy enough, wouldn't it? All right, we're going to start off with the starting lineup here for this one, starting on the inside of row number 1 in a 25J machine. Out of Belleville, Illinois, it'll be the Andrew Johns. Outside of him, in the number 71, out of High Ridge, Missouri, it's Joel Ortberg. Row number 2 on the inside, out of Troy, Missouri. Last week's feature winner here, the 17C car, it'll be A.J. Klein. Outside of him, out of St. Genevieve, Missouri, driving the number 36 car, that'll be Tyler Arnold. Row number 3 on the inside, out of Fenton, Missouri, driving the number 9S, it is Ken Schrader. Outside of him in the 25X, out of Smithton, Illinois, it'll be Kyle Helmick. Row number 4 on the inside, it'll be the M14 of Shad Prescott. Outside the 26S of Paulie Shrimp III. Row number 5 in the 52 car of Joe Rady, the inside. Outside the 62 of Troy Medley. Row number 6 on the inside, the 88J of Joshua Dolins. Outside of him, the 59, it'll be Blake Carroll. Row number 7 on the inside, the 444 of Logan Dockery. Outside the 14P of Joe Patrick. Row number 8 on the inside, it'll be the 17E car of Matt Edler. Outside the number 13, it'll be Zach Hegan. Row number 9 on the inside, the 13H, it'll be Donovan Hutchinson. Outside the 9C of Adam Canterbury. Row number 10 on the inside, the 5S of Bennett Sproul. Outside the 5J of Shane Jumper. Row number 11, the 62M of Derek Medley. Outside the 32S of Draven Shaw. Row number 12 will be Dean Vickers in the 45 to the inside. Aaron Canterbury outside in the 24X. The light has been turned off. We're set to turn them loose if we hit the start zone. There it is, green flag in the air. Field rolls through there, 1 and 2 down the back straightaway. Andrew Johns pushes the number 25 car out to the lead. He's got a win here in 2026 as well. Joel Ortberg says, I want some more wins, so I'm going to challenge you to the high side. A.J. Klein, last week's feature winner, running in that number 3 spot. Ken Schrader up the 4th. Still Helmick, Ortberg, Klein, Schrader, and Arnold, your top 5. Here with only a couple laps in the books. Andrew Johns still leads at the stripe, this time by Ortberg, about a car length behind in second in the number 71. A.J. Klein, he's running 3rd, but the yellow flag is going to bite his first as we got one turned around over turn number 2. We have managed to put 3 laps in the books. We'll have 12 to go. You'll notice the scoreboard now for this one is counting down.
Yeah, it's just kind of one of those interesting things you'll see at different racetracks, and how different, like some series, some of them will count up, some will count down. Some racetracks will go up, some will go down. As long as you know how they're counting or which direction it's going, that's all that really matters.
I'd had some folks mention to me up there when I was kind of watching some of the races, now I'm confused. I said, I get it. I said, but around here with Jimmy Deering at the helm, we always do the opposite of what seems like everybody else does. It'll show the laps remaining up there on the scoreboard.
Hey, like I said, as long as you know what direction you're going, and it's all that matters. So, like, looking up there, we see a 12. We started with, I believe, 15. So, you can do the math. That means we've got 3 circuits in right now, and still a whole dozen to go.
And the only thing about it, and the guy made a good point to me while we were standing there. He goes, "Well, I don't know how many laps the heat races are," or something. I'm like, "Okay, fair enough." That made sense to me.
Yep.
If you don't hear it, you don't hear it, you know, and I know we say it all the time and stuff, so. All right, it looks like the yellow light has been turned off. We're going to get back to the action here once again off turn number 4. The field will roll down the back straightaway into turn number 3, and then we'll hit the start zone in turn 4. With Andrew Johns showing the way in a 25J car. All right, once again, green flag in the air. Ortberg was to the inside. A.J. Klein will be to the outside. Ken Schrader running that 4 spot. Shad Prescott running in that number 5 spot. Shad's trying to bring the top side to life for the B-Mods here tonight. It looks like he has snuck around Ken Schrader and possibly A.J. Klein to move himself into 4th, looking for more. They're still rolling into turn. Off of turn 4 again, it's still Andrew Johns showing the way. Joel Ortberg is running 2nd. Here comes Prescott. He's up there pedaling hard, trying to bring that high side in. Now Schrader follows him up there. But Prescott's got A.J. Klein between him and Ken Schrader. Johns leads. Joel Ortberg, Shad Prescott. Here comes A.J. Klein. Back, and where in the heck did the 17E of Matt Edler come from? He's all the way up to 5th already. Multiple wins here in 2026. And here and the Brownstown Bull Ring as well. Oh, we got one going around over turn number 3 and 4, right in between the. So that'll bring caution to the field as we're going to have 8 laps to go, and this one with 7 in the books. See, I can't even do my math tonight.
Yeah, it'll throw you for a loop a time or two. You mentioned Matthew Edler, 15th to 5th, so 10 spots forward for the 17E so far this one. He has been the man on the move so far.
Well, he said if Chris Spalding can do it, why can't I?
Yeah, 23rd up into that battle for the top 5. That's an impressive run, but that just goes to show, and you look at how, like, 3 feature wins on the year so far here at Federated I-55 Raceway Park. I mean, it's no surprise. He showed exactly why he's been in that mix all season long and been one of the top competitors in that modified division all season.
And I've watched him the last couple of years. He's just steadily improving his program and getting better. Still, again, we've got 8 laps to go in this one. Andrew Johns showing the way in that 25J. Joel Ortberg is holding on to the number 2 spot. M14 is Shad Prescott. If that moves him to the high side, that's probably where he'll like to go because he's made a pretty good run thus far to get up to the number 3 spot. A.J. Klein is 4th, and Matt Edler in 5th. Schrader has slipped to 6th. Paulie Shrimp Jr. now to 7th. Logan Dockery, he's come a long way up as well. He's in 8th. Tyler Arnold in 9th. Troy Medley in 10th. Joshua Dolan's 11th. Zach Hegan in 12th. Kyle Helmick 13th. Joe Patrick, Shane Jumper, Bennett Sprawl, Derek Medley, Joe Rudy, Blake Carroll, Draven Shaw, Aaron Canterbury, Dean Vickers, and Adam Canterbury and Donovan Hudson to round out the field. Is once again off 4. We're going green. We'll see if the M14 car can mount a challenge from that high side for your leader, Andrew Johns. We'll see if he can get that momentum kicked in here in just a moment. You better keep an eye on the 17E of Matt Edler. Here we go. Here's the battle for the lead. Andrew Johns. Well, first off, we're going to get the yellow flag. I don't think that lap will count, so we're still going to be 8 laps to go in this one. There we go. Dazzling Dean Vickers turns it around over in turn number 2, so we're going to roll on. Get them stacked and racked back up and get ready to get that green flag back in the air next time off turn 4. See Craig giving the field the 1 to go signal. All right, here we go. Once again, off turn number 4. Once He fires. We're going to go green. Green flag back in the air. Oh, never mind. It's not going to be out long. Got a whole stack of them over there in turn number 4. Joe Patrick involved, I see. In the 14P car. And the other car, I can't get a number on quite yet, even on TV. That 32S?
Looks like it, yes.
The 32S of Draven Shaw passively backing up there a little bit. Thank you, FloRacing, for helping.
Yep, it looks like Joe Rudy right there as well.
Joe Rudy involved as well. Tough break for all those drivers. We'll get them stacked and racked back up once again. We have not made another lap, so we'll still have 7 laps in the books, 8 to go for the B-Mod main event here with us tonight. Cleanup still continuing down there.
If only they had some steps that you could use to go on the other side of the wall.
Again, folks, come on back and join us next September the 5th, next Saturday night. We're going to have our weekly racing program, the Dollar Hot Dogs. We're going to have the 305 sprint cars, A-Mods, B-Mods, Sportsman, 4-cylinders, and Crown Vics. Going to be a busy night. And a lot of people with full bellies with dollar hot dogs.
Oh yeah, you can't beat a night like that. That's bring the kids hungry and leave with them nice and happy and full.
And September 12th, going to be our first ever demo derby here at the I-55 Federated Auto Parts Raceway Park. And then take a week off. Then the 25th and 26th of September, the World of Outlaw Late Models. 12,000 win on Friday night, 20,000 win on Saturday. So, man, put that one in your calendar and join us. Then in October, we still got some more, several weeks of it. We got the Power Eye Out Life Sprint Cars on October the 3rd. 305s, B-Mods with us. Then the 17th, we've got the weekly racing again. Couple thousand to win for the Dirt Car Super Late Models with us here on that night. Modifieds, B-Mods, Sportsman, 4-cylinders, Crown Vics, and Kids Mod. And then on the 25th, we got the big drag strip reunion. That'll be a cool thing for the folks that are into that.
Absolutely.
And then to close out the year, this November 5th to the 7th, it's going to be our Fall Frost Classic. Say that 3 times fast.
Yeah, that's a tongue twister right there.
But again, last year, it's going to be a ton of fun. We bring the mod lights in. Man, we had like 35 of those last year.
We're not going to do the MLRA, so we can announce that. You don't have to tell them that.
No.
Probably put the Outlaw Show belt on.
Hard again. We're still getting things lined back up and squared away here in just a few moments. Get back to the get that green flag back in the air. Having tough time getting past this 7 laps in and 8 laps to go in this main event with these guys. But
they've liked this first half of the race so much they're not quite ready to go to the second half yet.
Right.
But somebody ought to remind them that we don't get dollar hot dogs until after they finish the races.
Right.
So maybe that's the motivation they need.
Well, still cleaning up Joe Patrick down. He's almost right there where they got
it looks
the...
like that front end is hooked to that left rear. The 14 looks like they finally got him free. They are wedged together.
Joe and his family, really nice people, you know, and come down here and pretty much each and every week. So we're glad to have the Patrick family with us. But we don't want to see him caught up in messes like that.
No.
Looks like Joe Rudy made it back onto the speedway in the 52 car. And there's Joe Patrick's car rolling into the infield there. Now we've got the last one to clean up down there, it looks like. Getting hooked up to the tow machine.
Well, they set him back down, so maybe a good sign. Looks like the left rear, or the left front, I should say, looks like it's still up, which is
way down, isn't it? A little too much wedge. Isn't that what you would call that?
Yeah, a little cambered out.
I can't see the right front to see if it's turned out because it looked like
honestly, where the tow truck's at, you can't tell what
where it's towed in or out at. Well, maybe not. No, both wheels are turned right. So
that's a good sign.
Yep.
Now we'll get a good look right here. Oh, that is a good sign.
Mm-hmm. Bennett Sprawl in the 5S, I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. But, he's able to drive it away, but he's not going the right direction, though. He made the hard left-hand turn there.
He's one of the young guns in the sports coming into this. He's running a sportsman car, now to be modified, so getting his experience in. Unfortunately, not the experience that he wanted.
Oh, sounds like we'll see the yellow light go off this next time by. 1 to go, going to be given back to him. We'll turn him back loose for the second half of this B-Mod feature.
There we go. All right, Craig Halbrook says, "Come on, boys, 1 to go. We're gonna go. We're gonna go green next time. And we got to get stuck off of lap number 7." Joe Patrick did make it back out, so good break for Joe. He'll throw in the tail end of the field, as did Joe Rudy in the number 52 car. All right, hopefully these tires didn't cool down enough and seal over. Always a big question and something on somebody's mind. Once again, green flag back in the air. Andrew Johns rolls through turns 1 and 2. We'll see if Prescott's got him. Now Ortberg's going to hold on to the number 2 spot as he's looking now to the inside of Johns in turns 3 and 4. Johns will lead this time by. Ortberg is in second. Chad Prescott was third, but here comes A.J. Klein into that number 4 spot, just ahead of Prescott. There's the line this time. It's John by about a car length advantage over Ortberg, Klein, then Prescott and Edler, your top 5. A.J. Klein's got the old 17C Beak-built car on dig tonight. Now he's looking in the inside of the 71 of Joel Ortberg and snags the spot. He's looking to go back-to-back with us. Prescott bobbles. He's going to slip back to that 5th spot. Now, does the 17C of A.J. Klein have anything now? 3 wide for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Ortberg now drives back into the number 2 spot. We've got a Klein sandwich. Now Edler to the inside, noses his way into the 3rd spot. Still 3 wide for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And they're now to challenge. Now here's Edler alongside your leader of Johns as they roll into turns 1 and 2. 3 laps to go. Edler powers his way to the lead down the back straightaways. 2 laps to go in this one for the 17E of Matt Edler. Andrew John still second. Joel Ortberg now back up into that 3rd spot. AJ Klein slips to 4th. Ken Schrader back to 5th. This is next time off turn number 4. White flag in the air. For the final time down that back straightaway, Edler showing the way into turn number 3. Ortberg right there in second. Who's it gonna come to the line this time by? Edler is your winner. Joel Ortberg will come home in second. AJ Klein snuck back up into the 3rd spot. Andrew John finishes 4th. Ken Schrader in the number 5 spot. Again, we'll make our way down and talk to your winner here, the B-Modified main event with us here tonight. All right, ladies and gentlemen, getting ready to climb out of the car. Talking about an awesome run here with us tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, here's your winner out of the car, Matt Edler.
Let's go! Let's go!
Matt Edler, you seem to be in a pretty good mood, my friend. What a drive with us tonight, buddy. Tell us a little bit about it, man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, after last night finishing second and coming out here, and there's a lot of people talking about my program. They're gonna have to start me in the rear on a track like this if they want to have a good race, because I'm telling you what, right now this beak bill is on a roll. Penske Racing Shocks couldn't have done it without Mike Patterson on the sticks tonight. Trev Jacoby, Bert Jacoby, the whole Jacoby family. I got Big Stickies down here, amazing sponsor. I want to thank Hyperco. I want to thank Faster House, Magnolia, Faster Funds, TR Hughes Homes, True Title, Hazelwood Auto Body. I couldn't do it with all these people, but yeah, there's a lot of people talking behind the scenes. I hope they can hear me. If you want to beat a beak bill, you better buy one.
I'll tell you what, buddy, you did an awesome job again. Congratulations, picking up another win here in 2026, and an awesome run last night. Again, ladies and gentlemen, our winner here for the B-Mod main event, it is Matt Edler. All right, here's your starting lineup for the Max Signer Automotive Sportsman here with us tonight. Starting on the inside of row number 1, the 00 car of Lee Stupi. Outside of him, the number 29 car, that'll be Jeff LeBob. Row number 2 on the inside, the 16 car will be Cruz Griffall. Outside of him in the 5S, it'll be Bennett Sproul. Row number 3 on the inside will be the P70 car of Jerry Radiker. Outside of him, the number 59 will be Ryan Gegg. Row number 4 on the inside, the 23 car, but Dennis Wernell. And I don't see, unfortunately, the C4 car of Joshua Dolan, nor do I see Chuck Davis's number 5. $15 laps will be the distance here for the Mighty Sportsman with us here tonight. All right, ladies and gentlemen, they come down the front straightaway, wave on, cheer on that favorite driver of yours here tonight. They'll be waving back up at you, folks. So the Max Signer Automotive Sportsman coming at you for 15 laps of excitement here with us at the I-55 Federated Auto Parts Raceway Park. Somebody improved that. Well, no, they just put the hook in the right place, didn't they? All right, once again, the yellow light has been turned off. We're going to get set to turn them loose off of turn number 4 once they hit the start zone. Green flag in the air. Lee Stupi showing the way. Down the back straightaway as they roll into turn number 3. LeBob right there, right off the back bumper. They hit the start finish line and complete lap number 1. Ball is in 3rd, Bennett Sproul in 4th, Brian Gegg in 5th. Again, Stupi trying to continue his winning streak for this year at I-55. Down across the bottom through 3 and 4. Your leader with Jeff LeBob in 2nd. Good battle for that 3rd spot between Bennett Sproul and Cruz Griffall. Here comes Brian Gegg into the mix. Still Stupi. LeBob, Bennett Sproul now in 3rd. Cruz Griffall was in the 4th spot. Brian Gegg in 5th. Comes your leader through turn 3 and 4. Once again, it'll be Stupi, your leader of the line. We'll have 9 laps to go. Bob is 2nd. Sproul, Brian Gegg now battling side by side for the number 3 spot. Cruz Griffall is 4th, Jerry Radiker in 5th, Dennis Wernell in 6th. 8 laps to go. Bennett Sproul now squarely into the number 3 spot, just ahead of Brian Gegg. Stupi by LeBob, Bennett Sproul, Brian Gegg, Jerry Radiker, Cruz Griffall, Dennis Wernell. Less than 7 to go. Now we're going to be 6 laps to go. Good little battle for 3rd. That time of the line, Ryan Gegg had it. Bennett Sproul wants it back. 5 laps to go for Lee Stupi. Jeff LeBob, Ryan less than 4 to go. That battle for third rages on. Brawl and Gag. 3 to go for Lee Stupi. Jeff LeBob. Ryan Giggs back to third, Brawl in fourth. Jerry Radiker in fifth. 2 laps to go this time by for your Lee Stupi. Leader off turn number 4, white flag in the air for Lee Stupi. Hello, Doug Jenkins. Finally got your message for the final time. Your leader off turn number 4. He'll win tonight. Max-Steiner Automotive Sportsman main event. Another excellent job out of the 00 car of Lee Stupi. Winner last night over to Brownstown Bull Ring. Picking up the win again here tonight at the I-55 Federated Auto Parts Raceway Park. No stranger. They're one of the track sponsors, Marzuco Electric. On the side of this car, the Point Bar, EMW Trucking, Prince Welding and Fabrication, Bucks Racing Engines, all making this car fly around the I-55 Raceway Park. Silverline Trailers, Ott Angus Farms, Paw Towing, again EMW Trucking here on the right rear, multi-fire spark plug wire. Checking the car over, Walter Farms as well. Now you're getting most of the safety equipment off the car. Helmet out. We'll have another quick word with him. Picking up, I don't know, I about lost count how many this young man's won all season long. Ladies and gentlemen, he definitely can hear you now. Climbing out of the car, put your hand together for Lee Stupi. Well, Lee, buddy, again, congratulations. We meet again here in Victory Lane, a bit pretty commonplace.
Yeah, it's been a pretty amazing season. Definitely had a good car. It's pretty much like I said at Brownstown last night. As long as you make the right adjustments, it's so consistent. You know, you know what to expect with it. So it's an honor to be able to do this, and it's so much fun to do it with my dad's old car, same car that he raced back when I was a little bitty kid. You know, and it just makes it mean so much more being able to take that old car, and you know, it's a car that I watched when I was literally a toddler.
Pretty awesome deal there,
it is.
without a doubt.
It's got so much sentimental value and everything. But no, I got to thank all the crew and my wife for letting me do this. She puts up with a lot of me just being in the shop all the time, and the crew for all the help that they give me. I'm a little extra to deal with because I guess you can say I'm a little bit of a perfectionist, I guess. But no, I thank all the fans for coming out and supporting us. It was a great showing. I hope you guys keep coming out every week.
Without a doubt. And again, one more time from down here in Victory Lane again, congratulations to Mr. Lee Stupi picking up another win with us here at the I-55 Federated Auto Parts Raceway Park. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said,
One by yourself.
yeah, with that being said, that's going to bring close to the action here with us tonight at I-55 Federated Auto Parts Raceway Park. See us back here next Saturday night, we hope. So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the staff, the management, right here at the I-55 Federated Auto Parts Raceway Park, we're going to say good night and see you back here next Saturday night.